如果往回瞧，我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明是光，就总剩一条与风而伤很好。可能我知道，你等在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望亲吻过心跳？问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛向九霄，因为我真想要过上帝要，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵药，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，雕刻在时间纤维中的荣耀。风和泪过招，我听到乌云说要苍穹的拥抱，月光下星空下固有一只暗光鸟。我遇见回音，对我一笑，说吟唱吧别逃，那阵爱风好，那些破烂的羽毛。等我看见明日再一次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，别糟蹋了脸上刺绣的年少。心静悄悄，天高高，路上有个路标，似乎指向山顶的庙，老人家轻飘飘，我问他明天的可好，他笑笑，看见明日再次的坐标，一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，最开始的启程到最后找到。
This world shrouded in darkest night will soon welcome Lord Dichen's return.
We must join forces to prevent the Dark Lord's revival. answer the call of the token and follow me into battle.
Neither I nor my 5 Thunder Drums will permit the Dark Lord's return.
A mere mortal. Seeking to overcome the divine? How misguided.
Oh, have your saviors arrived?
Is that the Dark Lord? Are we too late?
The Sky Orb. It might be our only chance.
Then let's take it!
In this world, all it was in this world, all it was in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones.
In Southeast Asia, pride begins here. From the very start, we compete. From street games to the court, our pride only grows stronger. Pride fuels our rivalry on the field or in the game. We play to defend our nation.
Badminton is our pride. You can't return this. And you won't return our game either.
On this court or in the court. Malaysia never drop the shutter or the cow.
Football is in every street of Indonesia.
When we kick, we score in any games. And when we defend, No one breakthrough, not in here, not in HOK.
Basketball is our blood. We drive, we push. We never stop attacking.
From downtown or from mid lane. We will hit every shot that matters.
Middle phone, Crystal is open, and welcome, Bigetron! This is it. 3 members from Blacklist International denying another match point! Tendanglah ke pertahanan dan juga dang dihilangkan dan juga dilenyapkan dan Crystal dipecahkan.
No matter the sport, the pride of carrying your nation is the same. No turning back, no room for error.
From the corners of the world, kings have risen. Kings from 3 nations answered the call to battle. Rulers forged in pride, armed by skill, and bound by the honor of their homeland. Now, they all come in here today into one battlefield where legends will be written and history will remember only the strongest. This is the Honor of Kings Nation Clash. My name is Mara Aquino. Welcome everybody, and today marks the first day of our 4-day journey where national pride meets the ultimate mastery of the gorge. And now, every match carries the weight of a nation, and every victory brings glory to the entire kingdom. But only one will be the champion for the very first Honor of Kings and Nation Clash. And now it's time to meet the teams and the ambassador representing their nation. Let's welcome the 2 teams from Indonesia and their ambassador, Sir Pai. Leading the charge, the reigning IKL Fall Champion, Bigetron Esports. And joining them, the fan-voted warriors chosen by the Indonesian community, Alter Ego. Let's make some noise for Indonesia. Next, from the land of the champions, disciplined and hard, Philippines, and their ambassador, KC Bay. Leading the march, the reigning PKL Fall champions, a name synonymous to strategy and synergy, Blacklist International. And right behind them, the People's Choice, a squad that rose from the fan vote, Team We Trend. Give it up once again for Philippines. And finally, our host nation, Malaysia, and Ambassador Shafiq Aiman. Marching in, your MKL Fall Season champions, determined to defend their home turf, HomeBois, Black Shrew Esports. And joining them, fan-voted warriors of Malaysia, Alpha Gaming. Let's hear it one more time for Malaysia. Hello, ambassadors. Please step forward. Now, Sir Pai, you know, every time we see Indonesia, there's always that fire burning. How is Indonesia going to ensure to keep that fire burning even though you're not on your home turf?
Yeah, of course we still have a home advantage because we have Zanki here as a local. Don't worry guys, it's enough. It's already enough to keep fire our spirit.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that means you also have the home advantage.
Yeah, of course.
Now be honest, Sir Pai. Out of all the teams, which one would Indonesia love to take down the most?
Of course, HBSE. Because they are the strongest here, right? Indonesia will beat you guys, Malaysia in your own home, obviously.
Oh, wow. Okay, they're gonna beat them in their own home turf. All right. Thank you, Sir Pai. Now, Casey Bay. Casey Bay, how proud are you right now with the Philippines being here in the international stage for the very first nation clash?
You know, I'm very honored and proud for them representing Blacklist International and WeTrend Esports. And for sure, they will bring the crown.
They will bring the crown. Now, what do you have to say to all the other nations who wish to bring Philippines down?
Okay, first of all, good luck, Malaysia and Indonesia. But we don't compete to bring others down. We compete to raise our flag higher. And of course, mas masarap pa rin ang pansit canton ng Pinas.
Our noodles taste so much better. That's what Casey Bay is saying. And finally, Shafiq.
Hi.
You know, every time we say Malaysia, the crowd is roaring and there are people raising the Malaysian flag. How proud are you that Malaysia is hosting the very first Honor of Kings Nation Clash?
Ya, sejujurnya saya sangat-sangat bangga apabila Malaysia menjadi tuan rumah untuk Nation Clash ni. Jadi, saya nampak suasana kat sini sangat-sangat meriah. Dia punya semangat tu boleh rasai daripada pemain daripada Malaysia, daripada fans daripada Malaysia. Jadi, saya rasa ini bukan sahaja tournament, tetapi pada saya ini merupakan satu momen di mana kita nak tunjukkan dekat dunia di mana HOK team dan HOK community di Malaysia sangat-sangat strong.
Wow. Well, he's saying that he's super proud and he feels so amazing and proud that Malaysia is hosting the very first Honor of Kings. So this to them is not just any tournament. This is for them to show and prove how strong Malaysia is. And they all know that Malaysia is the strongest out of everybody. Everybody just wants to talk, but later on, they will see how Malaysia really is. Now, what do you have to say? Because you guys have a really good reputation. You're considered to be one of the most feared nation across the globe. What are the chances, do you think, that the other nations will take down your reputation and go ahead of Malaysia?
Sejujurnya kita tahu yang tim daripada Malaysia sangat-sangat strong. Okay? Jadi kita ada skill, kita ada teamwork dan juga kita ada semangat. Jadi saya rasa of course nation-nation lain akan fight together dengan kita, tapi bukan mudah untuk diorang ambil position kita.
Malaysia has the skill and everything else to back it up. Everybody wants to bring Malaysia down, and a lot of people want to talk before the game. But later on, he's going to wonder who else is going to be talking after they show you what they've got. Now, our ambassadors, thank you so much. No matter what happens, we bring the pride of our nation.
Let's go!
Our ambassadors have spoken, and it's now time to see our teams back it up. And now we're gonna head to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Hello and welcome to the first Kings Nations Clash, and we have a great one. We have 3 champions from their respective regions, plus we have 3 teams that were voted in by you, the viewers at home. My name is Holler. With me to my right is going to be representing Malaysia, the MKL. It will be Sagi, and to my left, the first time on the English broadcast, it will be representing the Philippines or the PKL. It will be Chantel. How you doing today?
I'm really happy to be here. Just imagine, guys, we're just having our breakfast at KWC, and now we're working together. I'm just really excited to see the teams And I'm honored to be here with you guys. Thank you for the welcome.
We're happy to have you on board, of course. We were doing a little manifesting, but we're here, and I'm actually super excited about this one. But Sagi, we're going to see some crazy teams going into this one. But first, walk me through the format here.
All right, simple enough. Our format consists of 6 teams, 3 teams each from all the champion region of the IKL, MKL, and PKL. And then, through the in-game voting system, you got your 3 most voted teams simultaneously from those 3 regions. That's composed of those 6 teams for this tournament.
And you know what? What's crazy about the tournament format? It's the first time that we will have this type of tournament, and I think for most cases, people are like really excited to see how people will or how teams will play. Because you have to strategize how you will fare against other teams.
Yeah, you're definitely helping each other out within the nation. And of course, the prize pool is going to be 40,000 USD. The first place will be shared by those, of course, both of those teams in the nation, 20,000. Second place is going to be 12,000. And third place will be 8,000 USD.
It's a collaborative effort as we speak, right? You're playing for the nation, you're playing for your regional pride from your IKL, PKL, MKL representatives. So in the end, 20,000 as the first place, you split it equally between you and your teammates.
And that's all about the strategy, ensuring that your team is in the best situation to have a chance at that one. But again, I'm here as a neutral party, making sure that you two don't fight more than anything else.
Take note, by the way, I think we have a game today that we'll have a matchup between a Malaysian team and a Filipino team, so don't talk about it.
We're going to have that one in the first one, but let's walk through the schedule today. The first one's going to be HomeBois x Blacklist Esports. They're going to be going up against a Bigetron by Vitality. Alpha Gaming will be going up against Alter Ego in the second match. And of course, the third one, HomeBois slash BX Blacklist Esports. They're going to be going up against Blacklist Internationals. Please put the fist down, guys.
Later. We'll do that later.
We'll do that later.
Okay? But I'm just really looking forward to see the first match today because again, this is Malaysia versus Indonesia, and I think there was an interview wherein they mentioned that they're really looking forward to face each other in this tournament.
Actually, this is a great opportunity, right? Not only do you get that intel, you're going against some of the best. Of course, they're all champions here going into this one. Obviously, if it's not, they're going to be voted in, which is going to be helpful for those guys to really take some of those lessons and learn from these experiences.
Like, coming into this series alone, right? Like, just like what Holler mentioned, you have HomeBois x Blacklist Esports going up against Bigetron by Vitality. They had similar storyline going into this year, whereby HomeBois Blacklist Esports, they didn't really have a very good year coming into the spring and also KWC. But coming into fall, similar to Bigetron by Vitality, that's where they started to blossom, getting that fall champion and going into a prestigious event like the Kings Nation Clash. They are representing not just only their region, but the strongest force coming in from their country.
Yeah, that's true. And what's really nice is that these teams had ample time to actually prepare for this because right after their own respective tournaments, we go straight to KNC. So this is a way to alleviate the strategy or maybe the playstyle of each region because we all know that we have to be on par on other regions as well.
Okay, and let's talk a little bit about the official gaming phone of Nations Clash. It's going to be, we would need to give a shout out to our Realme 15 Pro gaming pick. Realme 15 Series, Realme 15 Pro features segment best chipset, industry largest VC cooling system, and segment largest battery. Born for champions, forged for victory. Gaming pick Realme 15 Series.
It's an amazing phone, right? We had like all the representatives coming in from all these regions. They use the same phone, and so far, it's been heck of a blast actually piloting on a phone that allows you to have decent cooling, decent FPS, and maximizing that gameplay is what we're looking for in the phone.
If this one goes missing, don't look at me.
All right, well, it's definitely not going to be, and it's actually leaning more towards your side, so I do not want to be in charge. I don't want to get in trouble for that one. So it's still going to be there. I'm going to have to check it after every match, making sure that it is there. But of course, if you are at home, go to esportsawards.com/vote. And of course, vote for Honor of Kings as the Esports Game of the Year, Mobile Esports Game of the Year. It's up for 2. If they were to win that one, I think there would be quite a lot of bragging rights on this one.
Bragging rights, free skins, free goodies, you name it all. That is where HOK comes in, and that's where we all collect our goodies if we do win that award.
And also what's really nice is that, aside from the Nations Clash, we have lots of tournaments coming in. So this is a huge preparation for the teams, and who knows, maybe there's a region that will be on top after everything here.
Yeah.
What do you think will...
I mean, we're going to have to find out. I think that there's going to be a lot of stake. And right now, you need to be home. You need to be voting for that one. I think it's going to be super key going into that one. But let's talk a little bit about the first matchup of the day. But before we do, follow us, give us a quick shout out on any sorts of esports updates or rewards that you're looking for. All you need to do is follow us at HOK Esports.
And talking about followers, right, you get like what? Skins, limited tokens, and also these free goodies. So do drop us a follow and then redeem those codes in that CD key option. That's where you get all the goodies that we're talking about.
And aside from this, you can also go here at our venue because we have lots of rewards for you. So we're at the Kill City Mall. So if you're near around the area, you can come join us here.
Yeah, it's of course Kuala Lumpur. It's going to Quill City Mall, and then you have a chance at winning prizes. I think I saw a phone on that prize list. There was a lot of goodies. People are in cosplay. There's a lot of energy that's being spread throughout, and dare I say, this is the place to be.
And this is the place to be. You're talking about free phone. You're talking about the autographs coming in from the KPL players, the star rosters themselves. You're also talking about keychains and all these free goodies. But before we go into the exact matchup, let's go into a video to really check out the entire tournament.
Why are you here?
In here, okay? No one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country in the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top. Always.
What makes your nation stronger?
We have our flag in our chest. And this makes us stronger.
Of course, in Malaysia, man, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia, boy!
Who do you think will win Nation Clash?
You ask a very good question.
Of course, Malaysia.
Serious? Come on, bro. Of course.
You see this? Yeah.
I think we're gonna win.
Now our team is underdog and no one see us, no one smell us. And when they see and smell us, it's already too late.
Because Bigetron is very aggressive, rotations don't even matter. We're gonna everywhere.
Aggression? Cute leh. Because Malaysia, we got discipline. They call us the comeback king. Ultimate battle, it's nothing new, bro. We always do it all the time.
We play the game how it's supposed to be played.
We different level. We level so high.
Ah, so boring. Come on.
So high. So high.
Winning is not just part of the game. It's a style.
My team is handsomer than yours.
Indonesian smile is the best, bro. You want some proof? You see this?
Why is everyone talking about the game? No one's talking about the food. You can't call yourself the greatest nation without the greatest food.
Huh? You really ask me that question, ma? Of course, Indonesia food is the best, lah. Huh? Our Malaysian food is better because we got nasi lemak, roti canai.
Come on, bro. Nasi lemak. Got one word for you. Playboy. You bring the spice. Again.
Char kway teow, rojak. Indonesian food, the best, bro. We have Indomie. All the food is very good. Indonesian rendang is the best, bro.
Have you even tried sinigang, adobo? It's S tier, bro.
Adobo? Nice, man.
Filipino food is the best.
Make me! Our Malaysia is better!
Wait.
You are just better.
Now, Chantel, I'm representing the MKL and Malaysia, and bear you in mind, this is Quill City Mall in Malaysia. I gotta tell you, we have better food.
Oh, I would have to disagree. I remember talking to you the other day and you were mentioning like inasal and other foods, sinigang even.
Guys,
so I'm not
simmer
sure about
down.
that. I'm not sure about that.
Simmer down. There's a reason why they put me right in between you guys, because I thought that you guys would throw some fists and throughout. But I do think that the right way to challenge who is actually the best nation is by the food. I think that that is a great one to look into because, again, there's so many different good foods out there, but which one really is the best between you two? Go.
I'll fight for sinigang.
Oh, you fight for
Or
sinigang?
adobo. Sinigang and adobo. We have lots of great foods though.
I would fight for char kway teow, but we keep this solely in the gorge for honor of kings here. So for us, it's definitely about the teams today. So let's pass it to the teams and let's see who is on the gorge for today.
First, entering the arena, The homegrown heroes who dominated MKL fall season, they swept their opponents 4-0 to claim the title of Malaysia's best. Give it up for the kings of precision and composure, HomeBois and Black Shrew Esports. And facing them, a titan from Indonesia, a team forged through adversity and crowned as the IKL Fall Champions. Make some noise for Bigetron Esports! And let's call the coaches to the stage. The strategist and the one who plans every move to guide their teams to victory. HomeBois Black Shrew Esports versus Bigetron Esports, the champion of Malaysia up against the champions of Indonesia. This is the first champions clash between nations. Casters, lead the gorge.
All right, and we're going to go into the team lineup. This is going to be the first one to start things off. It's going to be HomeBois x Black Shrew Esports here.
And talking about this roster, they had a phenomenal run during the MKL Spring 2025 and also the MKL Fall 2025 playoffs, where they beat 4-0 against none other than Nova Esports here. Representing the farm lane, we have Vivi, Musang King, Guiyu, Zihong, and also this team has been on a roll.
Absolutely on a roll. I did not expect them to 4-0 against another Titan that is Nova Esports. They were actually, dare I say, it was kind of personal in that series, and they really took it to them in the end.
And for you to be able to win a championship at 4-0, that's already a statement as to why I think for most teams playing in the Nations Clash, they are really looking forward to play up against HomeBois x Black Shrew Esports. And yeah, that's it.
All right, but let's take a look at the next lineup, and it's going to be, of course, Bigetron by Vitality here.
And for Bigetron by Vitality, they had a run during IKL. They were at the lower bracket, but at the same time, they won against Kagendra 4-3 during the grand final. So that's a pretty long run for them during IKL. And kind of say that for this team, they're known to be methodical, could be aggressive at times, but we have Zanku, one of the star players of the team, arguably one of the best junglers in the CA region. So I think for Bigetron by Vitality, it's going to be a tall order to be up against HomeBois.
I mean, they had the dream run. I think we've seen this time and time again from the IKL. They love to go from the lower bracket. Kagendra did it last time in the spring, but let's walk me through the head-to-head here.
Okay, head-to-head, these stats are directly from their own respective regions, whereby in the IKL, we are seeing more fights and more average games as well. So for Black Shrew Esports, their win rate is generally higher compared to Bigetron by Vitality. And bear in mind, all these tournaments, I do want to point out one thing coming in for these two teams, whereby they have the exact same storyline. Not the best of spring. Going into KWC, top 8 finish coming in for Bigetron by Vitality, and then you see KWC for HBSC, not the best run, but when fall kicks in, that's where these teams start to ramp in, and that's where they start to show up big in those tournaments.
Yeah, and showing up big, the only time is the most important is, of course, going to be the playoffs. And there's a reason why we've seen 3 brand new champions in their respective leagues, because all of the teams have finally hit that mark, and now it's kind of scary now.
Yeah, and the thing is that we also had changes with the current meta that we have. We had a patch also. So I think for both HomeBois and Bigetron by Vitality, the thing that they need to change or probably adjust to each other is how they really play, or if they will play according to their play style, or they will play the game of the other team. Because I think for most cases, for most teams participating in a KNC, they're known to be on the aggressive side, but at the same time, juggling between macro and micro.
And you talk about macro and micro, and how do you not involve 2 of the best junglers in the global scene right now? The head-to-head is featuring HBSC's Musang King and also Bigetron by Vitality Zanku in this head-to-head. I gotta say, so far in the global scene, these 2 junglers have been having it at the best, with the playstyles revolving around them with the team.
I think earlier this year, you saw a lot of the junglers that were like the tanky frontliner, like the Augur and the Dune and that style, but everything has shifted. The meta is all about having those assassin-style junglers, and you're seeing 2 of the best right in front of you, Musang King and, of course, Donkey here.
And that's what's really interesting because since we've had a lot of changes with the current heroes that we can use for the junglers, the question is that will the teams prioritize the heroes early on the assassin side, or they will shift into the more tankier heroes later on?
Yeah, but if we're looking at this one, it's like if you're going against, especially in the draft against Bigetron by Vitality, how do you ban any sort of hero from Sankyu? He plays literally every single jungler at the top, highest tier.
That goes to one question as well, right? Same goes for Musang King. He plays all these junglers to a top priority. So it goes down to the basics. The team plays for the jungle. Simultaneously, the jungle funnel backs to the team. In the end, it comes down to a 5-man roster, 5-man gameplay, whereby how these teams play around that early game jungle priority into those big team fights. That's what makes a team so good in the international scene.
I think this is where Bigetron by Vitality will have a disadvantage because I think their plays that heavily relies on Zankyo, like literally everything relies on him. So if HomeBois is able to stop that progression for Zankyo, that is going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a problem. I mean, I think all the teams have been trying to limit what both of these junglers bring to the table. Both of them are very high flying. I think that we've seen from the HB Blackshrew Esports side has been more of Guyu kind of just really stepping up, finding his mold, coming in from dominated esports, and just basically making a name for himself, especially since he's only, what, 17?
That's a very young age, and that's why you see on the internet, on all the IKL stream, they say one thing, Pulangkan Guiyu kami. That means return our Guiyu to the IKL. But he's from the MKL, and he's Malaysian. That's why we are retaining him in home soil and with HBSC.
Now, you know what, since we're playing a best of fives, technically I'm new to the game, and for PKL we have a best of threes normally.
Yeah.
So is there going to be a shift, let's say, for the prioritization of heroes, probably on what they will use on game number 1, game number 3, and so on?
So I think this goes back to the meta that we saw back in the grand finals, where we've been seeing more Yang Jian Dolier combination ever since the rework of the Yang Jian. With the Heaven and Earth form, you are starting to be this indestructible frontline. You can go for the full tank build with the Yang Jian, tons of healing, tons of sustain, or you can go for that semi-tank build with the Axe of Torment into the Pure Sky, where it gives you so much damage in these team fights.
I think the biggest thing about these teams is that they're they don't play like the best composition throughout. I mean, best of 5, you have to kind of go the distance. Yes, it's not as long as like a best of 7, but it's still key that you have priority picks, especially when it comes to those game 4s and 5s here.
By the way, we're still implementing global bans and picks. That's why we're mentioning about the strategizing of the teams in terms of the draft. So here we go. Blue side is going to be HomeBois, and the red side is a Bigetron by Vitality. So really looking forward as to how the teams will draft against each other. I'm not just sure if they will focus on prioritizing the jungle heroes, since we've mentioned a lot about them during the draft. So but we see banned heroes already.
Yeah, bans are being focused on towards the heroes that we talk about. Dharma on the side of HBSC, including that Yang Jian as well. So 2 of these, Clash Lane and also a Jungle Flex, has been removed from the pool here. But HBSC, they do put the priority towards Musang King, and it will be that Pei, that Temple Jungle locked in for the side of MSK.
Yeah, normally I'm not a huge fan of having your jungler pick first, but Pei is basically, they're trying to send a message, right? They want to go early game, they want to just like dictate the pace of how this game is going to go, really set the tone, right? If you take a game 1 and you demoralize them, it does more than just win the game. It's like a mental psyche, a break.
Yeah, and basically Pei is a priority pick actually. So you won, and Ao Yin for BDR. So I think for this, for Indonesian teams, I think for most cases also, they really prioritize whatever U1 is available. And the thing is that it's really a flex of a hero. So we'll see how it goes for BDR.
It's a very good point, right? Whereby we have Yu Huan being able to go towards the roam, go towards the mid, and if you ever need to, you can still flex it towards the jungle side. So it's all-rounded pick that we talk about.
I mean, it can be almost in every sort of role, right? The Yuhan just provides so much. It was actually the most picked in the IKL fall. Plus, Bigetron by Vitality are 10 and 3 on this hero.
Oh, wow.
They're absolute beasts.
That's a large number for Bigetron. So it's more of them prioritizing a meta hero, and at the same time, getting that momentum as much as possible early as game number 1. So I was kind of thinking for BTR, they want to go for the sustain type of hero, so it's going to be Ogran for them as their 3rd pick.
And it's a very smart pick coming in from Bigetron by Vitality, whereby you have the Ogren to really match that early tempo that's being set up by Musang King on that Pei here. So you're going into the 2nd phase of the draft yes, still with the Yuhuan, so that forces HBSC. Do you ban out the Dolia in this second phase?
So it's kind of interesting that they would pick the Augurin here, because some teams actually look at the Pei as a counter to it, because they're like, okay, well, let's play with tempo, let's just try to take away the enemy jungle as quickly as possible. But Bigetron are like, hey, trust in ZanQ, he's gonna find that farm.
Probably for BTR here, they want to focus more on having ZanQ on the easier route in terms of jungling, because they want to funnel on him as much as possible, and they have the right kit with this damage from the Aoyin. So with the Zhangfei, I gotta say for HomeBois, they need more damage for their mid lane as much as possible just to be able to cope up with the sustain that Bigetron has.
I mean, if you're looking at the rest of the lineup from HBSC, is that, I mean, the Pei and the Lady Soon basically are just damage dealers. You have the Zhangfei, Jay, who's going to pilot that hero to the maximum there, and just providing that kind of crowd control, slow things down more than anything else, and protect the back line.
Protect the backline, you have double marksman mentioned by Holler. On the side of HBSC, you have the Pei, you have the Lady Soon. So in terms of damage, sufficient, maybe you can add in one of these utility mages towards the mid lane on the hands of Zihong. Really go for those early funnels, early silent attempts. Give more farm to Lady Soon on Vivi, give more farm to Pei on that Musang King.
I like it how all of the advice that you're giving, it only helps the Malaysian teams. Your bias is showing, my friend, Sagi.
All right, let me jump back to the Bigetron lineup.
Yeah. Or can they? I mean, I know the coaches are probably tuning in and they're like, Sagi is feeding us great information. We need to pick it all up.
All right, let's head back to Bigetron as well. So in terms of Bigetron, I am loving the Nuwa pickup as well. So this Nuwa pickup does secure them a much more better late game, and also simultaneously removes the counter away from the Aoyin, or otherwise known as Long, away from that mid pool.
And also Nuwa is a scaling hero, so in terms of transitioning from a mid to late game, there's already a safety for Bigetron. So I was kind of thinking, okay, fast tracked by HomeBois. I think they predict that it's going to be Nuwa and other heroes for Bigetron here. So it's going to be Garuda and even Fatih for this.
And Garuda has only been released to the pool, I think, what, 2 days ago? And right now, they're debuting this pick in the global scene right now. They are ready, and they are ready to go out with a bang.
With a bang or with a crash, we're going to have to find out. Most times, especially when the Flowborn first came out, everybody's like, okay, we're going to continue to play this. The tank was really underwhelming. It's because it didn't seem like they had enough reps to really play this hero. Is HBSC going to be ready with this Garuda pick? We're going to have to find out here.
It's very interesting, boy, whereby Garuda, his role in towards the mid lane is more towards the utility side. You get that first push, and then you start harassing the jungle. You start harassing the side lane. That's how you really play the Garuda. And then in towards the mid game, in towards the late game, that's where the Garuda priority shows up. Your range with that ultimate really zones out the likes of that Aoyin.
Well, here we go. This is going to be the draft going into this one. Best of 5, first series of the day. HBSC going up against Bigetron by Vitality. Chantel, you see the draft, you know the heroes that have been picked, but who are you giving the edge to in this first pivotal game?
I think for this one, just for the sake of having a new hero being played here for HomeBois, since we don't really have that much of information about it, it's going to be HomeBois for me. Okay. But for Bigetron, it's more about the comfortability in this game.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we're going to have to find out. But Sagi, your thoughts on the drafts alone?
Drafts alone wise, it will be interesting coming in from both of these two teams. I do believe the focus, yes, it will be on both Musang King and ZanQ, but take a look at the Clash lane picks, Guiyu and also Tubbs. They're picking up all these heavy playmakers, the Fatih, the Mayin, on towards that Clash lane.
Yeah, a lot of potential for that damage and that burst. Something that they need to be careful from. Bigetron right now doing a great job. Looks like they're going to steal away the Azure, setting the tone of this game here.
What's really nice actually for Bigetron is that they're really roaming around the jungle area of HomeBois as much as possible, just to have the information as to where the players will be. So let's expect that for the majority of the early game for both teams, it will be just them doing a vibe check as to where the junglers will be as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, start slow. You don't need to do much. But I mean, Bigetron by Vitality, being able to make those plays, invading the enemy jungle, puts more pressure on Musang King. He wants to be the one invading. He wants to be the one taking away from the enemy jungle.
That comes in for the playstyle coming in from two junglers here. You control the jungle, you control the neutral resources. That's how you build a lead here, as we see towards the farm lane here. More pokes here on towards Vivi here, as he's going dangerously low.
Oh, wow.
Same for Zan as well. Zan has to force out that flash.
Yeah, has to force that one out. Flashing just to be alive. He wasn't level 4 as well, something to take note of. And it looks like Vivi putting the pressure on. And this is how HBSC are just so good, is because they are very aggressive early.
Yeah, and since the flash has already been used by Zan, there's a potential for HomeBois to actually rotate on his lane as much as possible early this game. So I think for BTR here, what's really nice is that they're just continuously rotating and farming or giving space for Zanku for this match. And HomeBois, as much as possible, we want to see that rotation from VV's line as early as now.
And Zanku, talking about your point, he's coming into this jungle aggressively, does steal away the Wild Boar into the hands of Bigetron by himself here. That does set up a good tempo here for this jungler by the side of IKL's champ.
Yeah, and Zanku there just being able to just kind of wait in the rushes and getting that vision to go for those steal because he had a level advantage. He's actually out farming Musang King, which is a little disconcerting, especially we're not even at the 3-minute mark here.
Yeah, and it's an Ologram, and we know the potential of an Ologram with the items, and if has the snowball potential.
Ooh,
so
flash.
a lot of rotation coming in at the bottom lane. So still slow start for both teams, probably because they're waiting for that perfect opportunity to go for a flank or probably a dive on other lanes.
I mean, it's not a full-on commitment. Yes, you want to be kind of making those rotations, looking to convert into some sort of kills. Still very early. Both of these teams playing cagey. It's a feeling out process, especially early.
And talk about all these parts, right? You're starting to see all these common spells being created by these teams, right? So the whole had to force away that flash here. So all these are starting to look a bit of an advantage coming in from Bigetron by Vitality going into that 4th minute mark when we talk about Tyrant being such an important resource at that 4th minute.
It's going to be key. It's going to be up in about 20 seconds, and it looks like Bigetron at least making their way around to kind of push things out, fortify the area more than anything else. Musang King has scouted this out, but let's check out the top lane. It's been largely quiet. Guyu and Topps going at it.
Probably it's going to be them on their lane for the longest time in this game. So we see now an objective. Oh, first blood! Just when we said that this is not going to be an interaction at the top lane. So being taken here by
the
Bigetron.
steal attempt is going to go in, and it looks like Zanku will take that one away, and it looks like that's going to be the first big neutral taken, at least by Bigetron here.
Almost close from HomeBois at that time. I think for Bigetron, it's just them playing really fast on this game. They were there at the area of the Tyrant even before HomeBois was there.
I think it also comes into a point whereby the first blood did happen all towards the clash lane here. So if you are HBSC, you are one man down in those exchanges here. It doesn't put you into a comfortable position to go for that Tyrant pick.
Yeah, that's true, because we all know that for clash lanes as much as possible, you want to be part of the initiation. Could mainly be a pseudo initiator for their team, or probably the one that could kill a potential player from the other team.
Yeah, it's all about just setting the tone, right? In that top lane, it's about getting that win. I mean, Clash laners are stuck on an island. You know, Tuff's got the better of them on this one. But leading it up to it, you had a man advantage. You were able to take that Tyrant because of that.
That is the point and pressure which we talk about Clash laners, right? Whereby you're this playmaker that provides so much flank pressure towards the backline. This is why we say that junglers are the anchor towards the early game, and Clash laners are the miracle, are the playmakers going into that late game.
And I think also, as to why Bigetron by Vitality was able to secure that Tyrant really fast, is that there was a gap already in terms of level with the junglers. So I think for most parts of the early game, it was actually Bigetron by Vitality winning that laning phase, and at the same time having more vision against HomeBois. So it's something that HomeBois should really look forward to coming into the game if we resume.
Yeah. I think, to be honest, if Rookie Cast were on the stream right now, I think he would be rubbing it in right now to Usagi and being like, first blood, take away the Tyrant, what else can you do? You gotta be feeling bad. A little awkward right now considering it's only, 4 minutes into the game?
First they tell me that Indonesian food is better, now they got first blood over MKL.
It's getting
so
personal
that's definitely gonna be a bit salty on towards my end, but it's HBSC. You know, it's a roller coaster ride. I've seen their worst, I've seen their best, so it's just another day for me.
And I think also for HBSC, the thing is that they're known to be a team that is good in late game decision making, so we can't really tell whether Bigetron by Vitality is winning the early game, because we all know that there is a lot of chances for the other team to go for a comeback, even though the other one is on the lead early game.
Actually, that's the biggest thing about HBSE is that the early games, they might give up a first blood, maybe two or three kills, but they have ways to come back. I think that their mid game is actually very good, and that's when they kind of put the pedal to the metal, so to speak.
pedal to the metal, the way they execute it, it does come into the form of their superior map control and how they play around objectives here. We're not just talking about Tyrant and Overlord, we're talking about how they play fights around the buffs and around the towers. That really sets the tone of the team to push in for those big leads.
Yeah, I would agree because all these players are individually, mechanically skilled, right? And for you to be able to go for a clutch in a team fight, that's where HBSE will come in. So as long as for Bigetron by Vitality is able to, as much as possible, sustain that lead that they have, it's not that huge of a lead though. It's just
yeah. Actually, it
six
took
of
that much just to equalize. That's how much HBSE was able to kind of use that early game, get themselves a bit of a spike, and right now it's really neck and neck.
Yeah, neck and neck in terms of the scoreline here, but it is a first blood in the leads coming in from Bigetron by Vitality. Here you can see Zankyu already going in for those early game jungle invades, already securing that Azure Golem away from the hands of Musang King.
He knows the timer. He's going to be aggressive every single time. HBSC need to do a better job of responding. They need numbers because right now Musang King, without that blue buff, it's just going to slow him down a bit.
And speaking of responding, I think for HBSE, the way to respond is not by reacting on BTR's play, but rather doing their own thing against them. Because I think for most parts of this, they're just reacting as to where BTR will be around the map. If one's at the bottom lane, then we'll also go there. So for HBSC, as much as possible, they need to capitalize on having space for Musang King most parts.
And this is why Bigetron have done a great job, right? They understand what is at stake, not letting him go. And Tuff's taking a decent amount of damage. He's going to be backing off, but look at how they're grouping up. Whenever they're sort of making a play, they have numbers.
They do indeed force away that flash coming in from Tufts, but that flash does in exchange though towards the bottom side as the dive does come through, but Zan does have that unbridled outburst to be defending with. He can really just slowly kite this down, but this tier 1 goes in favor of HBSC.
Yeah, and the umbrella outburst is not going to hit, but it was just kind of zoned away. He's going to be pushed back. Zan, that is, and was not able to take it down a tower here, but Guyu taking a decent amount. Ooh. He gets sliced and diced, and he's going to be killed by Zankyu.
Okay, there was a trade on that part. So HBSE was able to take down the trade out of the bottom lane, but take note that there was a kill at the top lane. So it's a good trade for both teams actually, but I gotta say for HBSE, they had the upper hand because it is them limiting the vicinity, or let's say the area of a BDR.
And this goes to a big favor coming in from Bigetron, right? Whereby you get the kill towards the top lane on towards Guiyu here. And then you get another tower plus the Azure Golem coming in from HBSC's base. And right now, you're forcing them away from this bottom river and that mid wave.
Yeah, that Wings of Judgment. This is going to be the new hero, Garuda, right there. Just zoning more than anything else. But now he needs to be careful. Zankyu was potentially going in, just not strong enough. Doesn't want to risk it.
Just look at the position of HBSE while forming against
the umbrella
BDR.
offers finding Neil. It's going to go for the pick-off on that one. Zankyu looking to turn this around. Decides to go on to Guyu. Finds VV, gets the execution, takes him down. Jay just trying to keep him alive. He's going to be killed as well. And Zankyu with a double.
Big team fight here coming in from the IKL champs here. They do trade off Neil in that exchange, but they get back-to-back 2 kills here and more superior map pressure, thanking Zankyu on those attempts.
I mean, but trading away Neil.
Splendid positioning by Zankyu and the rest of BTR, and I think for HBSE, they weren't really looking forward for a team fight. They weren't prepared during that position. So 4-1 for this game, and there's already a lead for BTR in terms of gold. So again, the story here is for BTR, they just need to sustain as much as possible the gold lead that they have and limit the potential of Musang King all throughout the game, which they are doing efficiently actually, because they were able to take down another tower at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and BTR right now, it looks like their objective is about those kills, turning those kills into some sort of objectives. HBSC are looking to just play the macro game, taking whatever towers are available, which happens to only be the bottom team 1 at this stage.
Very clean stuff thus far coming in from Bigetron. They're controlling the jungle into such a well-farmed pace here, and Guiyu has to burn away the flash once again. Jungle is still in control from Musang King here, but that is still priority taken over by BTR in this map movement.
I kind of feel like for HBSE, they're also caught off guard every time Bigetron is going to their areas, so there's no initiative yet on moving or having as much as possible a breather on their side. It's just that for Musang King is on the sides, yes, but in terms of team fights, it's always a BTR on the upper hand. So we see another objective taking for BTR on this game, and there's no contest from HomeBois.
Yeah, no contest at this point. BTR doing a great job of just kind of considering the map control that they have, taking advantage of it. It's only 1K, but HBSC, more than anything else, are just fighting for scraps.
My focus for the next few minutes will be coming in for that Shadow Tyrant here. Once the Shadow objective starts to spawn, that's where big team fights start to happen here. But Vivi here, dangerously low here, doesn't get caught out by the Annihilation here as the fight does break through. We do see the first tower in the mid lane go in favor of BTR. BTR is in so much control.
Slow and steady, just slowly siege. Nothing was at risk. They took the mid T1 essentially for free.
But while that was happening, there was an initiative for Musang King to clear the minion wave at the top lane. So I think that is where, as to why the lead isn't that huge for BTR on this game. But the good thing is that for BTR, they're consistently limiting the resources of HBSE. And since the middle lane is already destroyed for HBSE, I think for them it will be hard to go for a counter attack later on if BTR wants to initiate against them.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for them. And I think that HBSE know this, right? They need to understand that, hey, actually net worth-wise, I mean, it seems pretty close here, but Musang King has not hit that critical mass with that items. He's going to need a little bit more time.
A little bit more time, but how much time can you realistically have when we are approaching those Shadow variants here? We're talking about Shadow Overlord that gives you superior map control. We're talking about Shadow Tyrant that gives you so much more teamfight control, and that is where the timer hits. The opening of the fight will start now.
Yeah, the Wings of Judgment doing a decent amount of work on the ZanQ. He's been very low, tenderized if you will, but with that Shadow Tyrant, I don't think he can recall back just yet.
I kind of feel it for HBSE. They might want to go for the contest as much as possible since
the Unbridled
ZanQ is
Outburst.
almost...
Infinite Vastness has been used as well as the Unending Sorrow. All of them have been pushed away. Jay with a nice ult, but it doesn't look like they're going to turn anything on. VV getting gone on. Neil gets that pick off, finding Jihong a little bit on the low end as well, but now they're continuing on, but ZanQ gets shut down. Guyu is going to get credit for this one, but now Tufts, it wants to get the revenge one. No, it looks like the call to retreat has been made.
Still a 4v4 up front coming in from both of these two teams here as health bars are blinking low here. I think the next focus coming in for all two teams will be to recuperate, regenerate your health, and look again for that river control.
Definitely, they have to regroup coming to the next objectives that they will get. But I kind of feel like for that one, ZanQ just got all the damage against the HBSE as to why he was taken down. So it's something that BTR has to take note of for the next couple of minutes, because we could see right now the damage coming in from HBSE.
Here we go. The Wings of Judgment used once again with the Umbrella Outburst, the 1-2 combination, but Guyu getting a little bit low.
Tufts.
He's getting slowly whittled down. The Annihilation is going to be on, but it's actually not going to be enough. Musang King takes the first Shadow Tyrant.
Very clean stuff coming in from the side of HBSE here. They lose no members. They force out Tufts in those exchanges, and then they take that Shadow Tyrant without losing any single member. And right now, the goalie has swung in favor of HBSE. The representatives coming in from IKL.
Just when we've mentioned that the strength of HBSE is all about transitioning from mid to late game regardless of the lead. And we can see right now the position of the teams.
Ormston getting gone on here. Guyu finds him on the flank, just caught left wanting. They take the Overlord, ZanQ that is. He gets the steal. He looks like he's trying to get on his way on out, but ZanQ has to use the Blood Rage. But VV gets picked off. Zan with the snipe. He's going to get on his dragon. He should get back to safety.
Clean stuff here, but the re-engage does come through coming in from Zan. Zan comes out with the ultimate here.
No, finding Musang King very low. Musang King gets the pick off and decides to trade.
He's alive!
Musang King somehow stays alive, gets the double, and they're going to take the top T2 as well.
Superior micro here coming in from Musang King in those exchanges here. We were seeing this jungler coming in from the Malaysia representative being cornered, being pushed around, but in the end, with the superior outplay, he makes it out alive with 2 kills on the board.
Yeah, what an outplay by Musang King. I think for BDR, they weren't prepared for that damage. They all thought that they were able to take down Musang King, but it was the other way around. So right now, HBSE is on the lead at 2.5k in terms of gold. They already have the items to take to that Musang King, despite the
Musang King makes another pick off, finding Neil. And now ZanQ is a little bit low, needs to be careful. He's going to be focused in yet again. The Blood Rage just keeping him barely alive at this stage, but HBSE, they don't care where you are in the enemy jungle. They don't care the fact that they haven't taken the mid T1. They will will be aggressive.
Musang King is on fire. Take note that he is currently at 302 despite the gap earlier in terms of levels. It's just HBSE taking control of the game. Now we're currently tied at 6-6 and a lead in terms of gold for the team.
This is where the HBSC style kicks in. We talk about maybe doing those laning phase, they do drop those certain kills, but this is where it comes through. They come back through objectives, through the team fights, through the micro skills here, and you can see the superior jungle control here, putting Zankyu behind.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. He will get back, and now they're going on the flank here. Tux was trying to make a play, but Zan turns around, has to get back on that dragon. Yet again, HBSC have been able to weather the storm, survive, and actually counterpunch.
Immense damage coming in from HBSE. Even Zankyu isn't able to be upfront for the team. When we've mentioned that the Ogran is meant to be more on the sustain side, so this is going to be detrimental for BTR if we are to stretch another team fight for them. So we have the Tome of Wisdom already for Niel, so expect more damage coming in from Manua, but for HBSE, the continuous damage per second, it's what's giving a BTR a hard time.
And talking about a hard time here, we do see Ziho hunting down Zankyu with those feathers.
Oh, completely focused. The Blood Rage just pushing back the Conductor of Souls, completely whiffing. He's going to be caught out. Musang King making him pay. And Guyu solo. He's going to be trying to get gone on by Tough. Does end up getting the pick off, so they do trade away.
The 1-for-1 exchange thus far against the side of both teams here, but 18 seconds on the clock here. Without Zankyu coming in this death timer, this Shadow Tyrant might just be in favor of the side of HBSC.
But we also have to consider that for BTR, they still have the mid lane tower, so this is an edge for them, which is a great thing actually, but because at least for most objectives that they can get, they still have that control over that. But for HBSE, since they have the items already, Musang King is already at level 15, expect more dives from the team for the next couple of team fights that we have. So we have Ormsland
they're going in the
front.
Wings of Judgment, just pushing them away. The Tyrant is going to be picked up already. Jay had the smite, so something to take note of. But Zankyu starting off 3-0-0. Right now, he's 3-2-1. Not great for him.
Yeah, not the best of a mid game here coming in for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. HBSC does find those markers here. It was a 1-2,000 goalie coming in from BTR, but in the end, with the superior map control, with the superior team fighting, and then Musang King on those outplays, it does put back HBSC into the lead. Right now, they are in the driver's seat with a 2,000 goalie.
And also if we compare the mid lane heroes that we both have for HBSE and BTR, I think it's a lot easier for HBSE to use all those skills as early as possible.
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst finding Ormson. He's already used this ult. He's in a bad spot. The Infinite Bastions will keep Zan alive, but Ormson is not as lucky. He's got nowhere else to go. Zankyu now getting focused down. The Wings of Judgment doing so much damage. This is a new hero. Very scary. Zankyu so low, and Guyu was looking for that potential play, but Tuff turns it around, gets the pick up on Guyu, but he trades his life away.
2-for-2 exchange in the Gorge right now for both of these two teams. For BTR, they sacrifice Tuff, they sacrifice Ormson. On the side of HBSC, they take much more of the L here. Losing out both of their side lanes here does put them into much more of a reactive side.
But it is really evident for HBSE that they're really taking control of the map.
Damage.
Even Yell forced to use that flash. So HBSE, again, their strength is the mid game. They're just showing us that. And even Zankyu is forced to back away against the players of HBSE. So now for BTR, for them to win, they need that initiation as much as possible to be as successful as to how HBSE does it. But the other team doesn't really allow that.
Yeah, it doesn't really have much of that one. The Annihilation even used early in HBSC, this map control, the push all behind the backs of Musang King, who has a 2K net worth advantage over Zankyu, really taking the hurt to this Ogren.
But we need to keep a bit of focus here towards the whole as he might be caught out.
Caught out at this point. They make him pay. Yeah, he went golden, but it just wasn't enough. And now this could be a potential opening for BTR.
Yeah, definitely a potential opening for BTR because HBSE won't be able to capitalize on the battle.
Oh, you get picked up.
Another
Zan has
one.
started to do some damage. You got to be careful. Now with 2 members down, BTR with a huge window of opportunity.
As much as possible for BTR, they might want to get those towers as much as possible just to be on par against HBSE. So again, good kills from them. They got Guyu and even Jihong on this. So nice position, by the way, because they're now on the jungle area of HBSE.
And we look at the timer right now. It is 18 minutes on towards the clock here. We are slowly
out there. 3 members right on top of him. HBSC makes him pay for stepping out of position.
That's a player down for the side of HBSE, but still in terms of positioning, they're actually leaning towards BDR side. So there might be a push for them, probably an assassination at the bottom lane. Almost close, almost
That
close.
was very close. BV though on the backside, the emergence just kind of providing all that vision. They need to be a little bit careful. ZonQ does not want to give up his jungle. He's going to be focused on this one, but the Unbridled Outburst onto 2, gets the Stampede. That's going to be a little off the mark. Jade's in a bad spot, but he's a tanky boy. He's going to be fine. The Wings of Judgment right on top and finding, just barely missing out on ZonQ. The Unending Sorrow is going to be used as well, but HBSC on the disengage. No, ZonQ wants to continue fighting.
And look towards the top side here. While this skirmish was happening, the top side tier 3 has been in danger here. Map completely in favor coming in from the side of HBSC. With that superior map movement here, top, bottom tier 3s taken down. No more high grounds. High grounds do not respawn.
Definitely for HBSE, they are in control of this game. 5.3k gold lead up against BTR by Vitality. And even for the pay, Musang King isn't even taken down 405 for this, considering that he is up front for a majority of team fights. So BTR right now, as much as possible, they need a support system for ZonQ because ZonQ has been soaking all the damage from HBSE.
Yeah, are you talking like a support system after the game or during the game? But I think it's going to be key for both. But the Wings of Judgment is going to be finding Tufts trying to find that back line, but Musang King is there. He's going to definitely make Tufts pay for even trying to go on. But now Kuyu, he's in a bad spot. He is very low, trades his life away. Wasn't able to find out Neil, but here comes the King on the back, finding ZonQ, doing some serious work. Zon has to get on his dragon. He's going to be back in, but Musang King might be looking to go for that dive. ZonQ still up in front with that Winds of Judgment on point.
3 seconds, and we have the Tempest Dragon spawn on towards game 1 of this best of 5 series. Who would have imagined this game to go this far in just game number 1?
What a way to open the Nations Clash. Again, this is Malaysia versus Indonesia, and if we're looking at just by the position, still HBSE is on the upper hand. For BTR, they need that fine lining as much as possible to find a Jihong or even VV at the middle, because the formation of HBSE is pretty solid all throughout the game, as to why they're having a hard time to win those team fights.
Yeah, and HBSE right now, they probably need this Tempest Dragon to kind of get them over the hump to potentially end the game. Yes, the net worth lead is only about 5k. It's not much, but they still need help.
Well, take a look at the map right now, right? Top side, no inhibitor, no high ground coming in from BTR. So these minions will start ramping in and may form a potential backdoor appearance going into the series here. And then you look towards the front side here. Zihong with those Wings of Judgment here, poking down the back line here, coming in from the IKL representatives.
Yeah, that's true with the side lanes and the high grounds, because you always have to consider whether you will go for a team fight or clear the minion wave first. And because HBSE has that vision that someone's clearing that lane, then they will go definitely for an initiation.
No, Uppers finding them, pushing that back, but the Tempest Dragon hasn't been taken. And Jay with the spike gets it. Neil's on the backside, but Guyu finds him, gets that pick up. The Stampede is right on point. ZonQ is still up in front. They want to continue fighting, but Tufts is so low that BV gets picked off as well, so they're looking to trade.
And this fight goes such in favor for the side of HBSC as they are not done yet. Zihong using the Wings of Judgment here does get the resurrection out of ZonQ here. ZonQ in no man's land with the Destiny here. His Destiny will be sealed in this game 1.
Oh wow, you only have Zan to defend, but here's Musang King zoning him out, and I think that's it.
Yeah, Guyu there just understanding where the waves were and was able to just push that one out. We went to a nail biter. We didn't know if we were going to go to a Tempest Dragon game 1. But we got there.
And it came down to the 50-50 smite war coming in from both Ze, Musang King against ZonQ in that Tempest Dragon steal. And in the end, it went over to the side of HBSE, and that's where HBSE, utilizing the Tempest buff, utilizing the overall shield buff into that major team fight win, which resulted into the game 1 victory.
I think also the main storyline for that game is HBSE taking back the control in the game. They just needed that resources as much as possible to be on the upper hand against BTR by Vitality, and when the resources are available, then they went in for those team fights and it didn't give enough space for BTR by Vitality.
It kind of felt like Musang King was just like took everything personally and was just like, I'm not losing this game. Especially game number 1, day 1, everything at stake of just kind of having that Malaysia pride and being like, no, I got this game. Just give me time.
I mean, it also goes down to the matchup that we talk about, right? The head-to-head between both Musang King and also Zankyu, who's been a phenomenon in the IKL. So, in between the jungle matchup, for Musang King, he's definitely going in and be like, man, I want to prove I'm the better jungler in this matchup.
No, there's a lot at stake at this one. I mean, if we're looking at some of the items and the stats themselves, I mean, the biggest one, of course, Musang King, 606. I almost want to say he's 666 because he was like a demon.
Yeah, oh, that's true. And I think for most cases, there wasn't really that much of an initiative for BTR to kind of stop the pay Musang King. I think most early parts, yes, there was, but the continuous pressure on the jungle wasn't there, as to why Musang King has the opportunity to neutralize the things.
And it all boiled down to that one big play he made towards the top side, where he got those back-to-back kills even while bailing himself out. That made an important marker here for this game's success here. But let's give a bit of a shout out to Zihong on that Garuda. Man, he had a blast with those Wings of Judgment.
I think for most damages dealt to Zankyu, it was from him.
Yeah.
As to why Zankyu was like, oh no, that's hard to push forward. So yeah, for most cases, that's what happened for BTR. And we could actually see that we have a Musang King at 80% for the team fight rate. So definitely there was no one from BTR to stop him, plus the help of the other players from HomeBois SE.
Yeah, it really looked like BTR, their draft in hindsight was kind of like, we don't have a way to initiate on top of them.
Right.
Everybody's like the slow
That's
and steady,
true.
like the Ogren, but the Wings of Judgment would push him back. Jihong is just like racking up all the damage on him. They really had no way to really get to that back line.
I think to really go towards that backline, you have to figure one thing as well. With the Wings of Judgment, you can recast it again, and it will fear enemy. It will put Dread onto them and remove all physical bonus on that ultimate on the side of Garuda.
And just like looking at the draft, it was a masterful play, by the way, from HBSE, because most parts of the game until 7 minutes, it was actually a BTR leaning towards that side. But after that play before the Shadow Overlord, HBSE took the lead and eventually won the game. So right after the turning point, they just continuously brought pressure for BTR. As the way for BTR, hey, we're heavily relying on Zankyu. He's being taken down by HBSE, and there's no other way for us to go for a play. And this is where Holler comes in when he said that for BTR, they don't have that initiation really for that case.
Yeah, and of course, the MVP, none other than, of course, Musang King. 6-0-6, 24% of the damage, 16% damage taken, but man, his gold was on point. He was able to find anybody who went to that backline to potentially threaten his, again, backline.
Back to back, the head-to-head that we talk about. We go into the jungle matchup, we talk about it. How does your team play for the jungle? How does your jungle funnel back that lead into your team here? And in this game number 1, Zankyu with that pay definitely showed dividends and it paid off.
Yeah, that's true. And it seems like for HBSE, they're really used to having this type of matches because there was no pressure or unnecessary errors, even though BTR was on the lead early game. So it's just them again knowing the potential of their hero composition.
And this is the turning point that Chantal really talked about, right? Whereby the Shadow Overlord fight that led to the lead that's being generated by the side of HBSC, which put them back into much more of a control for that mid game.
Yeah, that's true. And for most cases, I think right after that, a majority of the areas of the jungle area, it's just HBSE taking everything, and it was a turning point, the double kill on the top lane.
Exactly.
When we thought that it was going to be a counter kill for BTR. So right then and there, it was a go signal for HBSE that, hey, Musang King is already on fire. Why not go for the aggressive plays from time to time? And then BTR was just caught off guard at that moment.
Even though you win all these team fights and get more of these kill traits, it doesn't really generate you that objective lead that we talk about. It doesn't generate you that pushing lead, which puts you into a position whereby you can't end games. Even for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, you had such a big lead, but going into the later stages of the game, you just see that, hey, Tubbs is having a bad time, Zankyu is having a bad time, and Mew and Zan, you're in constant pressure of Musang King in those final fights.
And this is kind of why you're seeing in the highlights here, just like how Tubbs was trying to get to the back line. He was constantly being focused. Musang King was just sticking around, ensuring that Vivi was staying alive to do that damage. Those two guys onto Tubbs, Tubbs really had no chance to survive.
Yeah, that's true. And we can see actually even on the highlights that the formation of HBSE was very masterful. If you want the farm lane at the backside, then they can play it efficiently. They can give space to Musang King. So I think for Bigetron by Vitality, since they're able to be on the lead early game, they just need to be as much as possible consistent, transitioning from early to mid and then mid to late game.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about that was HBSD was like the way that they were responding, right? Understanding that their own jungle was being invaded. Musang King actually had a slow start because of that, but he's like, okay, we need to change things up. We need an audible. We need to change the place. We need those numbers to kind of defend our own buffs.
That's why you see, like, in these strong teams attempts, they don't really sacrifice members around that buff if they cannot really defend. They let it go and they find ways to funnel resources back into the side of Musang King's pocket. That's why we see, even though buffs were stolen away multiple times in that early game, Musang King was still up and available in that level department against Zankyu's Ogren.
Yeah,
he was right, that's true. I think for that case, if you're up against HBSE, as much as possible, you want to cover all lanes so that even though you have this initiative early game, you're assured and secured rather that despite the initiative of the other team, your strategy will be as effective as possible.
Yeah, and it's all about those details, right? Making the right
Small
plays,
details.
small details, and then they turn into those highlights that you're seeing because they had this slight advantage. They would find numbers, they would fight 2 versus 1, ensuring that they got those kills, then you turn this around with the man advantage.
It all boils down to those small advantages that we stack on towards the early game, towards the mid game, and then one big team fight happens there, and that's where those small advantages comes into hand, whereby you get those additional items. That one extra cloth armor, that one extra ominous premonition gets you to a longer mile compared to your opponents at such an important timer.
Yeah, I can imagine that it's just game number 1 and we already had 21 minutes, right?
Exactly.
Well, what would it be for the next couple of games? But I think for both teams, they are really enjoying this match, and we could see the level of competition that they have because they really know how to step up, and they know the that term? They know the points wherein they need to really push forward.
Yeah, and it's all about pushing forward. I mean, this is going to be one where I think that Bigetron will probably look to bounce back from, of course, starting with the draft. I think that there were definitely some issues. They had lack of initiation. They have really just no real way to deal with the pay. In the end, they thought the Zankyu Ogren was going to be enough, but I don't think it was really there.
Yeah, it's just that it's going to be crucial for Bigetron by Vitality because they already got the Aoyin and even the Yuan. These are power picks for them. So the drafting will be crucial. Again, we're implementing global bans and picks, and it will come to a point wherein there will be a lack of meta heroes. But again, these are the top teams for their respective nations.
Yeah, to add on to Chantel's point as well, when we practice the global ban pick, to explain what is a global ban pick here. So, Pei on the hands of Musang King, phenomenal performance in game number 1, but we practice the meta, the format as global ban picks here. So, they can no longer pick Pei, Lady Sun, and also the Fatih, Garuda, Zhangfei into the rest of the series in this best of 5 here. That makes the team to really master all these compositions, hero pool, all these are really important in a long-setting series.
But I do think that draft was good enough, right? HBSD, just setting the tone. I think taking game 1 and really being like, okay, now Bigetron, oh, we lost that game. This is not a great situation to be in. Obviously, they're able to bounce back. They 4-3'd Kagendro in that comeback, so they have that potential to be very resilient. But going into this best of 5, you really want to set the tone, especially on the international stage.
Yeah, as much as possible, if you get those heroes, like the meta heroes, you want to get that momentum. So anyway, since we're inviting everyone to come here with us and enjoy the Nations Clash, these are the things that you can experience here. If you go here, you can win, actually. Show your nation pride.
Exactly. Pick your nation, stick it towards the wall, write a message, take a photo or video, upload to your IG story with the relevant hashtags, and then take all these goodies back home into your pockets here.
I think I'm a small for the shirt. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, actually, the shirt is actually really nice. We'll have to talk to somebody about potentially securing one ourselves. I think that that's going to be very nice. Again, Nations Clash, this is going to be a great one because of the fact that there's, dare I say, there's a lot at stake. Everybody wants to be the best between these 3 nations. And going into this one, if you were able to take down the top dog from Malaysia, you're really sending a message here.
Yeah, that's true. Again, to remind everyone, this is a different tournament because the points will be accumulated. Yes, we have groups A and B, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be nation's pride. So if you are the champion of your respective region, as much as possible, you wanna win your game so that you will help the other team from the fan votes.
Exactly right, whereby we talk about like, okay, Group A is the champions group. You have what, BTR, Blacklist, and also the likes of HBSC. And then the most voted group comes in for the side of WeTrend Esports and also the side of Alpha Gaming. And then we also have Ultra Ego as well. So their win and losses are shared to really calculate who goes over to the side of that upper finals that we talk about, because no one wants to go to that lower bracket where you lose one time and immediately go towards that third place.
Yeah, that's true, because the one with the highest points will go straight to the grand finals. At least you get a rest before the grand finals, right? So it's a huge thing for both teams. As much as possible, you want to help your nation be at the grand finals as early as possible. But we're now heading to game number 2. We've mentioned about the heroes that was picked that can't be used for the next couple of games. But definitely for Bigetron by Vitality, they need to step up on executing their lineup, because early game, yes, it was efficient, but the consistency isn't there. It's just that HBSE, it's their game, mid to late game, so yep, they need to do something about it.
It's when you have an advantage in the early game, you need to kind of expand on that and ensure that your mid to late game are like rolling, right? It seemed like HBSC were not phased. They were willing to weather the storm, even going down a little bit, not really struggling, right? They were completely unfazed by the onslaught that BTR brought early.
But let's save the talk and let's put our focus into game number 2 here. So HBSC will be drafting against the likes of Bigetron by Vitality. Soon enough, as we bring on towards the band here, HBSC led by Broccoli and also Bigetron by Vitality led by Omkarus.
So we still have HBSE on the blue side, the same with game number 1. So since they already got the pay earlier, there's no way that they will give it to a BDR. And here's the thing, I kind of feel like for HBSE, they're really prioritizing on a Muzang King Zero. And it's not every day that we normally see this, because there are a lot of heroes that they can still use. But for a BTR side, they will get Yixing. Is this an early Yixing pick? Don't you think, for them?
I mean, my biggest issue is that you're creating zones of that potential control, right? Are you able to find the Luna? Not the easiest thing to do, especially since Muzang King is very like high flying all over the place, very mobile, right? It's not going to be the easiest lockdown onto him, but HBSC pivoting.
This is just signature Athena roam here. So this is a Athena roam feed style where you will be man-marking the enemy jungle known as Zanq in that department here. Nova Esports during that grand finals against HBSC, they perma-banned this hero away from the hands of Ze.
And with you having an Athena as an opponent, it's really hard for you to go up for an initiative or initiation as much as possible. And the vision is there for HBSE, which is, I think, was lacking on a game number 1 on their lineup for the early game, as to why they were kind of having a hard time on that. So with this one, with the China, I think for BTR, it's a good laning hero already for the early game. So HBSE, they got the Aoyin, which is actually a good matchup against the China.
Yeah, and the Athena, to me, this is going to be, again, their MO. This is something that they like to play. HBSC are one of the only teams that play the Athena roam, and it's going to die a lot. The deaths are going to be very skewed. It's going to be completely catch you off guard, but he's just going to be so annoying because he's always going to be hounding Zanq like a specter, if you will.
It's more like a GPS signal whereby you're like target locking Zanq in the jungle.
5G.
Exactly right. Yeah, you're just targeting Zanq, following around in the jungle. You drop some devs, you get back up, and you keep man marking him, force him to smite away all these jungle camps here and make him lose all these big resources in those team fights.
And despite getting kills, of course, against the Athena, the vision is there. I mean, it's a hard thing whenever the information about your early game is being shown by the team. So we could see a Byron ban for Bigetron. So I think for Bigetron by Vitality, since they already have their mid lane and even the farm lane, I was thinking whether or not they will go for an assassin, since we have the Luna on a HBSE side.
I mean, the way I'm looking at it is that you have the Loom. He's able to kind of fly out. He's going to be very mobile in his own regard. I think that maybe like a Musashi or something to kind of jump to that back line. You get to Luna, potentially you have that burst. It's going to be interesting seeing how they want to play out, because the Athena is there, but it's more of just slow the game down more than anything else.
Yeah, slow the game down, track the enemy jungle here. That's why you see on your screen here, Bigetron by Vitality, they are still slowly but surely giving that final counter pick in that jungle towards ZanQ here. They want to see all 5 heroes coming from HBSC to dictate, are we going to put ZanQ on towards an assassin, or are we going to default him back towards a tank?
Yeah, that's going to be a very crucial decision for Bigetron by Vitality here. Again, Bigetron by Vitality is a type of team that heavily relies on ZanQ. So as much as possible, they need to give him a lot of space or probably be on the winning side. Okay. Okay, talk to me about this.
Okay, I like the line link pick because it is a very darn decent counter into the likes of Vivi on towards that Long that we talk about, right? Whereby your man marking him, one combo coming in from the Aoyin will force away that infinite vastness, so he needs to dodge away from all kills coming in for the side of ZanQ.
Yeah, he's gonna be just looking to hound himself. I mean, but the problem is that you have the Athena on the HBSC side, so this is gonna be something to take note of. It's gonna be like a chess match going into this one. It's gonna be game 2, first match of the game. If we're looking at drafts, who are you giving the edge to, Chantel?
I like Vision, so I'll go with the Athena hero composition. It's gonna be HBSE for me.
One way to find out as we jump straight into HBSC versus BTR as we get game 2 going live.
All right, I'm a little disappointed in that answer, Chantel, because, I mean, before I go into this one, Musang King forcing it out. ZanQ, though, in a bad spot. Zan is there as well. It's a little bit of a 2-on-2 action. ZanQ has to go into stealth. He's going to find it. The spider senses are tingling, but Jihong is very low, trying to be aggressive, but ZanQ is going to be backing off. Zan is low himself. But I think in the end, they're going to be backing off. But Chantel, you're going for HBSC, who are going to be playing Blacklist later today. Where's your nation's pride?
All right. I'll probably go with the VDR baby.
But
it's too late.
Thank you for reminding me.
You know what else is too late? Look at the jungle here coming for the side of BTR. While they were having fun in towards Musang King's jungle,
all right,
someone was just cleaning house from the side of ZanQ's blue buff here. So for the side of ZanQ, he's level 1 at 1 minute and 15 seconds.
I think there was an initiative for BTR to actually go for an invade, but HBSC looked forward to that. And HomeBois out again with the vision and the aggression that the Athena can give early game. So it was an effective early game for HBSC. I think better than game number 1. But for most cases, or for BTR right now, they want to slow things a bit, give space to ZanQ.
Yeah, they're going to get first blood again, and this is just the beginning.
It's normal.
It looked like Jay is going to be 0-17 and like 3 by the end of the game.
25, 13.
Yeah, it's like all of my party ranked mates, but they're not playing the Athena.
Yeah, the Athena is literally just like this. You're marking ZanQ, making sure that ZanQ doesn't really have those big cans, and you need vision on a LAN link. What better way of marking a LAN link than to do this here? Always pulling all the members coming side for BTR, allowing the waves to be shoved in by HBSC first.
Now, the thing is that for Bigetron by Vitality, since they are up against an Athena, they might want to focus on the side lanes as much as possible. So, I'm gonna slow down ZanQ first, and then have a Tubbs and even Zan to be on the upper hand in terms of laning phase, but I think HBSC isn't giving them that much of a time.
You can start to see the function here coming in from the HBSC Athena, right? Whereby he was selling himself towards the enemy team, and then you see all the jungle counter invasion here by Musang King, by Vivi here. That's why you see towards the jungle department here. 2-level lead for Musang King against ZanQ's LAN lane.
Yeah, you got to be careful about Jizz might, right? But VV getting focused in, he has to get on his dragon, he will be back, he will go all the way in return. But Jay, again, it's one of those things where you have to kill him before that potential neutral is within that smite range.
And he's just stole away the Crimson buff here while we were talking about ZanQ finding VV towards that bottom lane. VV has the Infinite Vastness, has the Boots of Fortitude. That's how you escape towards ganks here. But one kill does fall in favor of Zan as they pick up a return for that stolen Crimson.
Yeah, if you're a BTR, you take it. It's gonna be Zan who will be on the lead in terms of gold. But for HBSE, again, it's all about them taking control of the jungle area. It's just that they also need to focus on Zan's lane, on the farm lane. So there will be an initiation or an initiative at the bottom lane. So despite the efforts from Jay, it is still BTR who is kind of dictating some parts of the jungle area.
The biggest thing about this Athena strat is that you're going to be outnumbered in your lanes, right? You need to ensure that you just stay alive more than anything else. Musan King putting the pressure on, the passive just barely keeping Neil alive.
And that's the 4th minute mark here. Neil without flash, Neil without HP here isn't able to contest for this objective here as we see towards the enemy. Azure Golem here, more spells funnel into Sir. That means this Azure Golem will once again be spotted out here. More vision for the side HBSC, allowing Musan King to collect even more farm.
Really long team fight or initiation actually at that area. So BTR is at 5-0. Again, that is because of Athena, but HBSC, they're just limiting the resources of BTR. But just take note that Niel is already at the 1-0-2 on this game, and we all know the potential of Yixing. So later on, those damages will be a headache, or a cause of headache for HBSC.
It makes sense, right? Whereby Musan King is taking all the resources here, and then Zhe is just constantly harassing the jungle here, coming in for the side of BTR. Even though it's 0-6, we're looking at an even goal lead for both of these teams.
And look at how BTR have to respond in kind. ZanQ is potentially going for those kills, but now he's forcing it. The heroic charge on back.
Oh, nice one!
Pushing Zan back away. He has to flash, but now it looks like Ormson will be there, but Zan secures that kill.
What a nice play or initiation by Bigetron. As much as possible, they need, again, to win those side lanes. So as long as they get those kills on other lanes, aside from the kills against Athena, then they're good. But in terms of damage, Musan King!
Oh, he needs to be a little bit careful. Just too many from BTR, making Musan King pay.
Overconfidence here coming in from the side of Musan King here. Over amount of CC from the side of BTR stacking against the Luna here. That does put a bit of a space for the side of BTR to come back into the series right now as we see 1,400 goalie accumulated by the side of BTR.
And that gap difference is actually in the jungle. Musan King over ZanQ. He's not been able to farm, but now Neil getting focused. He needs to be careful finding Jay yet again. They're going to just secure yet another kill.
I think because of that kill against Musan King, the efforts with Athena is already neutralized by BTR on this game. But still, for that one, HBSE, they can dictate still the early game for this one. But it's all about the damage now from the mid lane, even from Zan and even Ormson.
It is a bit worrying for the side of HBSC, whereby the scaling falls in favor of BTR Zan on that channel here. If this channel gets to scale towards that late game, get all these kills on towards the Athena, that is where you are starting to worry for the side of HBSC, because BB does not have enough damage for that. But fortunately for the side of HBSC, they are still stalling ZanQ, stalling Zan in those attempts.
Yeah, and Zan and ZanQ are the guys. They're the one that need those items to really do the damage. If they can slow them down at all, I mean, the Umbrella Upper is going to be used. Finding Musan King, they have a little bit of a knockup, but it looks like ZanQ is going to be caught out. He's going to be killed. Musan King running for his life. He should get back. BTR not able to find anything.
Big kill coming in for the side of HBSC as they find ZanQ
nice
here,
Razor Cavalry on Ormson, finding it. Guyu going in for the play. He's pushing him back, but there's no real follow-up. Ormson is being bounced around like a pinball, but Zan gets picked off. Musan King finding them out, and they get Ormson. That's a double.
Back-to-back big kills coming in for the side of HBSC here. We were talking about the lead falling in favor of BTR, but the boy wonder Guyu here finding the mark, finding the flank, shutting down Zan.
Talk about layering of crowd control coming in from Guyu. Top-notch on that play. That's why BTR had a hard time with the saw kill on top lane. That is going to be tops down with the hands of Musan King. Or I mean ZanQ. So a nice kill for them. 14 is our score. HBSC is on the lead. But this time, there's a breather on the jungle area. So it's a good thing for them. There's no Athena on that area. So HBSC is slowing things a bit on this game.
Yeah, Tufts tried to go for the King, tried to go for Musan King, thought he could get the solo, but hey, if you go for the King and you best not miss, and Musan King making him pay.
He's not missing 4-1 and 0 in towards that KDA here as we see the board being committed, but there is just no follow-up coming in from the members.
Finding Neil the flash away, he's going to be fine, but Jay, in this Spectre form, he's going to just continue to haunt, but Ormson, it looks like he's going to get back to safety, but that Crimson Golem was going to be the big piece. HBSC making it happen.
You can start to see the Athena strat work. You're giving so much kills towards Zan, and Zan has a shutdown gold. Once the shutdown gold gives in favor of HBSC, that's their goal button. That's how they come back into the game here. And you can see 3,000 gold lead between Musan King's Luna against ZanQ's Lan Ling.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. As why we saw earlier that for BTR, they need at least how many? 3, 4, or probably all of them just to support the Zankyu on the jungle area. It means that all areas are being shut down by HBSC just because of the reaction of BTR on that play.
Yeah, they're very behind right now, and they need to not panic. Easier said than done when you see Musang King on this Luna just constantly diving on the back line, just starting to grow and become that monster that we know he is. BTR need to stick together. They need that buddy system. Find a way to shut down Musang King.
It will be difficult because right now Musang King is just so darn indestructible, stealing away even more buffs from the hands of Zankyu here. It is not an easy roll coming in from this non-link as a flash. Silken Print does miss.
Oh, they're trying to go for this one, but VV has to get on his dragon. They're going to be backing off. It looks like that initiation was really not the right one. Guyu showing up maybe for the secondary one. Not going to happen.
You can see out of all these Athena plays, every time the Athena on the hands of Ze were to visit the enemy jungle, all the side of BTR has to respond to that roamer pick. Even though they get the kill, they are losing gold across the map. One wave is 250 gold, one buff is about 160.
That's as to why we could say that it is a really efficient play for HBSE. And just imagine, you have Musang King at level 14. It's just 10 minutes of the game, as compared to Zankyu, who is just level 12. So it would take a lot of time for BTR by Vitality to be able to neutralize this current situation of the game. But they can if they're able to contest the other objectives against HBSE.
Yeah, Jay all the way in the front line. And the heroic charge is not going to actually connect, but Tufts is getting very low. Musang King making those plays happen. They don't really have any control, and it looks like Guyu going aggressive.
He's aggressive and he's still not done yet as he does sacrifice himself. Zan goes down for that trade as we see Zankyu's location here. Man marking Ze, forcing him away from that Shadow Tyrant.
Okay, still effective is the initiation or probably the aggression of HBSE on this game. No idea if BTR would like to contest. I don't think so.
No, you can't.
I think it's not a good idea for Zankyu.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really have the numbers. There's really no chance. Plus, Zankyu, it's one of those things where if you go out of stealth, you're sacrificing your life because you really don't have much, especially without those numbers.
And that's the worrying part here coming in from BTR. Zankyu scales off the late game curve. He is very difficult to find all these assassinations because once these items does come through, he's just another living ward running around the gorge.
Yeah, that's true. So I believe for BTR, as much as possible, again, it's all about them having a space, having a breather on this game. So there were efforts from Zankyu on the sides, but then again, Musang King was there to defend as much as possible those minion waves. So it's just, again, HBSE controlling the game, or probably controlling the map against BTR.
Yeah, excuse me, police, the calls are coming from inside the house, right? Your jungle is completely being invaded. Ormson has to use the Umbrella Hoppers just to potentially stay alive, and he will get picked off. Musang King with that damage, and they take the mid C2.
Godlike coming in for the side of Musang King. This comes in for all the lead. VV flashing in with the fire bomb, does get the assassination.
Oh, well, talk about Musang King. You will not call him king if he isn't at 6-1 to 11k for this game. Again, Zankyu is at the middle lane, just buying space for the team. I think that has been a story for BTR all throughout the game because of the lead that HBSE has.
Yeah, and you know that desperate times call for desperate measures in that sense, where Zankyu is looking to split push, cut the creeps, buy yourself some time. These minions need to be taken care of. BTR, look at this, and Jay all the way. This is that flex. He's like, I don't care if you kill me. I'm going to take your base away. But Tufts is the one that's actually low. Jay will get eventually killed, but now VV's in a bad spot. He's going to be focused. That's a double going the way of Zankyu. But here comes Guyu looking for that heroic play. Not able to find it. They don't have the damage to follow up here.
Big damage in for the side of Zankyu. Gets the assassination on towards VV here. Ze did overstay his welcome here. Guyu was trying to predict the location here coming in from Zankyu, but he does not in fact find the mark here as we have towards the front side here. A 3-3-5 in favor of BTR. This might just be their moment to come back into this game.
But right now for HBSE, they need to, as much as possible, forget those tendencies for overstaying because that's a potential for BTR to actually stretch the game. If they give kills to Zankyu, then that might be it for them. So right now for HBSE, they just need to continue as much as possible to secure other lanes because Zankyu has been consistently doing this since 10 minutes of the game, so there is a space for them actually.
Yeah, and he has to play this game, right? Where he's invading the enemy jungle because there's no other farm throughout the map. Everything has been pushed out. HBSC have done such a great job of limiting the farm that he can get.
Farm that he can get is split across the map right now as Zankyu He's trying to find these flank angles, trying to flank VV, Zihong in these attempts. If he can really find it, he could maybe just make that 4v2, 4v5 of an output for the side of BTR.
Yeah, but this might be that potential final push. And look at ZanQ looking to just deal with the mid wave as well. The spider senses are totally, they find BV, he gets on his dragon, he's gonna be fine. But on the side, Tufts is doing some work. Guyu is gonna be looking to push him back. They find Musang King, and that is a huge shutdown going the way of Zan, but Tufts trades his life away.
That's it. That's the potential already for BTR. What a nice play for them. It's 1-for-1 trade, yes, but it was Musang King that was able to be taken down by BTR. And if we look right now, I think we will come to a point that it is already the game equilibrium. So the goal lead doesn't really matter that much. And it's almost closing to a BTR. But it's
Jet. Again, just cutting the stats in that death column.
This is a pretty bad death coming in for the side of HBSC.
Yeah.
Losing Zerg here does give direct access coming in from BTR to secure this Shadow Tyrant, to put them back into a much more comfortable spot compared to they were 5 minutes ago.
And we were talking about how, like, yeah, you're giving some gaps, you're making some mistakes, you're overstaying your welcome. Well, they just got penalized for that. They got punished, so to speak. BTR with an avenue of attack of getting back into this one.
I could already see the damage from ZanQ, and we've mentioned earlier the tendencies for an overstay. I think for HBSE, that's one thing that they need to avoid. So it's a good effort for Guyu to actually do the same thing that ZanQ does on this game. At least they need to secure, or they are able to secure the side lanes.
And it's a pretty interesting items coming in from the Lanling as well on hands of ZanQ. The Frigid Charge, you're looking to CC change VV on that Aoyin so that he cannot pop that ultimate to really escape from those situations.
Yeah, plus you have Musang King, somebody you need some sort of hard lockdown. Very good job of itemizing, understanding what is at stake. These are guys that if they're left freely, they're going to just make some serious headway in terms of that damage department.
And you know what, for the next team fight, it's going to be crucial for HBSE. If they lose the team fight, then definitely BTR by Vitality can take down, what, 3 or more turrets against HBSE and probably win the game. So it's about consistency as much as possible. The right
the
timing
Umbrella
of
Lopper's
setting up.
completely whiffing on this one. Neil's going to be picked off. The passive is not enough, but they do get the return kill, and Jijil. Jay is just going to be scouting everybody else, but Musang King getting pushed around. Vivi's going to be picked off, and Musang King now running for his life. It looks like they have 4 members down. Musang King is the last man standing. Zan is looking to snipe him down. Just a couple more shots. They will continue to chase, and they're not going to let him go. They will, because they're not able to catch up.
With the timers here coming in for the side of his BSC, if you are BTR, this might just be it, because they are looking for that game-winning push.
Oh, he's got the shields, but now Jay is going to look to potentially be there, looking to turn this top. Does he have the top? And he does! And that's going to be an ace, and now BTR pushing the bottom T3. The minions are going to be there eventually, and they're going to do some work. ZanQ and Zan, both of the damage dealers, they're going to look to end this game.
Yeah, the game is looking in favor coming in for the side of BTR here. 0 seconds spawn coming in from both of these members, and can they look for the end?
Oh, but the minion wave had actually been shut down by Jay. He makes the heroic play. The Tufts has been picked up. Jay sacrificing his life. What a perfect play. Zan is so low, but Zan gets picked off, and now Guyu on the chase. They want to at least go for ZanQ, and Guyu finds the play.
Such a back and forth team fight coming in from both of these two teams here. BTR looking for the potential end, but HBSE neutralized that end winning push.
Yo, Jay with that MVP play, he actually stopped the minions. They had backdoor protection because the minions were being taken out. What a heads up play by Jay.
What a defense actually for HBSE. Definitely Jay was the MVP there. I thought it was actually BTR winning the game because of the play. So right now, again, BTR, the damage is there. We could see that on the initiations. It's just that they need to be mindful as to where Guyu will be. So there is going to be an aggressive play from Guyu on this one. 23-15 on this game. 3K goal lead for HBSE. They're now on control of this game, but BTR, man, they can win the team fights with ZanQ's damage.
I mean, they can. They have that opportunity, but just dying on that one, failing on that last attempt was actually going to hurt BTR. They might have been able to take some other sort of towers. Now the game has been opened up even more.
That might just have been their final attempts here coming into this series. As we see towards the mid lane here, Zihong has just completed his redemption towards the Roamer Island here. So this is a Roamer mid lane strategy that we're talking about with a double jungle setup.
By the way, Gio is at 0213, so the efficiency of the use is there, and we could see HBSE securing the Shadow Tyrant. So this is going to be a crucial thing for BTR to defend, but the Zanki has been very effective on doing that back lane or backdoor play against HBSE. So they really need to focus on having that back lane heroes secured as much as possible.
And look at how Zanku is always looking to cut the creeps, right? He's constantly taking those down. That's going to slow down the push. Yes, for almost this entire game. He's just prolonging the game, giving themselves an opportunity, and he goes for a potential flank.
And we're talking about a potential Tempest Dragon game as well with 40 seconds on the dot here. If BTR is able to defend these few final pushes here, we might just have another Tempest game.
Yeah, might have a chance, but Neil has to use the passive. He's going to be backing off. The board has been set up. They've got him locked in, but they don't really have the damage. Vivi actually gets back onto his dragon. He's going to be fine, but he needs to be careful. Tufts might go for that potential. Vivi is so low, I don't think BTR have any sort of catch.
You can see how much pressure that Zanku is actually generating right now. They cannot go for those big team fights if they have no vision of this LAN link here. Zanku with a masterclass performance on towards LAN link. We were talking about the early game in favor coming in for the jungle matchup towards Musang King, but in the later stages of the game, it has been in favor of this LAN link pick.
Okay, so we have the Tempest Dragon now. Another 20-minute game for both HBSE and BTR. There is an initiation play. Jay is up front, but the Zanku, I think they don't have an idea where Zanku is.
Yeah, it's going to be scary on this one. I mean, they're going to look to kind of just put him away, the Tempest Dragon, but it looks like Jay is being focused, and they do end up getting the pick off, and Musang King is looking for that right attack, understanding that Zanku could be there. The heroic charge is going to be on point, finding them, they're finding 4, but now Guyu's in a bad spot, needs to be careful. Zanku now goes for the jump with the Satan Sanctuary, and now Zanku, he's going to pop his own. Vivi gets the pick off on Anil before he goes, but Zanku solo Tufts is going to be picked off, and Musang King with that damage. Zanku, I don't know if he wants to continue on with Tufts down as well. They've got the pushback on the finding on the orbs, and Zanku might get the jump in. He's not going to go for this one. They're going to finally disengage.
What a masterclass team fight coming in from both of these two teams, and with Ze being the first one to fall, we saw HBSE with the resilience here, finding back the kills thanks to Musang King, thanks to Zong, and also
King. He goes right into this 5 to go for Zanku. They actually get the pick off in the Satan Sanctuary. He's going to use his passage just to stay alive. I mean, excuse me, but now Zon is in a bad spot. It looks like he was going the wrong way, and now HBSE potentially looking to end this game.
I think that was a miscommunication from a BTR side. It could have been a potential kill for them, but yes, HBSE still on the lead, is still in control of this game. They could actually get this Tempest Dragon.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. We are having a Tempest Dragon game here. But 25 seconds on the clock here for the side of Zan, the marksman coming in from BTR. But Zanku here, finding
it. He gets the pick off, and this is why Zanku is so scary on the LAN link. It was a last pick. He's finally hit that critical mass. He's finding those pick-offs in the end.
Zanku so far, just when we mentioned that he is arguably one of the best junglers in CA region, showing us his prowess on the jungle. So we could see right now for HBSE, they're struggling to find Zanku. Where is Zanku? We need to find Zanku as much as possible before entering a team fight.
Zanku is just toying around in the jungle, coming in for the side of HBSE here. He is so sneaky on that LAN link here, but
he finds him yet again. He's going to go and find on the jet, but he's just a little too tanky. That's not really the target that you want, but he's just trying to send them back, push them back. The Tempest Dragon is about half-life. Needs to be careful. They're going to look to go. Jet's there. They've got the board. The Razor Cavalry is going to be on. Guyu looking for that right point. Finds Zan. Gets the pick off, and now Tufts is there, but they've got Musang King. That's going to be a good trade. Neil's getting pushed around as well. Guyu needs to be careful. He's fighting 1 versus 3. He gets shut down as well. Neil finding him out. Zanku is still there. And now Jay just doing the damage, and now BBs gets the flaming palm on the top, gets the pick off.
What a back and forth team fight once again here. This is never ending between HBSE and BTR here. They are not letting an inch or an advantage back towards their teams here. With these members down, is still a 3v3 on the map. No one can touch this Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, indeed, intense juggling for both the teams. So we really have to commend the targeting of a BTR. They're really finding Musang King in the middle of the team fight. It's very crucial for them, or actually for both teams, because as much as possible, you don't want a jungler to be available on this Tempest Dragon attempt. So we could see Ormston in front. I think it's just going to be Vision and Pokes for this. They want to, as much as possible, be available for this Tempest Dragon. 23 minutes, gentlemen, on this game number 2.
I think somebody needs to check Zankyu the back of his head to see if he's got a barcode.
What's inside
because
your
the
head?
guy is like a hitman, right? He's always finding the right targets. He's always finding the right moments, and he's been able to stay alive. Dying only 3 times, this guy has been immaculate today.
He's been an absolute beast, and he has been that comeback factor from the side of BTR to really stall this game from a 4,000 deficit into the current 24-minute mark, where items, where gold no longer really makes sense here. It is about item swaps. It is about the fast hand movements here that we will be seeing in these few final team fights.
Yeah, that's true. Indeed, we're already at a game equilibrium, as to why there is a lot of respect already from HBSE side, despite having Je or the Athena on their lineup. And even the effort here for Gui is effective for them. So as long as BTR has Zankyu on the areas wherein HBSE isn't ready, then they are on the upper hand.
And we talk about upper hand as well. Fortunately for the side of BTR, their top and mid tower are not down yet. If all the towers are down, that could be huge, but it still can fit does land.
Yeah, it looks like they find Ormston, who's in a bad spot. The Umbrella Hoppers just used defensively. He needs to be a little bit careful. 4 members of HBSD are there, and it looks like they're going to be backing off, taking their own jungle.
It is still a back and forth here, so Ormston, no ultimate here coming in for the Unbridled Outburst here. He needs the jungle camp to stack that range and then get back that river control here. Back to the topic that we talk about here. Top mid tower still intact for BTR. If that were to fall, that could be so much minion pressure here coming in for side of BTR here. Now, we're looking at the side lanes being tamed by Tubbs, but Shadow Tempest has been started by the side of BSD.
I think for BTR, they already have an idea as to how HBSD is trying to take this.
Oh, there's Zankyu finding BB yet again. The Silky Orb, though, just keeping him alive just for now. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. He needs to be careful. And Zankyu gets picked off. Zankyu finds the pickoff. Jay is still up in front. And Guyu looking for even more. Neil has to try to flash the heroic charge onto Ormston, putting him into the box, but the Unbridled Outburst is going to be used. Tufts has got to be picked off. And Guyu with his story green Jay. He's being focused, but he's somehow still alive. Infinite fastness. He wants to go aggressive. BB trying to make the heroic play, understanding that he has another life. He's looking to turn. Jeong actually flashes their turn, trying to find Zan. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary on him as well. They're trying to focus him down. Do they have enough? And they do, and HBSC look like they have done it. It looks like they're going to take game number 2.
26-minute game with 26 kills here coming in for the side of HBSC. They were resilient. They were careful here. One mistake coming in for the side of Zankyu allows HBSC to take on that game winning fight.
Man, the games are getting longer and longer every game, and this was a very intense match, or I mean, intense game between the two. And it felt like for the side of BTR, they were on a rush and having a kill prior to Tempest Dragon. I mean, it's already 26 minutes, right?
Yeah, crazy, right? I mean, 2 games in a row. We knew it was going to be close, but 2 Tempest Dragons in a row. Are we going to see, like, literally 15 games of Tempest Dragons today?
Probably. I feel like for the next game, it's going to be how many minutes again for the game number 2? 26, probably 28, and then we go 30. Are you guys ready for
Let's
it?
go,
We
let's
have
go.
potential 15 games today.
we're talking about like games going into 30 minutes, but I don't think we'll go 15 games because for BTR, they definitely need to push the series back to a 3-game reverse sweep if they want to find a full 5-game series.
Yo, your bias is showing. You think HBSC with a 2-0
happy,
lead, the
he's
game
happy,
is already
he's smiling.
over because it's Malaysia on top right now? Put those flags down, my friend.
We're not on camera, okay?
We're not on camera.
You don't have to.
Okay. for the side of BTR and also HBSC, definitely back-to-back 20-minute games will definitely put mental strain on both of these teams here. It is about the nit and grit and how you really push yourself towards that finishing line here. But that game alone, we gotta give props to Zankyu here. He single-handedly pushed that game into a Tempest Dragon march.
Yo, mental strain on the team or mental strain on us? I don't really know at this point because I think we're
it
all
could
kind of
work both ways.
Yeah, it's definitely going both ways on this one. But Bigetron had their opportunities. I mean, you were talking about Zankyu just having a great game of just extending it and just giving that team a chance.
I think that's where HBSE had a hard time. He was literally on the top lane and then bottom lane just clearing the minion wave. Had the space, had the items, went game equilibrium, the damage was there. So I think for BTR, I mentioned earlier that I kind of feel like they were in a rush on finishing the game. Zankyu saw a player and then he wanted to kill that player, and then there were other players from HBSE. But HBSE, again, it's all about taking control, and that was the story of game number 1. Same with game number 2 on taking the Tempest Dragon. I mean, they didn't even attempt to take the Tempest Dragon.
The Tempest Dragon was really down to a very dangerous situation whereby you have Armstrong, Zankyu, Ze, and also Musang King all having Smite in that few plays here. So you're technically challenging both teams into a Smite war that could potentially just flip the game.
Yeah, and that's actually why both of the teams are very hesitant about trying to go for that Tempest Dragon, right? They knew that it was going to be a 50-50. It would have been very close. But in the end, I think that Zankyu just getting caught out and being killed by Musang King, that was the tipping point where, again, they were able to kind of pull the game away.
Yeah, tipping point, you see this gold graph here. It's going all smooth for the side of the MKL representatives, and then that big fight that the IKL jungler here, Zankyu found towards the backline coming in, really set them back into a 20-minute game here. But unfortunately for the side of Zankyu and BTR, that final cap coming in for the Lanling really put a stop to their favor.
Take note, by the way, that despite having two Shadow Tyrants for the side of MKL, there was still a dip on their end. So yeah, for this one, it feels like for HBSE, again, they know when to pick on this game. They know as to where Zankyu will be. And for BTR, it's again them heavily relying on Zankyu during team fights. Just remember the last skirmish, right? Zankyu wasn't there. He was taken down by HBSE, and then there was a deteriorate on decision making and other areas of the team fight.
All right, but back to his MVP form. Guyu picking up the MVP on this one. His plays, his Razor Cavalries, heroic charge, pushing people left and right, making things very difficult for Bigetron to really take any sort of team fight.
That's why the IKL and MKL fans call Guyu the Wonder Boy here. He's capable of making those big engages and then leading to the big team fight moments here. That is why we crown him as one of the new Clash laners to look out for in the global scale.
I'm starting to believe that he is a cousin of Guan Yu. Guyu.
Yeah, the wordplay there.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I can see it.
Yeah. Jokes aside, he was a threat, like literally the threat for most parts of the game. On that game number 2, just imagine the damage percent or damage dealt was 18.8 as shared by the team. And this is a part of his highlights wherein Armstrong had a hard time. He wanted to escape, but Guyu was just there, ransacking majority of the players of BTR.
Yeah, and just constantly pushing people where they don't want to be, ensuring that you have that lead. I mean, things were very close, but when those team fights were happening, and of course Musang King with some of those solo kills, really giving them a chance on this one, because again, it was very close, but it comes back to those small plays that show up on the highlights, and you're seeing why they won that game.
But even with that humongous lead coming in for the side of HBSE, you can see Zankyu always going in for those final few pushes here, and this is the heroic play coming in from Ze to really stop the minion from entering and removing that backdoor protection.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like for BTR, the capitalization of Neil's heroes, the Yixing, wasn't really there. There were moments, yes, that there could have been a set of play. There were moments wherein the board was used passively, like just for protection, when in fact it could be used offensively, right? So for most cases, that was the story of a BTR. Then again, kudos for the Athena play or the Athena strategy of HBSE. Definitely BTR had a hard time early game. It's just that it will come to a point that we reached the game equilibrium, and that's where BTR was in. But for BTR, right after Zankyu was down, then it's totally a different team in terms of decision making.
And to your point of like Zankyu being down, I think it boils down to this final play here where Zankyu want to look for BB in this exchange, but BB with a very fast item swap immediately going in for the Snake Sanctuary here, and Zankyu had no more leeway in assassinating BB here. BB at this point still has Snake Sanctuary, still has Infinite Vastness here. He can soar up the sky, landing aggressively, and all at the backline of the side of BTR has already crumbled.
Yeah, and I mean, Zankyu right there, I mean, he tried to go aggressive. That was that moment where he thought somebody was out of position, but Jeong with that Silky Orb making him pay, taking him down twice, and essentially sealing the game.
Yeah, that's true. And take note, guys, that this is just game number 2 of match 1 for today. And again, this is about region pride. I'm sure the Malaysian audience that are here are really proud, and it's a match point for them. Now, for BTR, they need to step up coming into game number 3. Again, the heroes can't be used for that game, but I see a lot of potential to them. It's just that you have to be specific whether or not you want to be on the lead early game, mid game, and a late game. You can't really wait for a late game to be there when the other team is leaning towards the early game. So it's there's nothing in between. As much as possible.
I mean, speaking of the late game, it's like coming into this series is like, how many Tempest Dragons do you want? And I think the answer is yes.
Yes.
Because we
Yes.
just want every single one, right? I think that we've seen 2 in a row. We've seen these games really go the distance, really testing both teams. They're both going to get much better playing into that late game, which most teams don't really even see at times.
The late game really boils down to all these last-minute decisions, whereby if you make one
Fast
bad play,
hands.
fast hands, you really allow your team to either win it or to lose it here. Unfortunately for Zankyu here, he really wanted to find that final play on towards VV, but VV with the superior speed on that item swap really set the tone and saved the game for his team.
Now, Sagi, I know that you were once a pro player. In terms of late game, how do you normally feel like if it's 26 minutes, 28 minutes? Does nervousness kick in or something?
It definitely does kick in, and you will be nervous, and you will be like at a point whereby you are very
You can't
sensitive.
hear anything.
Yes, no, I wouldn't say so, but
You
you will
hear
be,
everything.
You will hear everything. It's like your
From nothing to
senses,
everything.
your senses are enhanced to a max here. Every little move that you see, like you see the Zankyu, like the exclamation mark on top of your head, you'll be like, where is Zankyu? Where is Zankyu?
Yeah. And I think that the players from HBSE, wherever they go, even after the series, when they walk around the mall, they're going to be just like, where's Zankyu?
Where's Zankyu?
Right? Like, they need to be careful because they understand that he can be there at a
Zankyu?
moment's notice. I think for now, they're going to be very like happy within knowing where he's at right now, sitting on stage.
Yeah, that's true. So again, this is game number 3. These are the heroes that were picked earlier. So actually for the Malaysian team, they're drafting really well on this. I mean, no much of that meta heroes that we normally see. They can still use the Dharma. I'm just not sure if we will have a switch on the sides, because game 1 and game number 2, it was HBSE, and it was consistently BTR on the red side.
You have a very good point there, Chantel, and coming into a game number 3 where it is series point, match point. One more loss here coming in from BTR will set them back into the rankings here. We're talking about first, second, and third, but you don't want to be going into that lower brackets.
Yeah, you want to be at the grand finals as early as possible, right? Again, the points will be accumulated for the group stages.
Yeah.
And then the team that has highest points will be going straight to the grand finals.
Exactly.
And I think you're going to be happy with this, especially from anyone from PKL. Blacklist International are waiting in the wings. They have that 3rd match, and they're getting a lot of intel, right?
Yes.
They're going to see an Athena Strat.
That's
they're
why
going
they're
to see
here,
the
actually.
Garuda. Yeah, they're actually paying attention, right? As they should be. It almost seems like they're cheating, Chantel, right?
No, we're not. We're not. I mean, they're not. But yeah, that's true, because HBSE will be playing 2 games today, 2 matches today. The other one will be up against Blacklist International. So the question earlier, whether or not the HBSE will be on the blue side, they're still on the blue side. And they picked, again, another potential jungle hero consistently. Game number 1, it was Pei. Game number 2, it was Luna. Now it's Yang Jan. So interesting
You can
drafting.
really see HBSE. Their gameplay approach puts a lot of focus on towards one player, and it is Musang King. You play around Musang King and you get the result here. And for BTR, very smart pickup here. You want to be matching that early game that HBSE has been constantly harassing you with, and also simultaneously take away the Dolia Yangjin combination from the hands of HBSE.
Actually, at this point, I looked up, I saw the Dolia, and then all of a sudden the Dolia was picked. I was like, whoa, did I just manifest that? I'm not entirely sure.
May I just share to you guys that during the playoffs of PKL, we had 13 Dolias with us.
13 Dolias?
Like 13.
Wow.
They're literally everywhere. It's like a water station.
Yeah, I, to be honest, it's gonna be interesting seeing in the next 4 days.
Probably
if you,
we go
see how
15?
Maybe 15. I think that if you happen to be in KL, please do go to Quill Mall to kind of check this one out. We'll see it all live. We have cosplayers, we have events. You have an opportunity to win a free phone. There's great prizes ahead of you.
Yep, just drop by to Quill City Mall, take the monorail, take Grab, or take anything you want. Do drop by and win some goodies, win some free phone, and even get the KPL signed autograph photos from your favorite team members as a lucky draw event.
Yeah, aside from the shirts, we also have the phone that you've mentioned, both 14 Pro and the 15 Pro. We also have the keychains, and aside from that, we have the Realme Buds T2000 lights. Oh, wow.
And
Lots of prizes for you guys.
Those are fantastic gifts that we talk about if you come towards the main event here in KL here. But let's put our focus here back into the draft here. We are getting a ZonQ special here. Jing has been locked in for the BTR jungler.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go but Jing. For them, they need to stretch this game as early as now. I mean, there's no other way for them to stretch if they lose this one. But yup, why not pick your best hero? So this is a good option, or a nice choice rather, for Bigetron. Now for HBSE, I really like that they both had Dharma and even Chano. You have the crowd control, the potential solo kill with a Dharma also against the Durenji. So the thing is that for BTR, they need one specific hero that could be up front or probably on par with the Dharma in terms of damage and crowd control.
So what do you think about this Jing? You're counter-picking it into the Yangjian, Sagi. Walk me through that thought process.
Early game will not be the best of fun here coming in for the side of the Yangjian, because we're talking about clear speed, right? Clear speed for the Yangjian jungle is not to say the best in terms against Jing. Jing has so much mobility with that recent revamp on that extra spell, allowing to dash and really get that mobility to cross around the gorge, steal some camps, and that's what makes Jing such a special pick and such a mobile pick in that jungle department.
So it means that for HBSE, as much as possible, they need another layer of crowd control just to stop Jing, but I don't think they have lots of options for that. And now for BTR, they have another hero that is more on the slow side. They pick the Princess Frost, which is actually a good one. For this, you even have the Dolia, so there's a combination. Whether or not you will use the ultimate or the reset on the Princess Frost just because of the slow, just to give space for the Durenji and the Jing to go for those free hits. And this time around, it's going to be HBSE taking this Yixing and even Lian Po. We've mentioned about crowd control. This is what we've got. You have the board also and the Lian Po's prowess. And shoutouts to our audiences, the BTR fans earlier. It's nice to see you guys here with us at the venue.
They were so hyped and they were giving so much energy towards the crowd. And going back into the draft, talking about HBSE, you are looking at a strong teamfight composition here coming in for the HomeBois x Blackstreet Esports squad, whereby we're looking at Dharma, Yixing, Lian Po. You know it's gonna be knockout for days.
Yeah, that's true. Now, I'm not sure or familiar with the matchup between Dharma and Byron. Both could be considered priority picks on the clash lane. It's just that for Byron, it has a good laning phase and has the sustain kit as compared to the Dharma, but both could work both ways.
All right, match number 1, game number 3. The draft has been set. We know the players on their specific heroes. Which one, though, Sagi? Give me some love.
Answer first.
Which one do you think is got the edge in this one?
I think I know the
Let's
answer.
go BTR! Bring us to a game 5!
Okay, all
you
right.
won. Okay.
Wow.
We're talking about Nation Pride earlier.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
Actually, I want game 5.
Yeah,
You know
game
what?
5.
Because they're up against Blacklist earlier. I mean, later.
Yeah. No, definitely.
So
I think that, look, between
manifested.
these guys, we're going to see epic 30-minute games if we're able to go, but Tufts get picked off. You were talking about the fact who has the edge. Well, when you have a friend in being able to show up in VV, you're going to get that kill.
And we talk about the early game here coming in for the side of ZonQ here. With that superior mobility though, it does stand
ZonQ,
away.
he's going to have to just try to stay alive, but he gets picked off. Musan King making him pay for just walking around on the wrong side of the neighborhood.
Very, very crucial kill for ZonQ at that time. I think they will have a hard time again. Game number 1, there was a kill against ZonQ. Then for BTR, things got a bit slow, and that has been the story of the series actually. And because of that, Musan King actually took down that blue buff of him.
Yeah, and look at how Jay is actually in the farm lane by himself because Vivi was making that rotation all the way from the top lane. Jay's like, haha, I'm the farm laner now.
Yeah, I'm the farm lane. I deserve some love. It is good to see an immediate first blood being committed from the side of HBSE. And coming into the next play, they got another kill on towards ZonQ. And then Zihong steals away the Crimson here. Buffless start coming in for the side of the BTR jungler.
If I'm not mistaken, even the blue buff was taken, right? So both the buffs was taken by HBSE, and it's up against a Jing. But we'll see as to how Zankyu will be able to stretch probably the game or have the opportunity to get to those resources as early as possible. But it is definitely HBSE on the lead with the 900, and I think it's on the hands of Musang King because of the delay on Zankyu.
Yeah, Zankyu though, on the Jing, you are so desperate for that buff. If it's going to be stolen away from you, HBSC understanding that, trying to prioritize that as much as possible with the rotation.
And talking about rotations here in that early game exchange, it is looking in favor of HBSC as they are riding on a 1,000 goal lead here. Zankyu, the man of BTR, getting punished heavily from those early game jungle attempts.
But the good thing is that for BTR, they have to stay with the Doya, they have to crack onto Oser, the slow rather.
Oh, the winner is here right on top of that one. It looks like they're going to just shake that one off. But now Zankyu finding that low prey, the passive just barely enough, but Zankyu gets that pick off, and it looks like he's going to get away scot-free.
Effective play for BTR just to limit the lead of HBSC, and it's against Jihon. So for Zankyu, very nice kill for them. As much as possible, you want to give him early kills on this game, so you want to focus on rotating down the jungle, securing that resources. BV rather is having a great time on the lane, by the way, and you have the vision from HBSE on the red buff.
Yeah, HBSD though, just looking to just contest everything, make it very difficult for them. Musang King with that smite, he will get on out. Again, taking away the buff yet again from Zankyu.
Very stressful situation coming in from Zankyu. He did get that Constellation kill here, but with your buff being constantly invaded here, you're losing so much EXP and gold here. Take a look at the jungle discrepancy here as Musang King currently one level up against Zankyu.
And I think for that, the mapping or the jungle routing of Zankyu will be predicted already by HBSE because again, it's very dependent on buffs. So I think for HBSE, as much as possible, they want to speed things up. Just
the mirror domain, Zankyu finding the right target with that winner is here. They're doing a lot with the Tremor Smashes on point, but Musang King is going to go down. They don't have anyone else locked in that board though, and they might want to go. They're not going to give up on this one. They find Neil, so that's going to be a return kill.
Return kill for the side of HBSE here, but jungle still up and available for the side of Zankyu here. It is a fortunate news coming in for both teams here as the Tyrant will be delayed for the later stages of the taking.
If anything, BTR has been winning the team fights because they don't doubt on using the skills, even though it's just a single person or a single player. So a lot of folks coming in as the bottom lane. We can see that for BTR, they know as to where HBSE will rotate.
Yeah, Zankyu with that steal, he dashes over. Musang King making it pay. The mirror domain used defensively, but Zankyu just with barely enough speed to get on out of this one.
That's the Jing mobility we talked about here, getting one buff up against your opponent here. With the Celestial Melody, Zankyu does have the ultimate here.
Oh, they got the bounce around. They find Zan. That's a huge win. Jay making that play. And HBSD looking to invade as well, taking the Azure Golem.
Now I know how the master of Zankyu is with the Jing. Just imagine without you having a buff but still winning some of the team fights against the HBSE, as to why HBSE is focusing on someone trying to get that middle lane against the BTR. But then again, for HBSE, what's effective for them is that they are rotating continuously against BTR. It's as if they're forcing BTR to be pushed back on those areas and taking down another objective for this game.
You can see how much jungle control is being traded between both of these two teams here. Every buff that Zankyu loses, Zankyu will go into the enemy jungle to take it back here.
Oh,
but
they're finding Neil, they're gonna dive in. They do not care, and they're gonna go and secure that kill, look to put pressure even on that mid T1.
Now we're too focused on Zankyu, but then again, even though he gets those kills in this game as much as possible, other lanes should be winning against HBSE. So if you're Neil, if you're Zan, you don't want those deaths as early as now. So if we look at the items, actually 4.5k versus 3.8k for the Jing, I mean, it's gonna be a tall order again for Zankyu, probably around 8 minutes or 10 minutes. So we will see that potential for the Jing.
Definitely a tall order. That's the biggest problem right now. I mean, BTR, again, playing into the hands of HBSD. They have not been welcoming hosts, dare I say. Welcome to Malaysia. We're going to take over your jungle.
Taking over your jungle, Malaysian versus Malaysian in that jungle department here. But let's move the focus away from the jungle here as more of these team fights are really about these
Oh, they got a nice little tremor smash. It's going to be on point, and Busan King on the cleanup, getting a double thus far, and they're going to continue on. Duff needs to be a little bit careful. Busan King looking for more. The flash away. Tufts is going to be focused. The force field suppression, not enough. A triple kill going the way of Busan King. He wants on Q, but he's not running for his life. But VV gets that one, and that's an ace.
And that is the names coming in from HBSE with the home ground advantage here. They take it clean, they clear the jungle, and they clear all the members coming in for the side of BTR.
It also started with a nice setup play from HBSE, and the damage was just there. The layering of skills was just there. 10-2, by the way, on this game. 7 minutes and 5.5k gold lead in a 7-minute game is really huge. I think for the side of BTR, as much as possible, they need to group up or probably regroup. That's the proper term for them.
Yeah, I mean, 10-2. You're thinking that, you know, BTR might have had an Athena on their squad with all these kills, but it's not that way. HBSE have just been dictating the pace, finding that ace and just opening the floodgates of potentially looking to just close this game out early.
This is the BTR and HBSE matchup that we talk about. It is very jungle-centric, and when it's jungle-centric, you bring the fight into the jungle camps. The buffs stolen away from ZanQ, the fights happening around it in favor of HBSE. That's why we're seeing 5.5k gold lead only at an 8-minute game.
Yeah, that's true. And for the rest of the players of HBSE, aside from Musa King, they've been really consistent on taking down other objectives, whatever it is that is needed from them to do early game. So again, this is the story. Zank is trying to split push on other lanes. Same with game number 2. So I think for now, HBSE already has an idea that this is what's gonna happen for the next couple of minutes.
But it's worrying coming in from BTR because BTR's draft, you're playing around Zan's Direnjie, Neil's Princess Frost. Those don't scale well towards the later stages of the game compared to VV.
Oh, he's looking to go for this one. He's going to just go for the tremor smash. It's on point. Jay with a nice little setup, and he's going to stay alive, but talks this down. Musan King is in heaven and earth form, but he's going to be very low. He's going to barely limp away, and HBSE taking it away with just Guyu down.
Again, for HBSE, they will be able to take down the Tufts. But then again, at the end of every team fight, what's really nice is that they know when to disengage. So the discipline is there for HBSE. Although for most cases, we could see now the damage coming in from BTR. So as long as the game is being stretched by BTR, they have the potential to go for a comeback. It's just that for HBSE, they're all over the place.
That is a worrying factor as well because this is not even 10th minute yet. Once that 10th minute hits, Shadow variants spawn on towards the map. For HBSE, you will Tyrant, you will get that Overlord, and that's where the lead explodes for that HBSE as another AK comes through.
Oh, nice little board. Got him in, but it's under the tower. Probably don't want to dive for this one. But HBSE, more than anything else, provided that space, and now it's looking to take a top C2.
This is what we've mentioned earlier. If you compare the Yixing usage as compared to game number 2, this is more of an offensive Yixing as to why for HBSE, they're able to really or literally push the players of ETR back. So a lot of efforts coming in from ZanQ, but the difference now is that all lanes are being covered by HBSE. You have 8.2k versus 6.6k, by the way, on the jungle heroes.
And interesting enough, ZanQ did go for that tank Jing build that we talk about, Hunter's Grip into that Blazing Cape here. So it's more of a semi-tank Jing build that we don't really get to see in the global scene.
I mean, if you're looking at the rest of the lineup, though, they do have that damage, so he can afford to do that. More than anything else, he needs to stay alive, create a little bit of havoc, potentially get to the back line because it is a bit of a scary lineup.
The only way to do damage is if you are able to stay alive in these cases here. ZanQ forces out the smite, does get that monkey camp here, but all 3 lanes simultaneously crashing into the high ground here. More turrets are being committed.
Yeah, that's true. Another board. Early board, actually.
Oh,
in
nice
a
truth! He got onto 2, and Guyu with the setup, and Neil has already been down, but he's going to be locked in. He's trading his life away. How much more can they get? Jay's going to be in a bad spot. He goes down as well, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1.
2-for-1 in favor here. Make that a 3-for-2 here as currently we're looking towards the front line here.
Busan King with the dive. He does not care. He says, this is my out.
Again, he is called a king for a reason. Being shown here the prowess of Busan King. HBSE again on a roll on the game.
He's going to dive under the crystal. He does not care what's going on. Arms is going to be picked up, especially with that damage with VV and HBSE looking to close this game out. Neil is going to be here with that winner is here. He's going to be completely zoned out, but the crystal goes down, and HBSE take the series.
With the series 3-0 in favor of HBSC, we had back-to-back Tempest games in Game 1 and Game 2. HBSC was like, fine, Game 3, let's amp it up and let's take it all the way to a 12-minute end.
I could say that for HBSC, they are calm and collected all throughout the series. I mean, lots of instances wherein it was a BTR dictating the game, but they were able to take control and even show their prowess on game number 3. I could say that game number 3 was pure dominance for HBSC. They literally shut down the best hero or the signature hero of Zankyu.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, I'm a little disappointed because we didn't see a Tempest Dragon. The first
Yeah,
one with the
we
series,
predicted it would
and we
be
didn't. I know throughout, but again, just HBSC just too strong in the end. Full control, understanding how to close this game out.
I think it also falls into the perception in towards that early game, whereby Zankyu got punished in that jungle attack steal. He did take away the Azure Golem, but he was taken down by the members coming in for that HBSC. And then the level 1 setup coming in from VV and Guiyu, capturing Tufts in that 1v1 attempt.
Yeah, that's right. And I kind of feel like for this match specifically, it feels like that for HBSC, they were playing more like a team as compared to BTR by Vitality, because again, they're really focused on having Zankyu get those resources. So other players had a hard time whenever Zankyu was behind.
Yeah. All right, for the record, it looks like, you know, Chantel, with a little bit of a call out for all the Indonesian fans that are there. Where can they find you on social media to kind of counter this argument, dare I say? Where can they find you?
I'm not sure if I want to say that because of that. But anyway, I'm at Caster Chantel.
Okay, all right, there we go. Please do follow and do
So
DM
brave
her.
of me,
Let
by
her
the
know
way.
your thoughts if you happen to be from Indonesia. I think that's going to be a great one. But look, we're going to see even HBSC, they're going to be playing even in that third matchup today. What are your thoughts? Was that good enough? Are you like, hey, Malaysia Pride, let's go. They did everything.
Malaysia Pride, let's go. Thank you, HBSC, for 3-0ing against BTR here. But props to BTR as well. First 2 games of the series already, they've pushed BSE to a 20-minute game back-to-back here. Not any team can really achieve those markers here. And BTR has had dominating early games in one of the few games. So really, this is a big growth here coming in for BTR, coming in from KWC top 8 to that IKL Fall Champion run. We will be looking even further towards that playoff or even towards the KIC.
Yeah, that's true. I would agree. I think that was a fast progress by BTR, by Vitality. I think even for game number 2, they could have won that game. It's just that, again, it all boils down with decision making, to which I think they will learn for the next couple of days, because we will be here for 4 days in total. So it's something that they will learn and eventually adapt on the same.
Yeah, I think they're going to learn a lot from that one. But again, being down 0-2, that's a bit of a mountain of a hill. But let's find out exactly what. Let's do an interview on this one. Let's go to this stage right now.
Everybody give a big round of applause to HBSE. Congratulations. Mu Sang King, you are so precise, so amazing. You know how to put yourself in the map. Even starting with game number 1, it was 6-0-6. Now, how do you keep that level of precision without overextending, especially in high-pressure games like this one?
I think it's our experience. We play Honor of Kings 6 years. My teammate.
The experience says it all, and you're really proving it. Now, game number 2, we got a little bit scared for you because in the 17-minute mark, your opponent, BTR, they almost made a comeback. They were in your base and everybody was not alive until you came and you made a crucial decision to clear the minions and you saved the entire game, which is very crucial to have the sweep for today. Now, can you take us through what was happening in the comms and how you guys stayed composed throughout that time?
He can't destroy my tower. I can.
You knew that they were not gonna destroy the tower. How was it in the comms? Was everybody screaming? Was everybody was still composed?
So crazy.
It was so crazy. Who was the loudest?
Zhong was louder.
What was he saying?
So, wow.
you know what? When you saved everything, everybody here was saying, wow. Now, your nation, Malaysia, is so proud of what you guys have shown. Sweep for your very first series. What would you like to say to all the audience that's cheering for you?
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody, and keep on cheering for them. Now we're gonna break it down a little bit more, so we're gonna head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara. As we go into that one, HBSC looked like they were too strong in the end. Off of the play of Musan King and VV, 6-1-8, 7-0-4. Sagi, it looked like BTR really had no answers in this one.
I mean, you gotta give props to Tsuhong as well towards the mid lane, right? He had like what, back-to-back amazing games on that Shi and on that Yixing as well. He was the anchor and engager coming in for the side HBSC. You know you can really fall back to him when you are looking for those big engages and big setups.
Yeah, definitely a dominating win for that game number 3 for HBSC. And it feels like, I mean, it's not a feeling anymore, but we also for Jing or for Zankyo, he had a hard time early game, but it's just the HBSE knowing how to stop or know how to respect how great Zankyo is of a player when he holds the Jing. So it mattered for them. There were efforts, yes, from BTR. It just so happens that for HBSC, they were literally all over the place. Even the boards of Jihong was being used aggressively against them.
Yeah, to me, it looked like HBSC, really well-oiled machine. Everybody was stepping up. Everyone understood the assignment. They actually were like really in sync with one another. When that coordination, that team fight initiation happens, everybody's on the same page.
We're talking about everybody on the same page. You can look towards the team fight rate that we have on our screens on towards your right, the green bar.
Oh,
that's where you really see all these fights happen in the jungle and everybody dukes it out for that 5v5 because of that buff control.
Yeah, that's true. And we have to mention that it's 94% team fight participation for Jihong on this game. We've mentioned about using the board aggressively. I think for most cases or for most skirmishes, he was the one to actually initiate for them. Whenever the board is able to get at least, I mean, even a player, then they go dive in. So there's a lot of layering of skills, or they focus fire on specific player whenever there is an opportunity, and that's the beauty of HBSE's play on a game number 3.
Yeah, the biggest thing is about, of course, that team fight here, and we're seeing the gold graph just in full control, right? They did not relinquish it at any moment in this game. They were, again, just able to close it out BTR, again, with no answer.
I think this is the difference between Game 1 and Game 2, whereby Game 3 is totally out of the usual goal lead that we're seeing. Game 1, Game 2, relatively slow, not much of action in towards that early to mid game, but Game 3, it was just action-packed from minute 1.
We can consider this probably that for HBSE, they were able to download already the game of BTR by Vitality, how they normally rotate the jungling pattern specifically for Zankyo, and how they will minimize the potential of other lanes. So MVP for that game is none other than Musang King, 618 KDA. Talk about damage dealt, 30%. So for every 30% that he deals, he also gets 25% of the damage all throughout the team. So that's pretty huge for a jungle, and it's not the typical matchup for the jungle because it was actually an assassin versus a sustained one. So very huge difference in terms of team dynamics because of the hero composition.
Great team composition, great team synergy, great understanding what they needed to have done. Musan King, again, with another MVP, and you're seeing why he is one of the best in the world right here, because he was able to constantly just get those pickoffs when it really mattered.
And back to the replay that we talk about here, the reason why Zankyo was really damaged in that jungle department was really due to this early setup that's being set on by BSE's VV and Guiyu here. And going to the mid game, there was just kills galore happening around the Azure and Crimson Golem for the controls such as this.
For me, I'm kind of looking at Jit. If you're looking at his play in the highlights, he always has such amazing setup. Always like the tremor smashes, his first ramp, just everything was on point for the rest of the team with all that damage, was able to clean house.
Yeah, that's true. And I think, again, it is because of the trust, we can say, that for HBSC, that whenever someone hits a skill or lands a skill, they're ready to punish that. And I think for BTR, they were just caught off guard all throughout the game, and HBSC was just more confident that they are able to secure kills against them. And even at the final moments, you could see the aggression from HBSC as compared to BTR, because for most cases, I think BTR were just reacting as to how HBSC plays.
Yeah, and
Rotates against
if we're looking at this draft as well, they were always looking to pick Busan King's hero first. Basically making a
Always.
statement, right? They're just like, hey, counter it. What are you going to do? And BTR tried, but again, it just was not enough. HBSC are that confident.
And really to a point whereby all three games coming in for this series was always HBSC on towards the blue side and then BTR defaulting towards the red side here. There wasn't really much of a swap going in on that side selection, so that really gave priority over to HBSC to lock all these Busan King heroes in that jungle.
And considering that most heroes, I think the only passable hero that is to be prioritized was a Pei.
Yeah.
It's just HBSE being confident that whenever Busan King is able to take his comfort the jungle hero, then they're able to win the game, because game 1 was Pei, game 2 Luna, and then a Yangjan, and you can get those heroes, specifically Luna and a Yangjan, on other portions or other sequence of the drafting. So pretty interesting information about HomeBois. I hope other teams are taking notes about that, because it's something that they can use against them.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see exactly how much they can use. There's a lot of information on both of these squads. Blacklist International will be playing HomeBois of Black Shrew Esports in the third matchup, but the second matchup that will be coming up, it will be Alpha Gaming going up against Alter Ego. A little bit of a high level. I mean, obviously we have the break ahead of us, but what are your thoughts on this one real quick?
My thoughts on this one, they are the fan-voted teams coming into the tournament here. So we have the MK Alter Seed and Alter Ego going head-to-head. So I want to see how far Alter Ego can really challenge APG, because APG, they had a lot of like competitive history going to S3, going into KWC here, so they are and is a seasoned team thus far.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, the best voted, some of them didn't do as great in the regular season, but have they leveled up? They know that there was a lot of research, a lot of data on Alpha Gaming especially, so it's going to be interesting to see exactly what's going to happen. But first, I believe we will be taking a little bit of a break. But before you do, please do get their food, your food of choice. Ensure that it's all about the nation's pride, right? But first, we're going to take a little bit of a break here.
This world shrouded in darkest night will soon welcome Lord Dichen's return.
We must join forces to prevent the Dark Lord's revival. Answer the call of the token and follow me into battle.
Neither I nor my 5 Thunder Drums will permit the Dark Lord's return.
A mere mortal. Seeking to overcome the divine? How misguided.
Oh, have your saviors arrived? Is that the Dark Lord? Are we too late?
The Sky Orb. It might be our only chance.
Then let's take it.
Thunder.
Master Sekong? His power can wound the Dark Lord.
You truly consider yourself a threat to Lord Dichen? Only defeat awaits those who blaspheme my lord!
with this many people guarding it.
Don't count on getting lucky. Out of the way.
Help me!
Don't you have any new tricks? This is getting old! Make some room! You're all too slow!
Guess it's my lucky day. I get to have a little chat with Ebi.
Where do you think you're going?
Your hero has arrived!
Hero, more like Zero!
Huh? My idol is here too!
Huh?
Lord Deacon, none shall stand in the way of your arrival.
What? Has the Dark Lord already regained his divine power?
The ritual isn't finished. We still have time. If we grab the Sky Orb now...
Forget that for now! Let's focus on getting through this shield!
We have to stop the Dark Lord's return, no matter what!
If we can just find a weakness, we'll have a chance. The 5 Thunder Drums can wound the Dark Lord. We've just gotta hit him in the right spot. From death, from the darkest depths, new life rises! Noja!
As long as the Ministry of Wonders is here, the Dark Lord will never return to this world!
Such power! My lord!
Caillou! Do not I like that. Hey! You! Hey! Stop! You! Woo! Wow!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
feeling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful.
In this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. I love the way to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what?
Welcome back to Nation Clash. We're about to witness another epic showdown between two nations with one goal in mind: to see who truly reigns supreme inside the gorge. This is where pride meets power, strategy meets spirit, and where every move matters. Two nations, two styles, precision versus passion. And they're fighting their way towards the next step in glory. And now, let us begin. Representing the pride of Malaysia, the team known for their calculated aggression and mechanical brilliance. They're here to prove why they deserve to be called the Alpha Kings of the arena. Alpha Gaming! And from Indonesia, a team of rising stars and veterans combine the team ready to make their mark in the world stage. Give it up for Alter Ego Esports. Let's welcome the coaches to the stage, the tacticians who are the driving force behind their team's success. Alpha Gaming versus Alter Ego Esports. Two brilliant minds facing off in strategy and skill. Let's see which nation's game plan will prevail this time. Let the games begin. Casters, lead the gorge.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Nation Clash as we head on towards the second series here. Chantel, after the Game 1 series here, we are absolutely going in for more banger.
Yeah, that's for sure. And again, Alpha Gaming, they are relatively a new roster coming into MKL, but at the same time, despite it, they played fair and even placed third for the region. And I gotta say, in terms of play style, they could become really aggressive because of their jungle, so which is really nice. And they even used Miyu. Actually, I talked to some of the players in the Philippines, and they've talked about the jungler of APG, meaning that he is really of a great player. So I think it's something that we should really look forward to, whatever the heroes he will use for today's match.
I think for the side of APG, they definitely have like improvements towards the roster. They got in Xiang previously from Blacklist Esports and Shisan previously from Team Secret. These two players has been one of these players coming into the global scene environment here. But on their opposite end will be Alter Ego here. Starting off the family with 1TUT, Zhen Shao as their Malaysian import, Decoy in the roam, Icy Tail and Newbie in that clash and mid lane.
I think for Alter Ego Esports, people are confident that they can show their potential here for Nations Clash. And I think that's the beauty of Nations Clash, because aside from you representing your organization, you're here to represent your own region. So at the end of the day, whatever Alter Ego Esports will show, it's their progress from off-season coming to the Nations Clash. I'm just really looking forward to see that, because anything can happen in a span of a week, even overnight. So yeah, sometimes I like matcha and the other day I don't like matcha. So that's how things can progress rapidly.
And especially in the pro scene, whereby if you practice, you start to see growth going into an international tournament. For Alter Ego, they're a young squad. They have multiple lineup shifts coming in from VVV into 1TUT. So you're starting to look into things whereby, is this the time whereby this Alter Ego lineup start to be able to challenge the likes of APG that's been to S3, that's been to KWC, for example?
It's gonna be a challenge for them, but at the same time, it could be an inspiration for them to do great on this tournament. But again, for the team head-to-head, take note that this is for their respective leagues. So this is for MKL and for IKL. So we could see a huge discrepancy in terms of a win rate. Definitely APG will be on the upper hand, or will be on the lead on that, 61%. It's because they are the third placers in MKL. Now for Alter Ego, this is where the challenge comes in. They need to prove of what they can do in the tournament. And again, it could serve as an inspiration to them.
It will be an inspiration for them because going into the off-season after KNC, they could take this valuable experience that they had in the international regional stage between PKL, IKL, and MKL to really foster their growth going into the off-season. Maybe build up more team chemistry, team coordination for that next 2026 run.
Yeah, that's true. And I think aside from the region pride that we have for KNC, I think the beauty in here is that teams can elevate their play. Let's say, for example, for Philippines, in terms of international tournaments, we don't really perform that well. But these types of tournaments, we can actually improve the current knowledge that we have, the current strategy that we have. And this is centered around the Southeast Asian Games. And it's like when you do a scrimmage, right? Normally, you can improve, you can learn from them, and it's the same case for this.
And talking about the same case, we welcome Holler back to the broadcast here. Where were you, Holler?
I took a little bit of a nap. I'm here now. Don't worry, guys. But going into this one, you guys are breaking it down quite well, right? Especially with this Alpha Gaming Alter Ego thing. I think that this is going to be an interesting matchup, especially at this stage. But let's talk a little bit about this head-to-head. Of course, it's going to be in the Rome, Saber, and of course, Decoy. I like both of these players, to be completely honest, but, you know, it's Saber a little bit of an edge. I mean, when you're winning games, your stats get a little bit padded.
Yeah, average assists, 8 versus 4. It tells a lot about the teams, but we don't really have much data yet because they haven't really played at KNC. So we will see as to how Decoy will play fair against Saber. But I think the good thing is that in terms of average damage to hero, Decoy actually has higher one as compared to Saber. So we could say that Decoy could be a type of player that is more on the aggressive side, but at the same time could last long in a team fight and deal damage as well.
That is a very good point here, Chantel. And talking about the damage dealt department and also damage taken department, maybe it also goes into a way whereby games are generally longer or games are into the picks, such as the Yuhuan, such as the Zhang Fei, for example, for Decoy. But it's the KNC. We will want to see more unorthodox picks because we're not going to the KIC first. We're playing for regional pride here at the Cool City Mall.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty much everything at stake at this point, right? Indonesia faltered in the first matchup. I think going into this one, Alter Ego have a little bit of slack that they need to pick up on this one. There's going to be a lot more pressure. You're still going up against the home team, that is Alpha Gaming, the Malaysian squad as well. This could be a potential scary one, but I expect high things out of Alter Ego here.
To be fair, since HomeBois won earlier, and if ever, just in case APG wins this game, then there's a huge chance for the Malaysian region to actually get to the grand finals. So again, it's the accumulation of points for KNC, and it's about you getting that momentum as early on, so that you just have to continue that for the next couple of days.
I want to hold our horses a little bit. It was just one match.
It's just
right?
one match.
Just one match.
Yeah.
But it's looking good. Okay, let me be very honest. HomeBois looked very strong. Put that flag down. Okay, just for now.
Wait for
just
my
for
turn.
now.
Wait for my turn later.
We're gonna see exactly. I'm super excited about that one because I think that's gonna be the first time that a PKL team is gonna be playing, going up to that third matchup. Of course, that's with Blacklist International, but Alpha Gaming Alter Ego. This one, it's all about the votes, right? And actually, I was talking to Rookie Cast about this, and I was like, "Oh, Alter Ego, like, are they that popular? What's going on?" And he was pretty much just like, "Actually, if you're going into the game." It just happened to be that those players from Indonesia were picking the ones that was just alphabetical.
right? So Alter Ego and Alpha Gaming, dare I say, they were the most popular. But again, it might be just a conspiracy theory at this point.
I think that's more of a coincidence, more of a conspiracy. Of course, Alter Ego is one of the top organizations out there in Indonesia, in IKL. So deserving their spot here, they are the fan favorites here. But it is still a competitive setup that they have to really face against APG coming in as Malaysia MKL's third seed. So for Alter Ego, it is to challenge themselves to see how far they can go in this tournament.
And I think there will be a nice matchup actually between junglers. Heavily relying also on the junglers for both teams. Can be aggressive at times for Alter Ego. So I'm just really looking forward as to how the prioritization of the heroes will be, because for match one rather, specifically for HBSE, there were a lot of jungle prioritization on Musang King's heroes. So could be the same for this case, or maybe not. It depends on the identity of the teams.
For me, in this case, right, Chantel, I think we will definitely have to put our focus towards the jungler coming in for the side of AE here. Zheng Xiao, he's had a lot of experience guiding players like TNX, guiding players like the farm lane role. He's more of a Malaysian veteran coming into this tournament here. So as the representative for the side of AE, I do think that they will bring a lot to the table in this case.
But if we're looking at game number one, Zancu also Malaysian. This was a bit of a homecoming for him. It was not a welcoming homecoming, right? HomeBois, Black Shoe Esports were just kind of really rough on him, made sure that he had a rough start. Is APG, Alpha Gaming, going to do the same thing to Zheng Xiao here?
Actually, I think there's a high chance. I mean, yes, they have a new roster, but you have two players who were originally part of the lineup, their jungler, and even their support. So, by the way, speaking of jungler and support, we will see a Yangjan, Dolya combination for APG. Talk about sustain and a nice support system. That's a nice pick, actually, for APG. Now, for AE, we will see another Garuda. Interesting, a lot of Garudas today, plus Ogran and Adharma, the typical priority heroes.
For me, I love the Garuda. On the side of newbie, I really want to see how this player pulls this out. We've seen amazing performance coming in from Zihong in the side of the Garuda pick. So coming into this series, this freshly released hero just 1 or 2 days ago, I want to see how it really allows the competitive pick and bans to really see a much of a different pacing.
Yeah, a lot about the pacing, also about just the poking and prodding. That Wings of Judgment does some serious damage. It's not going to be great, right, for all of them. So APG are deciding, hey, you want to go artillery? We're going to go our own. This is going to be a long-range one in the Nua here.
It's very different, right? We're looking at double annihilation, double third eye coming in from Yang Jian here. So a lot of healing coming in with this Yang Jian Dolya pick. APG had a phenomenal Yang Jian Dolya back in the MKL playoffs here, so definitely coming to this series, game number one, they are pulling all the stops in this series.
Yeah, that's true. I think also for APG, now they need a hero that can deal enough damage per second on the farm lane, just to be able to complement this sustain hero that they have. I mean, they have the burst already, but I consider Nua as a scaling mid lane. So I think they need a farm lane, even a clash lane that could play fair on the early game. But right now, we could see a ban for APG. Okay, they don't want any sustain here that has crowd control also. So I'm expecting that they will force an engagement early on this game.
Yeah, and the new one's kind of like, again, the annihilation is great especially if you're able to get those kills, but it's also about creation. It's making it a little bit uncomfortable for this potential Zheng Xiao Ogren to kind of make his way in there. If he gets pushed around a bit, you have that control. And if he's just barely getting away, now he needs to be even more careful, especially with a sniping annihilation.
And we look at the side of AE, with the combination coming in for the Garuda and also the Ogren, it gives them a lot of early game power in that jungle department here. You best believe Zheng Xiao will go for those aggressive jungle in phase because Nua and also Fatih, they take a long time to scale.
Yeah, that's true. So you need as much as possible the aggressive heroes early on for AE. So what's interesting is that if you compare the drafting sequence for match one compared to this, I think for this one, both coaches are respecting the ideas of certain heroes, but at the same time doing the beauty of trying to counter out what's in front of them. Not the usual, okay, we play well with this, let's use this, but there's a reaction and an answer for both.
And I mean, going into this one, they're going to pick the Diadea. A little bit of control,
like it.
plus you're going to have the Flowborn Marksman, the 1-2 combination in that bottom lane, potentially just securing it. APG have a lot of openings that they could potentially go, especially with that last farm laner here.
They're still up for grabs like the RLE. They're still up for grabs for the side of Channels. Lots of picks here being available in the farming department, especially for JD here. It comes down to what they really want to play around. Are they going for Shisan late game here? Are they going for Direnjie to play that early game? But they do put the late game focus all around the Gorge. For APG, it is such a scary late game composition thus far.
Yeah, that's true. And I think for the China pick, it's just for them to be able to secure a farm lane that is really hard for the idea to be zoned out. So which is actually a good one. So in terms of the hero composition, I believe that for both, it is a balance between sustain and at the same time has the damage and can control their early game.
Match number 2, game number 1, we have the draft. Alter Ego versus Alpha Gaming. Both of these guys were voted in here representing Indonesia and Malaysia going into this one. But Sagi, we know the draft. Which one are you giving an edge to?
Not giving an edge to anyone as we hop on to the Gorge here, but we will be talking about a few points here because we're looking at things such as the Garuda and also the Ogren, which really allows you to play all these aggressive early game plays. But on the side of APG, you're talking about things like the Channel, Nua, and also the Vati here. So the entire game speed will be on a spectrum here. For AE, it's fast games all around. For APG, it's slow scaling to that 10th minute mark.
Ah, okay. So, but my biggest takeaway, I think, for most cases, teams are able to stretch out the game even though the other team is winning the early game. So it's something that for AE has to capitalize, knowing that they are leaning towards the early game. Is that for them to be able to execute it that well and not give APG the opportunity to kind of stretch the game and have heroes like Nua, Fatih, and Chano those damages and even the items.
Yeah. I mean, if we're kind of looking at the draft here, Alpha Gaming's lineup, you're talking about the fact that it's slow and steady, Sagi, but you're going up against an Ogren. Do you really want to kind of slow the game down, let him kind of hit his mark, so to speak, with those items?
We'll only find out because we go in back towards the Gorge as we see a bit of a tussle in that river.
Yeah, it's going to start things off, of course. You know, 3 members of Alter Ego here, trying to prioritize as much farm onto Zhao as well as, you know, Newbie, just with that pushback. I think the Garuda might catch people off guard. It is a new hero as of, what, 2 days?
Yeah, 2 days only on towards the Gorge here. His kit is simple, strong early game with those push power, going to level 4 and all those item spikes, that's where his range starts to reach you from afar.
It's really nice that we get to see these teams actually adapt that fast on new heroes, probably considered a part of the meta now because it has been picked match 1, now even for match 2. Now for APG, we saw that there was a difference in terms of rotation at the clearing on the middle lane. So again, it's because we have differences in terms of the dynamics of the heroes. So let's expect that for AE, they will definitely be all over the place, probably rotate on the clash lane as early as possible.
So whenever I see line or compositions, I'm always looking at like how the team fight is going to go, right? You're going to have Newbie up front. He's going to use those Wings of Judgment. It's like poking and prodding quite a bit. As long as he stays alive, and then Zen Xiao is the secondary initiation and that tank, and just staying alive, that's going to be a key part of this Alter Ego lineup.
But look at the damage here coming in from Yulong onto Zen Xiao here. That is the potential that we talk about with the Yangjian and also Dolia composition here. Mind you, that Dolia is not even level 4 yet.
Yeah, that's true. So I think for APG, it indicates the idea that we said that they are more on the scaling type of heroes because of this combo. So let's expect later on for APG, they might go for an invade once they get or study how AE actually rotates with the jungling pattern and such. So AE right now is being pushed back by 3 players, or actually 2 at the bottom lane.
Yeah, Ice and Tail taking a little bit of damage on the top lane. It looks like Alpha Gaming are trying to prioritize Niang to have a good game, right? You need that space. Give yourself a bit of an edge. Once that Fatih gets going into that mid-game with some of those items, he's going to be a damage dealer.
Comes down to the same question again that we talk about. It's about these Clash laners finding those big miracle plays here. You have Icy Tail on towards the Dharma here. You want to be seeing multiple truth mantras on the key carries like Shisan and JD, who really don't have that much of a utility or mobility that we talk about.
Yeah, that's true. And we can see right now actually that there might be a skirmish at the middle lane. It's a typical rotation prior an objective for both teams, and very applicable on this because again, you need to as much as possible get those resources as early as possible, and it's really nice that we get to see both Pati and the Dharma trying to stop their possible rotation on other lanes.
Yeah, doing a great job of that. I mean, Alter Ego right now, prioritizing their own jungle right now. And it's one of those things where you want to funnel this Zhen Zhao as much farm as possible. He's going to be your late game hero, a carry that is, and so you got to give him that space.
The early game revolves around a lot of these resource sharing here. That's why you see a solo kill on towards JD against one TUT here as JD draws first blood with Chano.
Oh, JD just making him pay, stuck around. He thought he was fine under that tower, but JD now even stealing the healing dew, taking everything from them and potentially taking that tower.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting an early kill, particularly at the farm lane, so that's an edge already. In terms of a matchup, it's really nice.
Oh yeah, but Yulong still up in front. He's heaven and earth form. He is a big tanky guy, tough to deal with, but he's not going to get anything in return. It's still a bit early at this stage.
A lot of folks coming in from both teams, but APG dictating the pattern of this game. Again, a nice first blood coming in from JD at that moment. So we could see a potential play again.
Oh, Shisan just finding decoy, and it looks like they want to go for this Azure Golem. Yulong all the way up in front, the Wings of Judgment, zoning him away, not really going to connect. Yulong just literally Matrix dodges everything.
But still, you protect the buff away from the hands of Yulong here. So Zhen Zhao still has a lot of farm going in towards his pockets here, even though we're seeing almost a 1,000 gold lead in favor of APG. But the pressure is starting to show for the side of the MKL team here. They are trying to get more of these jungle camps towards the bottom side and also potentially that tower at that bottom.
Yeah, good thing for AE, they're able to kind of defend other areas that APG is trying to put pressure to. So APG right now, slow but steady, consistently clearing the minion waves. And even at the bottom lane, there's a lot of pressure coming in from JD, plus the help of a Saber. I think for one TUT, he will have a hard time on that. Probably would go another lanes or maybe join. Probably go for a double lane, I mean.
Yeah, but it's the small things, right? You just saw Alter Ego literally shift all 5 members in the bottom lane. They thought there was going to be a team fight. Didn't happen. They got nothing. So basically, they were wasting time, literally walking around the map, not getting any sort of farm.
This goes to show the map control game here coming in from APG as we see towards the mid lane here. The Wings of Justice have been casted off, but Zhen Zhao getting caught by that creation block that you talk about.
Yeah, he's got a lot, you know, he's still tanky, he's still going to be fine, he's under the tower, nothing is too much at risk. Alpha Gaming, if anything, are just going to kind of, you know, make him a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true, and actually for the players of Alter Ego, they're being pushed back, even on other sides of the lanes. I thought it was just the farm lane, even the jungle is being pushed back also, and we could see the difference in terms of the gold, so it is a huge lead for JD, 4.2k, almost 1k gold lead for him.
They're doing some work. The Conductor of Souls, Zhen Zhao, is going to be back, and he had to commit quite a bit in terms of just staying alive. Alpha Gaming, just, you know, making it uncomfortable, doing the damage, so that he has to just stay alive and play defensively.
But all these poke and prod, forcing the map movement to be delayed coming in for the side of Alter Ego here. As we see towards the cross lane here, Icy Tail is being pressured so damn hard here. No vision being spotted out yet, but more control over the jungle here, being contested by both teams.
Oh, they're going to have the Arrow Storm just trying to take this one, but Yulong commits to the smite, gets the steal, and it looks like they're going to get away scot-free, not really able to take much, but JD in the top lane. Icy Tail has to flash away. The flash from JD in response. The Soaring Stage annihilation! He hits him with a through.
Oh no, what a play by APG. Talk about the precision from Shishan at that time. The aggression is there. APG right in front of players of Alter Ego. 1.3k gold lead on this game. I think for this one, they are playing in a part of a system wherein let's put pressure on the farm lane, then focus on limiting the resources, and we do it all over until it's not effective anymore.
It's a slow bleed coming in for the side of Alter Ego, whereby JD, he was against one TUT in that ball lane. He got a solo kill, and then going to the top lane, he was really defending these plays.
JD taking a lot. That Wings of Judgment. Got to be careful. This is the hardest thing, is that it's right in front of you. And if you get stepped out, you're going to be fine. And he was able to dodge most of the attacks.
And one more thing that we talk about, right? This is a slow bleed. So all these gold that we talk about, towers going in, objectives going in. Mind you, this is only a 0-2 scoreline, but only 2,000 already going in favor of APG in this early game.
Yeah, very clean macro play coming in from APG. As we could see, this is what we're talking about. They're like playing in a system, and for AE, they need to decode the system as much as possible. They need to be... I can say that they need to be aggressive because in terms of gold and even the items that they have, definitely there is a huge discrepancy.
Yulong going in, diving in, trying to go for 1 UT, and he gets knifed out with that annihilation. And now Xiang is also going to try to find decoy. Yulong not playing scared. He's got the heaven and earth, and Icy Tail gets picked off. Zen Shao's Electronic Path of Passing. He's going to be taken out as well. 4 members down from Alter Ego.
Clean team fight coming in for the side of APG. They came in hunting for that Crimson Golem and immediately taking 4 quick kills into their pockets here. AE looking at a dire position going into these high ground turrets.
And even for the players of APG, they have the core items already. We can see even Xiang in front and even Shishan. Talk about confidence here for APG. And it's something that AE has to stop as early as now. Although for the Garuda, he already has the Venomous Staff and even a Frozen Breath. So if other players from AE has the items already, then they can potentially overturn a team fight.
Yeah, Alpha Gaming just doing such a great job of that macro play that you rightly pointed out, Chantal. Cutting the creeps, putting the pressure on those towers as well, and essentially just, you know, exerting their dominance. Nobody wants to fight into this because they have a 5K net worth lead. This Alpha Game team is starting to roll.
For AE, they need to find a miracle engage from the side of ICTO who has the Heaven and Earth.
Yeah, Heaven and Earth, the Wings of Judgment right on top. Yulong,
oh, they got him!
And Zen Shao gets picked off with that Seared State. The Conductor of Souls, but Zen Shao gets focused as well. He's going to trade his life away, and it looks like Alpha Gaming will be happy with that 1-for-1.
Yeah, definitely. 5.1k gold lead steal for APG. Yes, Yulong was taken down by AE, but still they have the lead on this game. Again, we've mentioned about core items. Even for Shishan here, went straight for the Wrath. So expect the burst damages from APG. For AE, again, it's all about miracle play. As much as possible, there might be a surprise play from Icy Tail on the Dharma. Probably go at the back of the players and change the formation of APG.
And it's a bit worrying, and especially for the side of AE, whereby JD is on a curve whereby he's already 8.2k at 10-minute mark. Means that he's having an 800 gold per minute game.
Yeah, he's just greedy at this point. I mean, he's so fat in terms of farm. He's just been able to just outclass 1TUT as much as possible. So he's got that huge lead. And now look at how Alpha Gaming are not playing scared. They've taken the Tyrant as well as the Overlord. That's as greedy as it gets.
Very, very clean play still from APG. I think at this point for AE, they really need to regroup, like have an initiation against the APG, because the more that they stretch this game, yes, there's a potential to have that goal lead, the game equilibrium, but it just gives APG that momentum to continue this kind of play that they have.
For AE, it will take a miracle of team fight at the high ground to really bring themselves back into game against Shadow Tyrant, against Shadow Overlord, and with a 6,000 gold deficit, this is looking to go further away from the hands of Alter Ego.
6,000 for an 11-minute game time, that's really huge. And even the initiative on the side lanes is being pushed back by the players of APG, so there's no place for Alter Ego to go. Probably a counter play under the high ground towers. That's the only miracle play that they can go.
I mean, it's not always about the miracles as well. It's about split pushing. It's about finding space elsewhere. Alter Ego right now are huddling in their own base, just trying to hang on more than anything else. They are not farming, and this is going even further in favor of Alpha Gaming as they put the pressure on. This Shadow Vanguard is still a bit of a problem. JD's up front. It looks like they're going to take the top T3, and they're going to walk away.
And that is bot T3 as well. The mid T3 does go down as well, and right now we're looking at a final push attempt coming in from APG as they are looking at their sights at the Crystal.
I mean, it's an assault on all 3 fronts at this point. Yulong is going to find Zen Shao, who's just trying to stay alive. He's going to get picked off. The damage is just too much from Alpha Gaming. The Annihilation putting them back in, but the Crystal is going to be under siege, but they don't have minions. Yeah. Alpha Gaming looking to be backing off. Xiang is just stuck around, and he found out.
I think for this one, they're just waiting for another flow of minions, probably with the dragons as well. So this might be it for APG. You have a 1 player down.
Yeah, the Crystal again. They're going to take this one down, and as surgical as it was, Alpha Gaming take a clean game 1.
Smooth gameplay with decent team fights all around coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming here. It was all smooth sailing in their planning here. Gotta give props to JD. In that Farming 1v1, he got that solo kill. In that 1v1 against Icy kill towards the Clash lane, he got that 1v1 into the Annihilation kill as well.
I think that was a turning point all throughout the game, aside from the consistency, of course, of majority of the players of APG. So I think dominating is an understatement for this game, but it's just about macro plays for APG. I mean, there was a swing. It was like a pendulum playing around the map. They go back and forth, just limiting the possible options of AE all throughout the game. That's why AE had a hard time to stretch the game and probably work around their own area.
Yeah, and it came back to those rotations. Even at like the 4 or 5 minute mark when all 5 members of Alter Ego were going in the bottom lane, they were trying to make some sort of action happen, but when it's not there, you're left wanting, right? You need to spend that time farming as much as possible. There's no space, no time to waste, so to speak.
And when you talk about farm as well, take a look at how well farmed JD and also Yulong is in this game. JD is grinding like what, 10,000 gold already for the 12th minute mark, and he's just out farming everyone on the side of AE. He converted that 1v1 matchup into total map control for his team.
And even for the items of the Nua is meant for the burst, right? So just imagine you being pushed back and then you have this burst from the Nua, the Annihilation all over the place. So yeah, it's just APG having better resources, having a better rotation on that game number 1. But I think for Alter Ego, it's just them having a slow start or probably just waiting for APG to go for a play, but it doesn't work that way if you're up against a team like APG that is focused on macros.
I think that's the point as well, right? If you start your laning phase already 1 down against your opponent, laning phase-wise is such an important factor coming into this series here. If you lose the laning phase, you're losing few hundred gold, and that could convert into Tyrant, that could convert into Towers, which we really see the stats over here. JD and Shisan was just having a field day in this first game of the series.
Yeah, that's right. And it's the farm lane, right, that had that kill early on. So damage dealt for JD was around 66,000. That's pretty high for a very short a period of a game, and even for Saber, very efficient on the Dolga usage. I think for most parts of the game, AE was being pushed back in a way because there was a sustain, and you have the Yangjun in front of you, and you actually the majority of the players or heroes of APG was just really efficient all throughout this game number 1.
Yeah, and it kind of all started with Shisan up front with that duo, right? I love this hero in the sense that it's like a win more hero. They got to an early lead and they were able to kind of get those snipes out with those annihilations. They were turning the game on its head, so to speak, and really Alter Ego, once you're behind, it's tough because they have so many different ways to reach out and touch you in the backline.
That's why the expectation coming in for the side of Alter Ego is really just to gain that experience you need for that coming season here. You are putting yourself at perspective of AE being this challenger, learning from some of the best teams in the world right now, especially you are going up against in your bracket Bigetron and also APG.
Yeah, that's right. And actually for AE, they played pretty well on that game number 1 because there weren't really unnecessary errors. It's just that the other team was really aggressive against them. If we say a macro team, right? But yep, MVP for that game, by the way, is JD with that kill on the farm lane earlier, 3-0 to KDA. A very high total gold for a very short time on that game number 2. Efficient use, and as expected of a channel on the early game.
Yeah, and just be able to just take them over the edge, especially when they had that lead. That's pretty much what you want from a farm laner, someone who's very stable, able to find those items and just carry you to the very, very end. But let's check out these highlights here.
And these were the few plays that we talk about here. The reason why JD really deserved that MVP was commanding side lane plays that he really delivered for his team here, which translated into the jungle invasion, the jungle team fights that in the end fell all in favor for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, that's true. Now that they saw the highlights, after that kill, everything opened up for APG because for the side of AE, they reacted on that kill. So yep, that was the focus on the side lanes because we normally tend to just look at the jungling pattern or the junglers, how they rotate on each other. But yeah, pretty much JD was the man for APG.
Yeah, and if you're looking at kind of what happened, especially in that top lane, it was kind of like they were behind and they were still willing to take those fights 5 versus 5. They were so behind in terms of net worth, it's really not a fair fight. They need to extend the game, get wave clear, and just deal and find farm across the map, kind of what you saw in the first series, where ZonQ was farming in the enemy jungle even when they were behind.
Exactly the case here, Holler. And when we talk about all these early game attempts here, when we view back to the MKL fall, for example, for the side of APG, they were playing back-to-back BO5s and they really pushed all the teams that they faced to a limit. So they are a team with a lot of mental prowess to really play the game slow and steady if you're looking to challenge them.
Yeah, and it's all about just being able to challenge. Just get yourself into the fight. If you have a bad early game, fine. But what are the ways to come back? Just sticking around as like a death ball, potentially looking to fight is not the option here.
Yeah, that's true. And I think for this one, for Alter Ego, at least they have an idea as to how APG plays without that game number 1. So probably they will go for other heroes like that is more on the aggressive side, or probably change the pattern that they had, because I think for game number 1, the clearing of minion wave on the mid lane was very different. The Yangjin was focused on taking the jungles already versus having 3 players at the mid lane. So now we see the heroes for both teams. Definitely we won't be seeing the same heroes for APG for this game number 2.
Yeah, I think both guys are, like, they expended some heroes. I mean, the Ongren on the Zhenjiao, definitely Dharma, Garuda, they used some higher meta picks, dare I say. So something that they need to be worried about going into game 2. My concern right now is this Alpha Gaming lineup. The Yangjin has been on point. It seems like the Indonesian teams have not really had a good counter to it thus far.
Well, it goes back to the basics that we talk about here, whereby you need to be playing a much better early game to find that early venomous stuff and find those key kills on towards the Yangjin. Make sure he doesn't out-heal your damage source, which allows them to really push for those team fight wins. So, for IKL representatives, especially that we saw from BTR and AE, is a learning curve here, because we've seen as well Zanq and BTR in Game 7 of the Ultimate Battle against the Kagendra.
Yeah,
they pulled out the Yangjin Dolia as well to secure the win. So it's about that experience that they are going to in KNC, bringing it to KIC later on.
Oh, right. I forgot that we still have a KIC after this. So we have lots of tournaments coming in. I think even for 2027, the roadmap is crazy. Anyway, for Alter Ego now, yes, it's a learning curve for them. Or this is a way for them to experiment things and try if it's effective or if this will work for them or not. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is, or the whole KNC is for teams to elevate their playstyle.
Yeah, it's all about elevating your play, and we've seen the evolution of these teams. Yes, they've been on the international stage. Sometimes it doesn't look great, but in the end, it has really helped out these teams. They've taken those L's, they've turned it into a learning experience. All of these teams have gotten better over time. Are they able to have that more time, especially going into next year? It's going to be key for Alter Ego here.
One way to find out on how this series really progresses, we will be shortly going into the pick and bans between APG's Coach Quins and also Alter Ego's Coach Han here. Coaches are always the essential in forming pick and bans, especially when you're talking about going into long series here. BO5, BO7s, those are not a marathon. Those are exactly a long run that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's really about strategizing as much as possible, whether or not you are to pick power picks as early on. But I think for game number 1, we had the Dharma, Ogran, and even a Diadia for the side of AE. By the way, we will see a switch on sides. It's going to be AE on the red side. The blue side is going to be APG. So the question here is that, are you going to prioritize heroes like Yuan or focus on Dharma, since Dharma is open and it was AE that got that hero, or probably get a different hero that will definitely be, or definitely give them the lead on this.
Yeah, and Alpha Gaming with first pick, understanding that that's the situation. Alter Ego, just focus on Yulong, right? Take away the Pei, take away the Luna, make him play something that he might not be as comfortable on. Yulong is a guy where, hey, if he's hitting his marks, this team is rolling.
And that's the U1 first pick that we talk about that's pointed out by Chantel. It is very flexible. You can put it towards the mid lane as a utility mage or a late game carry mage, or you can put it towards the roamer to get all those big heals and tanky frontline that you're looking for.
Well, that's what's really nice also, because for APG, they can counter the next picks that AE has. So we go with the usual Arlie for AE, typically chosen whenever it's opened. And wow, you want an Amai in a single team. Crowd control, sustain is there, power picks, and you even have the Direnti. So this is a nice pick already for APG. I think for the next heroes, it wouldn't matter that much if they don't take another heroes that has damage.
I like the setup here coming from APG because the moment you show that Arlie coming into AE's draft, they immediately lock their Mai Shiranui and Diren Jie, who are known Arlie counters in towards their laning and in those team fights with the big burst potential.
Yeah, and you also have that siege that's coming in from this Agudo here with that alter ego, just putting in the, you know, if they win a team fight, they can just literally roll down like mid, right? They have that potential. But Alpha Gaming, on the other hand, yeah, you've got the Mai Shiranui. Shishan plays an amazing one. But this is a hero that does have its moments, right? If it's not hitting its marks, it's not doing enough in terms of the early laning pressure, you might really struggle.
Yeah, I think for this is just a crazy thought, but there's this idea that you can actually get a Milady against a Mai.
Yeah.
Just for the idea to have it the pressure. Yeah. So maybe we can see that for AE, just for you to be able to secure that winning lane, because as of the moment, since APG is on macro plays, you need a specific lane to win as much as possible for you to be able to do the usual rotations that you normally do.
We talk about the Milady pick that you pointed out just now, Chantel. The period of the Agudo, you're just going to be tearing up towers in those side lanes. It is a very crazy combination that could be explored by AE in this potential 4th or 5th pick.
But if you lose the early game, it's a feels bad man. Because coming back with a Milady and an Agudo, you're not able to pressure because you're constantly just in your base. And yeah, you're kind of able to do it. If you win a team fight, great. But are they able to have a good early game?
I like this actually. They answered us already whether or not they're going to take the Milady. So it's going to be a Ganon Mo. So you have strong frontliners with the Zhang Fei. We can consider Agudo also, despite it being the jungler. With the Ganon Mo having that damage and enough range against heroes like Yuan and even the Renji, I just think that it's going to be a hard time for the Ganon Mo against a Mai. And you have a Jing and Byron.
This is a APG special. So for those who are new to APG's lineup, every addition of jungler coming in from APG is a Jing main. So every one of them knows how to play this signature pick here. Exactly, yes. And Mai Shiranui and Jing are known counters against the Arlie here. Arlie has so much pressure going into those team fights whereby you are always pressured by the assassination moments.
And dare I say, this is, I mean, it really comes back to what Alter Ego picked last year, but this Jing pick could be essentially free. What is the lockdown? The Umbrella Outburst? The Furball? Maybe? Like, you have potential ways. Like, you had the damage, great, but this Jing is just going to be running all over you.
Yeah, that's true. That's why for AE, they got the Guan Yu, but I don't think it's easy for the Guan Yu to do the crowd control against a very mobile hero like Jing.
For me, my main worry coming in for the AE lineup is that you are taking quite a bit of time to really ramp up. This is the exact flip side that we talk about here. APG's Game 1 had a lot of scaling. APG's Game 2 is very fast in those team fights.
And given that you are on the macro and then you're really fast, I think for APG, this is gonna be an easy game if and ever if AE plays the same as game number 1.
So Alter Ego right now, their biggest thing is that they need to invade the enemy jungle. They need to put the pressure on. They cannot play a reactive defensive game. They want to put the pressure so that you potentially steal away some buffs from Yulong.
It might be the case here as we do hop into game number 2 between APG and Alter Ego here. Will APG push this series into a 2-0 series point, or will Alter Ego find that equalizer here as Jun Sao here forced away the smite already in that early attempt?
Yeah, very aggressive already for APG, the duo mid. I think that's going to be the center of play for APG. As long as they're able to zone out players from time to time on other lanes, then it will be effective for them. Now, the difference from game number 1 as to how AE is playing, they're more proactive now around the map, having even a newbie, the Ganon Mo, as a part of the early rotation against APG.
Yeah, need to be invasive, you need to be aggressive, taking what you can, right? You cannot be, again, what they played in the first game, very reactive. Even at that 4-minute mark, dare I say, that was the tipping point where things just really fell off because you got no value out of it.
Maybe it's a wake-up call here coming in from Alter Ego. Maybe it's the jitters that we're talking about. The game 1 jitters has not warmed up. He's not really comfortable. But towards the mid lane here, we see a bit of an exchange between these two teams here as AE in game number 2, much more aggressive, matching all these jungle attempts here coming in from APG.
Let's expect that for parts of the game, particularly the early game, APG will be just clear the minion waves, putting pressure again, and once the majority of the players are already out level 4, then they will go for the aggressive plays again. So a lot of pressure coming in at the farm lane. Same with game number 1. Good positioning for AE because there's an answer already on JD's lane as compared to game number 1.
So Alter Ego need to ensure that the wave is constantly pushing in the mid lane. You can't let Shisan just like clear the wave and then make his way to the top like he's doing here. You need to make him pay for every single little rotation, taking it down, putting a little bit of pressure on that mid T1.
And this is Maestro New special that we talk about here. You're putting so much pressure on towards the side lane by sacrificing that mid farm. And that mid farm, it's not to say it's going to be wasted because you are simultaneously denying away Icy Tail. You are simultaneously funneling all the gold into Yulong's pocket.
Yeah, but by the way, I could just say that for AE, the pressure at the bottom lane is actually effective for them because they are able to push back Saber, and I think for APG, what's really nice on their side is that they don't really react onto AE's possible play. Probably they're just focusing on having Yulong have that farm. So a pretty slow start for both teams, but definitely more effective for AE.
Yeah, but AE doing a great job. This put a little bit of pressure. I mean, yeah, they're not getting any kills, but they're putting, again, the pressure. You want to get your Agudo going, especially with that space.
It's like just a push and pull for AE at the farm lane. And I think for APG right now, still, they're focused on having this Ching, those items as much as possible. They're really rotating at the mid lane because we haven't...
Oh, they can find it. The Ruijin is on point, but taking down 2 members. Shisan, you blink, and just like that, 2 members are down.
Saber with a beautiful mournful tempo there, catching 2 off guard on the side of Zenshan as UV, and then Shisan Yulong immediately jumping in with that CC control here. Beautiful stuff coming out from APG. This gives them total control towards the side of Alter Ego as another kill breaks through for Yulong's pocket.
Masterful play by APG at that time. I think for AE, they didn't expect that there were 2 more players at the middle lane earlier, so we can see right now that there's a huge lead for APG, and even the players of APG are now at the jungle area.
Oh, they go in for the Ruin, and the Unbridled Outburst used in response, but Zhen Xiao is trying to run for his life. Decoy is backing up. Yes, that ult was expended, but he might go for the smite. Decoy might have taken that away. He smites, but misses.
Goes through with the Saber here, but this is the composition here coming in from APG. The early game prowess coming in from the Maestro Nui and Byron here. With Yulong on that Jing, you will be looking at much more crazy attempts on these engages.
Indeed, indeed. And I think for APG right now, they're really confident with the items that they have. I mean, 2.1k gold lead for a 4-minute game is particularly huge, and even a Saber is up front. There's not enough damage to poke against him. So with the Saber up front, and you have Xishan to deal damage and crowd control, I think for AE, they're having a hard time to go for the counter plays. But they can if they are to secure this one.
Yeah, Alter Ego though. It looks like Decoy does not have his ult, something to take note of. But
What?
it's a steal away from Saber. Are you kidding me?
And towards the mid lane here, we see an
Oh,
immediate
the Ruin,
engage.
they
Oh,
find
Ken
Icy Tail in a bad spot. They make him pay Alpha Gaming, making moves across the mirror domain under the tower, and it looks like Yulong is gonna flex. They have the Stampede right on pot with Furball, and they find Saber.
An absolute disaster here coming in for the side of Alter Ego here. How did Saber even get that Tyrant?
I don't know. I think at that time, Saber was just going for the vision. At that moment, I didn't think that there was going to be a contest. I think he just went in.
They find Uibi. Oh, but it looks like he's gone too far. Yulong, no real way to get on out. He trades his life away for Gan and Mo.
Again, for APG right now, they are on a roll. But for AE, there are efforts to somehow limit the goal lead that we have. So APG right now, they have the item of 4.3k for the Jing, 3k for the Agudo. So Zhen Xiao must really speed up things, but it will be really hard because the mid lane tower is almost close to being destroyed by APG.
Fortunate news here coming in from Alter Ego fans. One TUT on that Arlie is having a field day with that goal lead here, being the richest in the gorge as of current here, but he gets caught out.
The mirror domain, 1-2-2 to try to stay alive. Yulong is getting low. And that's going to be enough. 1-2-2, limp it away. They might want to go for more. Decoy is still up in front. It looks like they're going to disengage at this point.
Yeah, more kills going to the pockets of 1TUT here as Shisan here hunting for the player onto a TUT. Does not find it. TUT gets towards safety here. This Arlie is on a roll right now.
Yeah, definitely. 1TT is going to be the X factor here for Alter Ego. That's why people or players are grouping up at the mid lane.
Oh, they get the pushback. They find Xiang. They caught him out, and Alter Ego taking the mid T1, looking to turn this game around.
I think right now, AE, this has been effective for them as long as they group up like a 5v5 or head-on against APG. They have the items.
Oh, they find Saber. They're going to roll on in on this one. The Unending Star is going to be used now, but just on getting a little bit low. The religion just too far. What are you doing? Yubi makes him pay.
Over eagerness coming in from Shisan, finding the engager, but there was just no one to follow. No HP bar here coming in from Shisan, and right now, APG on the reactive end.
Yeah,
by the way, we also have to commend the Furball from Jin Zhao earlier. I think that has been effective since they got those kills. From a 5-2, we are now 5-5 for this one, and even from a 2.2k gold lead, we're now at 800. So we could see now the effectivity, or efficiency rather, of AE's hero composition, but because of the control of APG has on the map, they're now being pushed back on their jungle area.
Yeah, they're going to lose their mid T1. Unending Star on to Saber with that Stampede, though, slowing him down. Do they have any more sort of catch? Xiang, though, is in a bad spot. The force field suppression just turning things around on the Icy Tail. He thought, you want to go for me? And JD gets the pick off on the Icy Tail. Alter Ego, all-out retreat.
Very good counteractive play here coming in from Xiang here. Almost getting caught out, but it was JB, the DRJ slow. Slowing ICTO, not allowing his Clash laner to be pushed to the depths of AE.
Yeah, nice repulse from APG. And you also have Shishan focusing on other lanes, which is actually great because this is time we're in. You can predict actually as to where AE will come in for a team fight. So looking at things right now, again, it's APG controlling and dictating the tempo of the map. But for AE, as long as they group up, as long as there is enough space for Newbie to hit those claws from Gun and Mo, then it will be effective for them.
Fortunate news, right? If you're an Alter Ego fan, 1TUT, Newbie, all these two players, their heroes are super late game in this draft here. APG will eventually get scale off, but if Alter Ego can really pull towards that late game market that you're looking for.
Yeah, they need to stay alive more than anything else. I mean, just go to that late game, extend it as much as possible, and try, but it looks like Icy Tail gets picked off. Yulong making moves in the top lane.
I think about time, Yulong was just about to clear minion wave, but 1TUT again with that damage. Very evident right now on this game. For APG, they're just continuously pressuring AE right now, which is actually nice. Even taking all the resources, probably take the Overlord and even the Tyrant, just to make sure that for the next team fight, knowing that AE now has the damage, they're able to win that.
APG, 10 minutes, already almost getting all the outer towers from the side of Alter Ego here. One could really question here, what does AE need to do to come back towards this game? Decoy missing the smite on towards the Azure Golem here. That's gotta be painful.
Yeah, that's true. For AE right now, specifically for 1TUT, I think, actually for Newbie and even 1TUT, they need to wait for at least the Icy Tail to be up front, even a Decoy. Because for most cases, I think they are always being shown around the map, so there is a vision rather for APG.
All the Umbrella Uppers completely whiffs on this one. Decoy still up in front, down, getting a little bit low, needs to be careful. Here's the Furball and an Icy Tail on the flank. The heroic charge, he's always isolated by himself though, but he's gonna be focused out. Xiang with a Storm Strike, making Decoy pay. 3 members down, and now Chen Chao is on the run. Yulong is not gonna let him go. This is gonna be, dare I say, personal, but he gets into his car, he rolls on out.
But Yulong here still relentless with the chase here. Jing has so much additional mobility using the Mirror Dome and catches turns out in a 1v1 scenario here. 4 kills for the trade of 1. APG comes out on top with a 4,000 goal lead.
Massive damage coming in from APG. All along I thought that it was actually a nice play or vision from Decoy. It's just that for APG, they saw where 1TUT was, and he was the first to be taken down by APG at the time. As to why for APG, they're now securing another objective for this one. Probably a huge lead will be up for them because of this one. I think for AE at this point, they can force a team fight, but they need to be close to each other.
I don't think forcing the team fight right now
But
is a
not
little
close to
worrying.
each other.
Yeah, because it's like one TUT needs more time. I mean, he's actually behind JD in terms of farm. They need to give him some sort of space. Him dying there might have just been it.
Time is not an issue on APG side, but good catch on towards 1TUT. He did mitigate this Shadow Tyrant push coming in from APG. Time is secured for the side of AE.
By the way, for the Ganon for Newbie, he already has the Splendor, so this might be crucial in terms of team fight. Could be used as a bait, but 1TUT has been taken down at the top lane. So Yulong is all over the place, securing kills for APG. And I think for this one, APG just wants to, as much as possible, find those heroes that they need to target before an objective.
Yeah, Icy Tail looking for that potential flank, but if we're going into that top lane, Yulong getting that solo onto 1TUT, he needs to stay alive. Basically, it's a 4 protect 1 sort of composition. They need to ensure that if he gets jumped on, the rest of the teammates need to be right next to him.
And more of these wave pressures are starting to pile in, coming in from APG as they take the first top tier free turret here, and another one falls through mid here. All these, they don't respond here, so that's going to be putting a big marker on towards AE.
Yeah, but Xiang all the way up in front needs to be careful, doesn't want to throw his lead. The bottom lane is still in their favor, so Alter Ego, if anything, they have a little bit of time, but they're down 8K.
Yeah, they need to speed things up with that short period of time as much as possible. So we can see right now that for APG, they are forcing to get, or they're taking this objective, and they might want to go on taking more against AE. And this is where AE has limited resources right now. So if, let's say, APG is to take down another tower, then that might be detrimental for them.
With the secure of the Shadow Overlord, the inevitable of the final tier 3 will be the next target here. Look at that Katrusen damage on towards 1TUT.
Yeah, Shisan's been on point, right? He's been like a sniper with that, ensuring that he like whittles away with it. Newbie has not been able to hit his blades, but the Unbridled Offer is now going to find Xiang, but he's been pushed away. It looks like Icy Tail was going for that flank, but it's not really going to happen. 1TUT still up in front. He's going to line step bump back. Icy Tail got picked off.
Yeah, 1v1 attempt here coming in from Icy Tail here, but does get decimated by Yulong here. Yulong here coming in with a double kill here as he is going for more of these insane plays on towards the Jing.
2 players down on the side of Alter Ego. This might be it for APG.
Yeah, the Crystal is going to be focused in. Alpha Gaming say, we'll take this one, and they take game 2.
Game 1 is APG showing you how to play a late game composition. Game 2 is APG showing Alter Ego how to play a fast composition.
Yeah, definitely for APG, they've been playing consistently all throughout this series. But kudos, of course, to Alter Ego because it was better from game number 1. I mean, with 1TUT stepping up on the early, so maybe we could see changes on game number 3, but definitely game number 2, APG is very consistent.
Yeah, you got to look at things in terms of like the small wins, like the little victories, and they were definitely better in this one. They had a little bit more of a chance, but 1TUT, once he started dying, especially in those like the first couple moments, then you're kind of like, okay, the wheels have fallen off. I don't think they can come back from here.
It really goes down to draft, right? Whereby the moment the side of APG saw the early pick, immediately they locked in Maestro Nui, Jing, and also the DRJ. All these 3 are known counters against the likes of the early here. Even though 1TUT, he had a phenomenal early game, starting off the series 3-0-0 on that early, but it is the assassination coming in from Shisan and Yulong putting so much pressure on towards the early from the side of 1TUT.
Yeah, I think at the same time, at this moment, the Maestro Nui wasn't really stopped. Early parts of the game, they were just consistently rotating both the Shangguan, both Shisan and Saber. So for most cases, for AE, yes, they had those skills, but they were relying that much on the early. So for APG, they know when to punish and when to go on other lanes and stop them. And look at that. Just when we thought that Yulong was farming all throughout the game or jungling, the team fight participation was actually 93%.
Yeah.
So very efficient on that. Most cases, he was there to clean the team fights or probably the one to finish off the kills against the AE. And for AE, kudos of course to 1TUT and even Deacon.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they really wanted to fight unless Yulong was the one making that initiation, right? Chisan, you already talked about the fact that he was making such an impact. He had the most damage with 77,000, and you're seeing that gold graph just completely in favor of Alpha Gaming, or dare I say, MKL at this stage, because it seems like the Malaysian teams are defending the home ground.
This is a fast tempo draft here coming in from the side of APG, and they are playing to a perfection here. Yes, we saw some of these fights really fall in favor for the side of IKL and also 1TUT, but it was all the big team fights that were in favor of APG. Good assassination attempts coming in from Jing and also the Mai Shunui, and then the solid shield in terms of Xian with that Byron sealed the deal for this game number 2.
Yeah, that's true. And we could consider actually, but just by looking at the graph, that it was almost a perfect game for APG because it's scaling, and the one who has almost a perfect game was our MVP also, which is Yulong, 726 KDA with the Jing, and what was that again? 94% on teamfight participation. So it was just all over the place. Dealing damage against the players of AE, and even 1TT, who also has the resources, had a hard time trying to somehow have that lead against them.
Yeah, and Yulong here in that pose, just a thumbs up, but I'm going to give him double thumbs up, right? Because the guy was on point, 7, 2, and 6. That's exactly where you want to be. He had so much impact. Whenever he jumped in, you knew that there was going to be a bloodbath.
That's the APG Jing that we talk about here. All the junglers addition coming in for the side of APG all needs to know how to play that Jing.
Yeah, I need to learn how to play that Jing. Actually, my teammates in my ranked games need to know how to play that Jing.
Shout out to all the Jing users. I hope you get all those wins after this play. But yeah, definitely, if we look at the highlights, it was just APG rotating against AE, and at the same time, ICT was somehow stopped. There were initiations, yes, but I think APG was prepared at that time. Nice progress from AE again, all throughout their efforts around 8 minutes of the game. But then again, Yulong was there from time to time. One moment he is at top lane, and then he comes in for the team fight, finishes off majority of the players, and it's all about crowd control. And was this the moment wherein they were able to steal? I mean, Saber was able to steal the Tyrant. I think this was before. Yeah. But yeah, definitely APG was playing well all throughout the series, all throughout the game. Yulong all over the place, and having vision for the rest of the player made it easier for him.
It was like the Yulong show. I mean, there's a reason why he was MVP. All of those highlights, he was isolating people, finding those pickoffs. He was playing the game that he wanted to play, and he was literally toying with his food.
It is the Yulong show, and that was a masterclass performance coming in from Yulong on that Jang here. So, what does it take for AE to really push like 1 or 2 games back into the series? Because so far, it is looking very much likely into a 3-0 finish for this series so far.
I think that will be a hard question, because if we go to the draft, we could say that for most games, or games 1 and 2, it is definitely APG on the upper hand. But for AE, they know how to play well on heroes that they're more comfortable with. So I think for this one, they just need to play according to how they know each other. If their strength is with 1TUT or with their jungler, then they need to give that space to them so that they'll be able to play the usual play that they do.
Yeah. But the only concern, though, is that Alter Ego, they don't have the biggest of hero pools. Right now, it seemed like they went with some of their tried and true, their favorites, so to speak, and being able to be shut down like that with Alpha Gaming just exerting dominance, that's got to be a feels bad man.
I think to a point coming into the series, if you're Alter Ego, maybe consider putting Zhen Xiao back onto the Assassins so you can really test out how far you can really go against teams like APG. It's the first priority, yes, you want to win, but how do you really want to win? Maybe learn on how to get that early game tempo to get going for your sides first.
Yeah, that's true, because that will follow through, just in case. So, by the way, for most games, it was actually MKL team from ABG who is on the red side, and IKL team on the blue side. So, the red side has been effective for match 2. Match 1, it was the blue side. So another thing that we will consider for the next couple of days. But anyway, again, we're implementing the global ban and picks for this tournament. Definitely, we won't be seeing the same heroes for APG. Same with the AE for this one. But we've mentioned about the lack of hero pool for AE, or probably not that deep as same as APG. So probably they might focus on early game heroes, but they also need to secure that is someone for the mid and late game, I think.
That reminds me more on that point, Chantel, whereby you're referencing to like PKL teams, right? Whereby, yes, hero pool is the problem, so you default back into the picks like the early game picks, and you go for that brawl that really was set up by APG in that game number 2. So you fight for control, and you keep forcing those fights. So eventually, if you win more of these fights, the game starts to fall in towards your pockets more. Compared to playing a slow, methodical game against likes of APG, maybe start to force fights. That's where you can start to get going in your team.
Yeah, I really like that point because normally, right, if you put Chaos into a very systematic team, that's where the nervousness would kick in and probably change things up. So yeah, I would agree. I think for AE, they need to surprise. You need that element of surprise to be as much as possible unpredictable for the other team. Because I think for this case, game number 1 and game number 2, they're just really reacting. They're being proactive. There was a change because 1TT was really hot on that game number 2, right? So as long as they continue that, then there might be changes, or there might be, let's say, a different outcome for Alter Ego come game number 3. Again, one more win for APG for them to secure this one, and another win for Malaysian teams, or the Malaysian nation after that.
I'm definitely happy for the MKL if they do really go for that 6-0 finish against most of these teams coming in from the fan voted group and also the champion group. But before we really talk about the 3-0 start here coming in for this series, let's rewind a bit, go into game number 3's draft, as I'm really interested. What is the game plan here coming in for Alter Ego?
You've mentioned earlier that for Alter Ego, it could be them having their jungler as or use assassin heroes. Could be one, could be considered by them. Because again, at this point, you need a strategy we're in and you're really comfortable with. So anyway, we will see a ban on AE. Pei won't be part of this game, even the Mai and Doya. So it's as expected. I think the only time that we saw Doya is that game number 1, and it was a bad idea. And just like what you've mentioned, Asagi, we will now see Luna, an assassin, as the jungle. So this might be it for AE. This could speed things up come game number 3.
Speed things up or get speed on towards the jungle, because Luna, you will have to draft a early composition to really protect her, let her have the Azure Golem, get that level 4. That's how you play the Luna here. For APG, you know for the fact that these kind of games, they are gonna be hunting you and that Luna in the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that you're kind of like ensuring that the Luna's going to be first pick, you want to ensure that he has the best opportunity to kind of start things off. You've banned out the Liang to kind of further protect the Luna here, but it's going to be kind of tight in the sense that it's not going to be easy for Zhen Zhao because he's really been lacking the space to farm more than anything else.
Yeah, that's true. And now that we see the Alien and even the idea being taken here by APG, actually I really like this one. It's kind of hard to play up against heroes like this because you have the damage, you also have the crowd control with the idea. But for AE, they have the Sensei and even a Consort Q. So there's the Chaos. We've mentioned about the Chaos. Sensei is a nice chaotic hero that could actually go for a surprise attack on the back or probably at the middle lane, and it means that it could speed things up because there is a huge potential for a rapid backup during the team fight.
And to your point, Chantal, as well, when we talk about speeding things up, what better way of speeding things up than to pick the Ogret and Diadea into the Luna here? You have crowd control sufficient to lock down the Luna, and you have early game control to really go into the jungle of the Luna here. For AE, they need to draft a very aggressive mid jungle to really help this Luna, allowing her to safely, comfortably farm towards that level 4. If not, this Ogre will just be pummeling Zhen Zhao in that jungle department.
Just too tanky. It's going to be tough to deal with. So Alter Ego, again, it's more about just like staying tied in terms of that farm, keeping on pace. You do not want to fall behind. You don't want to let Yulong get going. They have enough in terms of like the counter initiation with Sun Tzu in terms of that boat, but the Consort Yui To me, it must be more of like a lane matchup thing more than anything else. I'm not a huge fan of it into a Loom.
Yeah, that's true. And I was thinking of a Zia for Alter Ego, but it's more on the late game. It's just that it's a lot easier for them to clear the minion wave and be part of the team fight. And then if it stretches into longer games, then at least they'll have one player who has the sanctification. But it's just a crazy thought. Could be one. But I don't think it's not a good idea with the Kongming now.
Yeah.
For APG. Forget that thought.
It's a pretty interesting topic that you brought up because with a Zilia, for example, in a normal setup whereby you are dealing with the Ogryn, it's perfect because you can drop that sanctification for a level 25 you talk about, and then Zilia spells really remove that armor and magic resist that really helps all these big tanks, and it's like such a good tank shredder.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe it still be considered for this, but I don't think so with the high damage on the Kongming. Probably one that has the range. Oh, it's gonna be Zia here.
Boom, you called it.
AE and Liang Mo for them.
Yeah, it looks like you're in the coaches, meetings or whatever. You found that out. It seems like a nice little pickup here. But again, we were kind of like you were saying no at the end. The Kongmin does have that damage. It looks like this is a set lineup that they were kind of going in. I am worried about that potential because you have the Loom that could jump on you as well. Zia wants to stay safe and kind of use those sanctifications and universal laws from afar.
If this game goes late for that Alter Ego, all news will be so darn good for them. Playing with the Zilia, playing with the Consort U and Luna allows you so much room for these team fights. But APG, drafting Ogryn, Diade, and Kongming, their early game will be looking to continuously invade Zhenshao in that jungle department.
So the only thing that AE needs to do to actually and potentially stretch this match is for them to be able to pass that early game. If they're able to pass the early game, then that's it for them. But it depends, again, on the execution of the other team. But I really like the hero composition here of AE. It's just that for APG, it's a lot easier in terms of early game.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for them. I mean, they haven't had the greatest of early games to start thus far in the first two games. But we're going to go into game number 3. Of course, match point. We always make the joke that, hey, teams are either winning or they're learning. I think at this point, Alter Ego needs to stop learning.
This is where they need to show what they've learned on this game. But definitely it's about adjusting for this one. But APG has been really aggressive.
Oh, Zhenshao, he's going to give up first blood. Chishan finding him out, being aggressive, had the numbers advantage, everything that you want. What a great start for them.
This is exactly the early game that we talk about. Coming in from APG's draft. You draft this aggressive trio here, and then you are pummeling the enemy team's jungle here. This Luna, this is not just the start of it. This will be the continuous harassment coming in from the side of APG on towards Zhenshao.
It's just APG knowing the strength and probably the strength of the other team as to why they are limiting the potential of this Zhenshao and go straight on their area. So AE right now, I think this is the same tempo that they played at game number 1 and game number 2. But the good thing is that, again, this is a very different dynamics in terms of the hero composition that they have. I really like that even a newbie is a part of the rotation because we normally see Zia stay at the lane. So at least there is a speed up on things.
I think it's okay. Everything right now is about getting Zhenshao going. He hasn't really had the greatest of series because, again, space has been a bit of an issue. If you're looking at the Alpha Gaming side, it looks like they're funneling everything into Yulong. They understand that this Ogryn is their win condition.
It is their win condition, and one of their win condition as well is to control this Azure Golem that's going to be spawning in that 10-second mark.
But JD not letting him go, and Chishan gets the pick. Nice little rotation. And the Alpha Gaming, they're in the Alter Ego jungle. They're claiming it as theirs.
It feels like for the tempo of APG, it gets faster and faster. I mean, game number 1, game number 3, even game number 3, it seems like they are the ones on the blue side and not on the red side. And so they're just literally all over the place. And what's nice is that for 1TUT, in terms of laning, he is actually able to stop or limit the potential of Xiang.
And this is a very smart lane matchup, but Icy Tail might be in danger.
They find him, and yet again, Icy Tail not letting him go. The Flaming Palm is on point, but he's on the boat, and he will be fine. Gets a stun for good measure.
Interesting stun though, but
Yeah.
that's just a bit of a flashy show here. Under the tower will be a newbie here. That might not be the place you want to be staying here because that's 3 members coming in from APG wanting to put more focus onto JD on that side lane here. But back towards my point here, we see the initial lane setup coming in for the side of APG. You know at the start they are already planning for that Azure Golem invade.
Yeah, that's true. But because of that, we already have an idea as to how the hero composition of AE will work, right? Because of the stun. So later on, with the layering of skills, I think it will be efficient against APG in the middle of the team fight. So 2-0 still on this game, 2.4k gold lead for APG, and it seems like for AE, Zheng Zhao is being stopped, literally. There are timers wherever he goes.
Yeah, they're looking to dive the mid T2 as well, and Zheng Zhao is getting bullied. 4 members of Alpha Gaming are saying, no, you're not getting any sort of farm here.
That's not mid-tier 1. That's between 2 towers across multiple walls, and right now, to add insult into injury, that Azure Golem, third one gone for the side of Zheng Zhao.
Definitely, Zheng Zhao is not having a great time on this game. Literally, when we started the game, it's just APG on their area. And by the way, 1TUT and Yampo or Yiko's lane has been pretty efficient at that area. But again, for APG, it's like, okay, you get the farm lane and we take everything around the map. So right now, we could see APG trying to hug the players of AE around the area, and it's just Yulong securing another objective in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, the space that they pushed in, the hugging that you so to speak, is all about taking over the map, right? Putting them back and providing all that space for Yulong to essentially take that Tyrant for free. That's going to be the first one of the game. Everything going the way of Alpha Gaming.
Everything going in the favor of Alpha Gaming. All 4 buffs into the pockets of Yulong, and right now funneled into JD as well. When will this bleeding stop? When can AE find an angle to come back into this game? Because right now, things are looking like what? 4,000 gold at 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's true. And even for other lanes, I was just looking at the gold lead just for the jungle, but even the mid lane has a huge gap between the two. And for APJ, they're just keeping AE at bay. A lot of pressure coming in at the top lane. I think if we have a heat map right now, it's totally on this side.
Yeah, Universal Law just defending. Icy Tail has to flash just to stay alive. That T2 will just barely hang on at this point, but with Alpha Gaming zoning them away, taking over everything. But let's check out Shisan, because I feel like he's been on the alter ego side of the river almost this entire game.
He's been stacking those master class of the Calm Maker, landing those orbs, and right now look at the damage being outputted by this Calm Maker. Absolutely zoning everybody away from that tier 1.
Good thing though for AE, at least we have Zheng Zhao trying to clear the minion wave, but there's no place for him to go either way. So why not just as much as possible go for the split push? It might be effective for them. We saw those comebacks with the split pushes, but Icy Tail, top lane.
Yeah, he just used the boat for that. He tried to go all in on this, but he doesn't really have the damage. Now he's fighting 1 versus 2, and Saber's like, I'll take that free food to go.
And talking about across that play here, we see another buff. Thankfully for the side of Zheng Zhao, he did smite that away this time.
Yeah, he just barely kept that one alive. You need whatever sort of buff you can get. Now, Alpha Gaming put in the pressure. Mid lane, bottom lane, it looks like they want all lanes.
Alter Ego even having a hard time using that set sail against APG. We've mentioned that this could be potentially the chaotic play that they can use against APG, but I think for APG, they're really prepared for this one. You have the reverberation, also the calming. By the way, Shizan is at 3 kills for this game. That's around 90% of the total kills of APG.
I love the way Shisan plays, right? He's been that consistent mid laner all the way back to like Team Secret, right? He's been able to just make his place. Yes, he might not be MVP all the time, but he provides so much space for the rest of the team to really get going. Yulong is really just, done really well because of that space.
It's the consistency that we talk about there. You don't have to be the most flashy players here, but with constant engage, constant DPS, you allow Yulong to be this great boss here. Look at how much damage he's soaking on the front line. With Xiao coming in for the flank.
Oh, he's looking for it. Sorry, Green Dragon. He doesn't care what tower it's at, what base. They take them both out. 1 TUT down as well as Newbie.
2 players down for the side of AE and APG right now. 6.5k gold lead, even taking down the third up the middle lane. This is pretty fast as compared to the other games. We saw Icy Tail at the time, but I think it was too late for them to go for the counter engage, and I don't think it's the best idea to go for that, and Smooth taking off that high ground tower at the top lane. AE right now, someone needs to step up as much as possible, but it's gonna be hard because even for a 1TOT, there's not enough space for him to go for the counterplay or deal damage against APG.
But like, how do you fight, right? I mean, it's one thing to be like, hey, somebody needs to step up, but you're down about 8K at this point. This is, you're so many items down. It's so difficult to find anything because you're not able to do the damage.
Yeah, it's like 1K gold lead for every minute for, if my math serves me right. But I think it's the easiest math that you can do. Anyway, 6-0 guys for this game. AE right now, again, you have the Sensei finding the right spot, but it's not advisable to go 5v5 at this point. Probably go again for the split push or find one. But APG is grouping up. It's hard. It's going to be hard for them.
It will take a miracle of play coming in from Alter Ego if they want to find a footstep into this game. Number 3 here, as with that secure off the Tyrant here, we are looking at a 9,000 gold lead in favor of APG. APG right now, they're waiting for that 10-minute mark, waiting for one more team fight to close off the game, to take that clean 3-0 of the series.
Yeah, and that's space. This vice is getting tighter and tighter. No real room to breathe. The mid T3 is under siege. The bottom is as well, and they're looking to take everything. The Razor Cavalry even pushing Icy Tail on back. He has to flash away, trying to stay alive. The Universal Law is going to do some work. Yulong just barely gets picked off by that tower. So MVP Tower.
MVP Tower does secure the kill coming in from 1TUT. Yulong overstayed his welcome here, allowing that kill to fall in favors for the side of Alter Ego here, as more of the engages coming through mid side, but that is just a tanky lineup coming in from APG. But ladies and gentlemen, King Rises is your CDP. Drop it in towards the community tab and claim your fragments.
Okay, right now, 9 minutes into the game. APG is still on the lead, but we also have to take note the positioning of Icy Tail. He has been consistent on this one. There might be a flank from the side of AE, but we also have to take note that APG is literally on the lead for this one. But if we talk about crowd control potential in terms of mid to late game, AE still even has that. So they can still win this game if they're able to, but 1TUT is down.
Yeah, 1-2-2 is down. It's going to be huge for them. And now Alter Ego all out running. They don't really have the damage. Yeah, they had a little bit of control, but you saw exactly how that team fight was happening. They were kind of scattered throughout. If they were able to commit onto one hero, maybe you get a return kill.
But APG was like, nah, I ain't giving you more time here. Let's end this game right now and let's bring it to a 3-0 by taking this Shadow Overlord. With that secure right now, supreme map dominance here. All the Overlords will start marching down all 3 lanes, and that may just spell doom coming in from AE.
This one right now for AE, they really need to defend their remaining high ground tower. And for APG, they have the resources. Everything is going to be available once the Vanguards will be marching. So pressure coming in from all lanes right now. As of the moment for Newbie, I think the usage of the Universal Law could be one thing, but at the same time, the layering of skills could be an option for them for this game. Good thing that they have this here. It will be easier for them to clear the main waves, but the damage, I don't think it's enough to deal against APG to actually win a team fight.
Yeah, Zenchao was potentially looking to go in for this one. Nice little Tremor Smash. He's going to be backing off there. Razor Cavalry pushing him back. 1TUT is already down. Xiang making him pay for just stepping out. And now the base is open. They're going to look to just kind of do as much damage as possible. Xiang is going to trade his life away. The base still getting gone on by that Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane. And it looks like Alpha Gaming will take Game 3 in the series.
Clean 3-0 coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming as they pay respect by ending this game in a absolutely clean fashion. Yeah, I gotta say, this series was so dominant here coming in from the APG squad.
Yeah, that's true. I think it was more of a David and Goliath kind of a storyline for this matchup, but we saw the progress. We saw how AE adapted from game number 1 and then game number 2. But for game number 3, I think it's the other way around. APG knew how to play faster or rapidly against them.
Yeah, I mean, they're not out of this one. It was just one match. It didn't look great for Alpha Gaming. It just seemed like they had their number. They were just too strong in the end. But Alter Ego, again, they got better throughout. Game 2 and 3 were much better than Game 1, so a small victory for them.
I think it's much more on the growth that we keep talking about coming in from Alter Ego. Yes, they didn't rank the best coming in from IPL Fall, but you are right now at KNC. You're allowing yourself to play against some of the best teams in the world. You can probably get more screen time in against like HBSC or even like APG, for example. But this is definitely not the end of them, because this tournament format, however you play, however you lose, however you win, you in the end still have to go for that playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. And because of that also, because of the tournament format, at least they get the second chance, just in case, because again, we have just 3 nations here. Yes, it is 6 teams, but at the end of the day, when we go to the knockout stage, it's still the regions that they are representing.
Yeah, it is all about the representation, of course. The Indonesian squads, they dropped 2 already, not looking great, but again, life lessons, learning from those experiences. I think that both of those teams are going to bounce back. It didn't look good in terms of scoreline, but it's one of those things where actually the games are much closer than they showed.
I have to agree with you, whereby we saw during the BTR versus the HBSC series, it was like what, back-to-back Tempest Dragon games, and going into the Alter Ego series, yes, there was much more of a dominance coming in from APG, but this is the growth and the experience. We want new teams or the lower tier teams to really start to get going, start learning. That's how they blossom into a stronger team during the 2026 season.
And it's just the first season of it. It's the first time that we're doing the Nations Clash, and it's a really a nice initiative because again, it's alleviating rather how teams play. At least we get to see how Indonesian teams play, how Malaysian teams play, and even how the Filipino teams play. So at the end of the journey for these teams, it's a win-win situation. So even for us guys, because for us, at least we get to know more about the players and the heroes that they use. There was a great Jing player earlier, and there are variations as to how players play their Jings or their favorite ones.
So I'm actually kind of thinking it might be me, right? We have representation from the PKL, we have representation from the MKL, but I'm supposed to be from the IKL. At this point, I'm really not. And I feel like until day 3 or 4 happens, when Rookie is here, he'll probably be able to kind of give them a little bit more energy, and I think you'll see a little bit better showing from those IKL teams.
That's why you say you cannot be biased with me or Chantel here. We are the neutral ground here. We are here to support whatever we can support.
But if you were to be biased, so what
what team would you be biased to?
Just Notion Red Force. That's usually been my team, actually. I have Korean roots, as hard as that is to believe.
What about PKL, MKL, and IKL?
You're putting me on the spot.
Never mind.
Yeah, let's move on for that one. I will answer. MKL, I was a huge Nova fan. HomeBois, Blacklist Esports is definitely a top on that one. They're really showing up. So been impressive. I want to see Blacklist International. If we're talking about PKL, that's going to be an interesting series as well.
And I think for that one, hopefully Blacklist International has the upper hand because the HomeBois played earlier. Match 1.
They might be tired. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Thank you for saying that for me.
Maybe they got like an emergency banana to get those like energy levels going. So for that series, I think to really tease it a bit between Blacklist International and HomeBois XBSC, I do want to be focusing on that Clash laner here because both of them are super young. Guiyu and also Chami1, both known for their Wonderboy playstyles.
Yeah, and Chami1 was a Finals MVP.
Yeah,
for PKL. And even during regular seasons, he has the greatest numbers in terms of the MVPs. So I think, it is a great matchup because they both play Guan Yu really well. So
there's going to be some fireworks. I'm actually looking forward to this. I think that this is probably going to be, dare I say, one of the closer ones, but we're going to have to find out. Let's actually go to the host, and she's going to do the interview coming up right now.
Amazing! Alpha Gaming, congratulations! My goodness! Game 1, you finished it in about 12 minutes. Game 2, you finished in 13 minutes. Game 3, I'm not even sure if it reached 13 minutes at all. And it's not just that it's fast games, it's also a sweep. So what kind of statement are you sending the other nations?
I think it's our education ability and teamwork, so we can beat easily.
So basically, you're sending a statement that you can beat them easily with your ability and your teamwork. Very nice. Okay, prediction, Saber, prediction. Can you sweep all the other opponents that come your way for the rest of the Nation Clash?
Yes, of course. We will all 3-0.
All 3-0. Very confident. All right. Now, I want you, Xiang, to send a warning to the other nations. Because you guys did well today. Send a warning to them.
Be careful, our Malaysia team.
Be careful with the Malaysian team. You guys have done so amazing. And you showed that no one should underestimate you at all. And right now, Malaysia is doing really great. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. So we're gonna break it down for you a little bit more and head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara. As we go into this post-game to see exactly what those items were, the KDAs, if you will. But for me, I was a huge fan of Shizan's play in this one. I felt like he had such an impact.
Yeah, definitely. Earlier editions, it was just him with the two players from our APG, 304 KD, and that has the reverberation and even the insatiable tome. So it feels like for them, they wanted him to continuously rotate around the AE side, which was very effective given the fact that they even have the Gran to be up front, plus the Guan Yu.
Talking about efficiency here, we need to put focus on the entire lineup coming in from APG. With their initial setup in towards Zenshao's jungle, Zensha was having a much stressful alpha game whereby his Azure Golem was just getting invaded after invaded after invasions.
It was all about that space, right? And Alter Ego throughout this entire series really didn't have much. Alpha Gaming were taking the fight to them. They were very aggressive early and basically just closed it out. And good teams know how to play early and end games.
Yeah, that's true. And it is very efficient, or very evident rather, for the stats. Imagine you have 4 players at 100% fight rate for AE. It means that they were really stopped by the players of APG, because the only time that they got a kill was during the defense on that base. So there was no opportunity rather for AE to actually stop APG.
And we were talking about Shizan as well, right? Look at his damage though. 100,000 damage at almost what? 11-minute game? That's crazy.
He was doing so much damage. He was always in the enemy jungle, and just like any time like Zhenchao would show up, he just made him pay. But checking out this goal graph, completely in favor of Alpha Gaming almost this entire time.
Pretty much still an almost perfect game, if I might say, for APG. So yeah, Malaysian teams are leaving an impression here after this wins for both matches 1 and 2.
Well, we are the KC 2024 winners. We are the HOKS3 winners. So putting the stamp on towards KNC is definitely what we have
Not
to
him
do
looking
here.
at us while doing that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the only reason we're kind of on the point of just how good the MKL teams is because we're in Malaysia. I'm afraid I might get jumped, okay? I just might go to the bathroom, might get jumped. But the MVP of this series, it's got to be Shizan here. I thought his play was amazing. It was just really creating a lot of space.
Yeah, pointing at us, he's the guy. Shizan 304 KDA on that Kongming. Right when I saw the Kongming, I was like, okay, it's gonna be a hard game with the Zia on it.
Yeah.
But anyway, 39% out of the 100% that all players of APG dealt against it was from him. A worthy play of a Kongming as expected of a Kongming. So the efficiency is there. You have total gold 21%, and I gotta say, the mastery of Shizan's hero, not just for Kongming, was really evident, and it was shown on this match.
Yeah, and Chantal, in the draft, you were talking about the Zia just being not the great. I mean, it was great up until that Kongmin was picked, but once they did, you see exactly why this is such a bad, like a great pick into it. It was tough and not a great pick in the end for that Zia.
Yeah, I think also for Kongming, any hero that is more on the stationary, doesn't have crowd control, doesn't have that much dashes, is a good target for Shizan's hero, I mean the Kongming. But yeah, indeed, it was a great or masterful, if I might say, drafting from the coach, because you have to see, I mean, the Kongming, I think, was because they were prepared that there might be an X factor or not the usual mid laner that
it comes from experience that we talk about, whereby Shizan did play for Team Secret back then, and then coming into the current season, he stopped over to the side of APG, and right now we're talking about a much improved APG compared to the previous seasons.
Yeah, definitely improved, right? I think that there's been a lot of consistency in this Alpha Gaming lineup. That is the biggest thing, especially from the mid laner. You want to be constantly just poking and prodding, doing your damage, but setting up and creating space for the rest of your team.
That is exactly the case here, and Shisan had a masterclass performance in all 3 of these games here. And you can see...
We call it the ray gun.
Yeah, put the gun away. Put the gun away.
Sorry.
In the MVP post, he was like, "You're next."
Yeah.
You're next. He's
Got it.
ready for it. I mean, they're ready for it. A nice draft, everything, the execution, everything's clean. It's like as if you're playing up against them, how do you play? I mean, they're perfect.
It was more of like the early game. It didn't seem like they were again just more reactive, and I think that this is something probably we should talk about in another series, because the way that they were up front, they were constantly being pushed back, and once you're playing the game of what Alpha Gaming was doing, it's a losing game at that end.
A losing game really often teaches you more than a winning game here. So that is a bit of an experience and knowledge picked up by the side of Alter Ego here. So that was a 3-0 clean coming in from APG, but our next upcoming series here, Blacklist International against HomeBois X BSC.
My time to hold the flag. I mean, I'm just practicing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, for Blacklist International, good thing that they were here at the venue, even start of the show. So they watched all of the games, actually. They were even here during the second match. So they already have an idea as to how HomeBois played against Bigetron by Vitality. And I'm pretty much confident that they can show how great they are.
Yeah, and I think that if we're looking at some of these pocket picks, you're seeing exactly how HomeBois like to draft. They like to go with those junglers starting off early. I mean, I think they're going to continue on. Basically, until you beat that strategy, like, they're going to continue to ride this one out.
It is just the bread and butter coming in for the side of HomeBois X BSC, whereby they play the map, they play the objectives, and they always fight around it in these cases.
Yeah, so we're going to have to find out. That's the third series of the day, and of course, it will be a best of 5 going into this one. Does Blacklist International have enough firepower to strike back into HomeBois Black Shrew Esports? That one is going to be one to watch coming up here.
One to watch coming up here. It is definitely one of the key moments and key matchups that we will be featuring in today's last series here. We had the likes of BTR going up against HBSC, but then in the end, it was like, what, 3-0 despite BTR bringing us to back-to-back Tempest Dragons coming into this series right now. APG against AE, it was an absolute destruction of a game coming from APG, but we want to see more fighting action coming in from the PKL region, for example, where Shanto resides. So this will be an exciting one to really look forward to.
Yeah, definitely, because for Blacklist International, they're known to be a team that's really great in the early game, like great in early game. I think for most teams that played for BKL, that's their side comment about them. So if you're up against HomeBois, who's actually also great in early game, so there might be a clash as to how they work around the map or how they work around their macros, because early game, it means that you're macro type of team, right? But at the end of every game, they have their own tendencies in terms of what are you doing? They have their own tendencies in terms of decision making and such. So this is where veterancy and experience will kick in for both, and just really looking forward with the matchup of the junglers. I think the story of the day has been about the junglers, but also for the flash lanes. So hopefully we get to see more heroes, because during PKL for Blacklist International, they actually tried out other heroes. Even a Guiguzi was played as a roam, something like that.
Okay, what are you looking at, Sagi, first?
No comment.
No comment?
No comment.
Really?
I just want to be frank, because I'm very good friends with the Blacklist boys, so I hope they do well.
Okay, all right. What about your side, Chantal? What is your prediction for this series?
I don't want to predict.
You don't want to predict?
Yeah.
You guys are going to ride the fence?
No, you predict, my friend.
Oh, I think it's going to be 3-1 in favor of HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. I just feel like they're too strong at the end. I think Blacklist will have some sort of counter pick, some sort of counter play to what they saw earlier. That's going to be their advantage. Maybe they take game 1. We're going to have to find out. Of course, I don't ride on any fences.
Well, guys, his name is Holler. Find him at Holler TV.
Come at me.
And Angry PKL fans. So, 3-1 is actually very, how would I say, a realistic approach that we're talking about, because PKL teams are really up there, but they just need more time and more growth.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of time and growth and all of that, if you happen to be at home, get some popcorn, get a meal, but let's first take a little bit of a break as we have that last series coming right up.
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to
Huang. Won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My oh my. Such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting. Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
会叫，我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明是光，就总剩一条，与风儿伤很好。可能我知道，你蹲在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望亲吻过心跳？问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛向九霄，因为我真想要过上帝呀，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑。
Welcome back to Nation Clash. We're now down to the final match of the day. It's been full of action, intensity, and non-stop strategy. And up next is a clash that carries the pride and the national spirit of Malaysia versus Philippines. Both teams are hungry to end the day on top. Now it's all gonna come down to skill and composure. So get ready, because the final showdown is about to begin. We're turning to the stage once again. After an explosive first match, the squads are back to defend their crowns. They've proven why they reign supreme in Malaysia, and now they're here to show us that champions never back down. Give it up to HomeBois Blacklist Esports. And here they come, the reigning PKL Ball champions, the team that has redefined discipline and synergy. They're now here to show why Philippines has the heart of a champion. Let's welcome Blacklist International! And let's bring the coaches up on the stage. They'll reach greatness with the guidance of their coach. HomeBois Blacklist Esports versus Blacklist International. The final test of strategy and composure begins here. Both sides have prepared for this very moment. Only one nation will close day one on top. And it's time to find out who it's gonna be. Casters, lead the gorge.
Hello and welcome to Game 3, the match number 3, if you will. This is going to be HomeBois / Blacklist Esports. So they're going to be going up against, of course, your team from the PKL, the number 1 team, the champions, if you will, Blacklist International. Chantel, what do we need to know about this team here?
Actually, for Blacklist International, they went up against the Boom Esports 7 games, and what I can say about them is that they have the heart of a champion, of course, very resilient, and they know how to adapt during the game in terms of drafting and all.
So they have the heart of a champion, but do they have the brains of a champion?
Of course they have. They're here. They are the champions of PKL.
All right, walk me through the HomeBois / Blacklist Esports. Walk me through this lineup here.
Like, coming into this entire lineup, coming in from HomeBois Blacklist Esports, they had a roster revamp coming in from Spring and also KWC. With VV and also where you enter, they are the new additions. So it's a visit of the old roster coming in for the 2024 run. And then Vivi and Guiyu are your new side laners here. So far, towards the regular season that we're talking about during fall, didn't really have a very good run, but going into the playoffs, that's where they start to blossom and start to gel more as a team. And right now, they are coming back for the world-class tournaments, which much more focus.
All right, if you're going to go into a little bit more details in terms of gelling, what was probably better? Let's go into that one. But first, let's talk about Blacklist International here. Chantel, please
Again,
walk me through.
for Blacklist International, known to be a resilient team, and I think their strength is really towards the early game. But it is a strength, but at the same time a weakness, because if there's a chance for the other team to stop that early game, then they have a hard time to recover on that. And also, we have to take note of their players, particularly Justin and even Chami1. Chami1, the finals MVP of PKL, plays really well on the Clash lane, plays really well with the Guan Yu. And I gotta say, for Blacklist International, since they were able to win against Boom Esports in an ultimate battle, it means that they are really leaning towards that comfortability over anything. So as long as they get something that's very comfortable for them, then they're okay with it, and they will play well with it.
I totally agree with you, because for the fact that Blacklist International didn't really have a lot of time transitioning into HOK, they still managed to beat the likes of Boom, where they had like what, the whole year to prep. But we do have the team head-to-head, as Holler do run us up a bit on the stats.
Yeah, HomeBois X Black Shrew Esports on the side. They have a little bit less in terms of KDA. Obviously, these stats are from their respective leagues, the MKL and the PKL. So some things might not be 100% lining up, because one of the leagues has a little bit more in terms of those games. But if you're looking at it, the biggest one to me, win rate, close to 76% for throughout.
And I think for Blacklist International, they are also the teams that had the run. It was during the spring season with a 14-0, so they have tendencies to really dominate a tournament, and it's going to be a tall order, of course, if they're up against a Malaysian team who can, we can say that has a stronger or a deeper knowledge about the game, just like what Sagi mentioned, that there's not pretty much time for the players of Blacklist International to actually adjust on the game, given the fact also that we had changes for the game itself. So again, this is going to be an interesting one. Definitely the heroes for the jungles could be something that is a question of arena to be contested by both. So yeah, pretty much that's it. It's comfort and how they will play around it.
Jungle is always a contest between two teams, but I really want to focus on our two FMVPs in the MKL and also the PKL. Both these two players are young prodigies of the HOK global scene in that Clash lane.
Yeah, if you were actually making a team from scratch, which of these Clash laners would you want on your team?
Oh, that's difficult, man. I probably think I will go to Guiyu, because Guiyu has had... Okay, maybe Chami1, because Chami had a lot of tournament experience on the line, coming in from different titles, and he's had a phenomenal growth so far.
All right, you've been sitting on the fence throughout the entire day. Even that answer where you're picking one of the players is still on the fence. Like, I don't know how. Get off the fence, my friend.
But Chantel, what do you think? Which Clash laners do you want on your team?
I think for me, I'll have Chami1 also, because of the playstyle. I saw Guiyu play earlier, but the difference is that for Chami1, he's more of a team player. He sets up for the team, and at the same time, shows prowess as an individual player. So he knows how to juggle. Will it be me as a Clash laner alone, or me helping the team as a Clash laner, something like that?
Yeah, I think both of these guys, though, you're going to see that true impact when that team fight is about to start. They always make that perfect initiation with the via the true Dharma, or whatever you basically need. These guys are always there. They're very reliable.
They're very reliable, and when we talk about Clashers, they are the Mr. Clutchmen that we talk about. They will always go for those aggressive plays to really catch your farm lane or mid lane off guard. That's where you form a numbers advantage for the team, and I'm looking at this Clash lane matchup. The picks like the Fatih, Guan Yu, Dharma, and also the Mayin will be much more of a contest between these two teams.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And given the fact that also, if I will compare how Malaysian teams draft as compared to how PKL teams draft, it's very different, specifically for HomeBois, because I remember match 1, they were really prioritizing Musang K0, right?
Yes.
And it's very different on how Coach TG actually drafts for the team. Most of the time, it's either Justice Hero will be at the second pick, and they will prioritize the Clash Lane hero. So there's a difference in terms of dynamics, but definitely since this is a great matchup between Clash Lanes, I'm thinking that maybe it's gonna be HomeBois adjusting on the priority pick, or it depends.
Actually, that's kind of been the norm, I would say, in terms of how PKL drafts, where you do Clash, maybe like a farm laner, because it doesn't really give away your draft.
Side.
Exactly, right? And then that's kind of one of those things are going in. But HomeBois x Blackstreet Esports, this is a team that's kind of like, they are basically daring the team, right? Of just like, hey, we're going to pick our jungler, try to counter pick this off.
They're trying to counterpick it, trying to counterpick one of our best players in towards our team here. You know for a fact that when we talk about HomeBois x Blackstreet Esports, you are looking at Musang King and the entire team playing around his tempo.
Yeah, it's all about tempo on both of these ones. I think that if you're looking at throughout the day, right? You know, HomeBois x Blackstreet Esports, they've just kind of dictated the pace of all of the games. Even Alpha Gaming, you just see how much faster they are in the early games.
Yeah, that's true. And it's, again, the storyline for match one is about taking control. I think for HomeBois, even though the other team is on the lead early game, they have their own strategy, or maybe how they play things around to probably have a breather around the game, and that's going to be hard for Blacklist International if they are patterned and systemized as a team that is good for the early game. Oh, we have a Philippine flag here with us at the venue.
Yeah, and look at this. It's going to be a little bit of respect from Coach Broccoli as well as TG. The head-to-head begins right now as we get into this draft. But going with that ban on the Dharma, that's respect if I didn't see any better. Chammy1 is like 1 of 1 in terms of that Dharma. He is just amazing.
I'm thinking with these bans being lined up, they might just put that early right towards their ban as well, because we know if you ban a Dharma, you ban a Maestro, you do not want the things like the early being up and available for any of these teams to grab.
Yeah, that's true. Now, here's the thing. Will HBSE prioritize yet another hero for Musang King? Again, they have been consistent on that. Not unless they would change. It's going to be Pei. Same story with game number 1 and match 1. So we saw what happened during that one, but take note that Q1 is available for this one. For Blacklist International, they play a lot with the Grands, Yuans, and even Motsu, so could be an option for them still with that, or probably secure a farm lane as early as now.
Yeah, starting with tempo, again, the Pei. This is the situation for HBSE to not really change anything. Until somebody is actually, you know, taking the W off of you, I think that you continue to do what you do, right? Let the other teams react to how you're going to play.
And it really shows the fact that they put the priority on back towards Musang King here. Playing the Pei here means one thing. You want to play the tempo. You want to play a fast game here. Musang King will be the player here to collect most of these resources here coming in for the side of HBSC. However, Blacklist International answering with a Long and Yuan as well. You could potentially lock in a Dolia on this third pick here, playing around Dragon in that mid lane, or flex that Yuan towards the Roma rule.
Yeah, I would agree. And by the way, I would like to point out that for the Byron is actually one of the most picked heroes for Blacklist International. So it's more of, I think, a counter play from Coach Broccoli on this one, given the fact that Dharma has been banned earlier. So for the side of Blacklist International, it's going to be Ogran. So they're still playing on the usual heroes that they get. Top pick hero whenever they are on the red side. This 2 heroes.
Yeah, this is very similar to how Bigetron by Vitality were looking to counter the Pei, right? Again, go with the Ogren, decide to slow down the game, try to get the farm, right? As long as you're able to kind of withstand, and they do have sustain from the Yuan, the Lung is going to be kind of elusive on his own, so you do have options already.
I am loving the Blacklist draft right off the bat here. They are telling you one thing as well. You want to play the early game? Bet. Let's smash that early game and let's play to see who can search control in that jungle.
And what's really nice is even from Blacklist International, they banned out Athena actually. They've learned the possibilities that we might see it again over this. And I really like also the Dolia ban. So I was thinking for Blacklist International, since they're lacking we're not sure whether or not this U1 will be on the mid lane or will be used as a roam for this. So they could actually have that answer on the last part of the game. It's going to be a Lady Shen as their ban.
Yeah, and if you're looking at some of those other teams, when they do pick the Yuan, especially first phase, they didn't really utilize it as much, right? Like, this is a completely, like, oh, I don't know what lane this is going to be. It has a lot of options. And now it plays into the heads of HBSE.
And this goes to show the red side priority that you get here. Whereby red side allows you to go for that last play here, but on the side of HBSC, they lock in the Princess Frost and Liang combination here. So much single target control coming in for the side of HBSC. Blacklist International, what do you answer on that final pick?
I won't be surprised if they get, I don't know. It depends on them. But yeah, actually, out of the 5 heroes that they get on most of the time on the red side, they got it for this game number 1. So we're still lacking their mid.
Or roam. Yeah, mid or roam.
Mid or roam, yeah, because C1 is flex.
So this combination, Liang, the lockdown plus the Princess Frost, the winners here, is that like a tried and true combination. It can just lock people down. But Blacklist International, they could have gone with the Zhuangzi. I thought that was a potential. With that butterfly effect, it looks like they want to go with a mid laner themselves. Yixing create this board so that it's very difficult to kind of continue on.
The first level 4 ultimate here coming in from Zeus Liang will be pivotal to really put success on towards HBSC side. For Blacklist International, they have a very well-rounded teamfight draft. If this game goes towards that 4th to 8th minute mark, that could just be in favor coming in for Blacklist International because the single damage department coming in for the side of HBSC is not enough to really funnel them to that late game.
Third match, game number 1. Draft is locked in. Chantel, your thoughts on this? Just looking at the draft alone, who are you giving the edge to?
Definitely, given the fact that for Blacklist International, these are their comfort heroes, I will lean towards Blacklist again because it's about comfortability. Same story with the HBSE. I'm just not really sure if how they will recuperate just in case this Princess Frost and the young combination won't work during a team fight.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be key for this one. But Blacklist International have been watching the Malaysian teams just take over. They 3-0'd both of the different squad teams ahead of them from Indonesia. Now it's up for the Philippines to really represent and to really fight back here.
I'm interested in Blacklist International's performance coming into this BO5 series, but look at the top side though, as for you!
Get going on, and it's going to give up first blood, and Blacklist International striking first.
Oh, but I think there's going to be a trade. No problem. Flash, by the way, out of the bottom lane. Anyway, that was a nice play from Blacklist International. We've mentioned about how great it is to have a great Clash laner, and they rotated in an instant. Gave space for Just G and the rest, but fast reaction by HBSE, taking down some of the camps from Blacklist.
Yeah, this top lane is going to be one of the lanes to watch. We have a lot of pressure on that one. Who's going to blink first?
Who's going to blink first? Chammy1 told you about that, and Chammy1 got that solo kill with the help of Dragon to really elevate the pressure against HBSC here. But looking at the levels here, Ze is slowly but surely getting over to that level 4 here as Chammy1 forced away from his wave with HBSC getting that priority on the top side.
Yeah, a lot of respect coming in from HBSE on the Clash lane. But it is an intense laning matchup at the bottom lane for the farm laners. But for Blacklist International, what's really nice is that they rotate continuously, even showing up on the farm lane or jungle camps of HBSE.
Yeah, this is what I like. This is what you didn't really see in Game 2, is that how aggressive they are, looking to steal whatever sort they can, and now they're going to go in for this one. Jay has to actually back up. Guyu almost gets it and does end up making Chammy1 pay. Jiyoung with that nice winner is here, right? The zone is going to be on point, but Justy's going to be just looking to be backing off. Guyu looking to maybe turn this around. He gets devastated for his trouble.
1-for-1 exchange so far. Blacklist International strike back and they get a kill. Zhuhong tried to go for that flash winners here, but in the end, it was not enough as this Ogren in the early game is just so darn strong.
Yeah, very sustainable also is the Ogren, and I gotta say at that moment, I think it was an early cast for Dragon on the board, so later on, if it hits or it lands at least 3 players, it could have been a better initiation for Blacklist. But yeah, but 1-for-1 trade, Blacklist International is on the lead. Actually, this is a huge lead for 3-minute game. Considering that we just have 2 kills for the team.
Yeah, and actually, but I don't want to be like, hey, you know, HBSC's in a bad spot, because even in the first series, that first game against, you know, Bigetron Vitality, is that they were actually behind, but HBSC, like, hey, chill out, we're fine in the mid-game.
Yeah, that's true. So for Blacklist International, for them to be able to win against HBSE is they need to stop other lanes from winning.
Oh, nice. Frigid Prison. He's going to be locking in. Dragon has to flash on back. The winner is here just, again, just zoning and doing that damage.
Lots of zoning here coming in for the side of Blacklist International, but still, that pretty good Frigid Prison there does lock 2 in place, forcing Dragon to bail out of safety here. the first Liang ultimate yet to be seen coming in from Zerk here. That first ultimate will make a huge difference between Blacklist International and HBSC as we approach to the 4th minute mark when the Tyrant will be spawned and available in this game number 1.
I love how HBSE is actually not giving that much of information. Most of the time before clearing a minion wave, they hide on the bushes as much as possible. So there's no contest for Blacklist International on this objective, but they will go on the buff of Musang King.
Yeah, they're going to look to take that away, which is going to be key for them.
Yeah, 50-50 trade thus far. They are prioritizing farm over to Just Chi rather than the global buff here. So it is still a decent trade-off here as the goal lead is starting to shrink for both sides as we are approaching the mid-game thus far.
Yeah, the one thing that Bigetron by Vitality did incorrectly was that they had the lead, but they didn't put pressure on the Musang King. He was consistently split pushing. I think that if Blacklist were to kind of draw a beat and make it a little bit uncomfortable for Musang King, they're going to have a much better chance here.
Okay, right now we can see 2 towers down, both a piece. So HBSE at the top lane, bottom lane, and Blacklist International at the top lane. So a nice answer still for both. It's all about trades now for both teams, and they are really rotating fast on this game. But the thing is that we could say that they have the same pattern on how they rotate and how they do things. So it is interesting as to how Blacklist International would withstand the pressure that HBSE will give later on.
It is really down to discipline on how both of these two teams play. They play towards the macro-centric playstyle on the objective, and that is what we're seeing thus far.
They got the control, the suppression, but the Conductor Souls use it in return. They have the board, and they make him pay. It was under the tower, and now Guyu is getting focused in. He's in a bad spot as well, and Blacklist International making him pay.
That is the horrible engage coming from HBSC, and they get punished heavily for it. Blacklist International on the board with 2 more kills, and they are not stopping. They are going for this objective.
Another play, I think. Wow, Blacklist is just all over the place. Just trying to take the resources of HBSE. Again, it all started with the board at the top lane. Even the top lane is, or top tower has been defended by Blacklist on this one. Still on the lead, you can see some of the items already for some of the players of Blacklist.
This is the risky part coming in from a Liang pick, whereby if you don't find those early game markers, you really put your team behind because you are not able to burst down that front BV target, which is just Chi on that Ogryn.
Yeah, there's a lot of tanky guys. I mean, the whole idea behind the Liang was to potentially lock down Golden Kite. He's going to be so far back, it's going to be difficult to get on top of him. And at the end of the day, if he's not making those early pickoffs, he's going to really struggle because he's kind of like a range creep with that control, but he's got a, with those glasses on, very punchable face. It's going to be a very easy kill.
Yeah, that's true. So right now we can see a lot of pressure coming in still, but there's a pendulum swing for Blacklist International. I think even for HBSE, it's like as if they don't want to face each other yet for a team fight. It's like a speed race on taking down the towers as much as possible, which is actually nice. But so far, it is Blacklist International reacting on the rotation of HBSE.
They have the control, but it might not have been the right target. Jay's in a bad spot yet again, and you were talking about this, Sagi, about how if you're not able to find those pickoffs, you're just going to get killed yourself, sacrifice yourself.
And that is so much more pressure here when we look towards mid lane.
It looks like Golden Kite gets the pick up on the VV, and Guyu gets pushed on back. Chammy 1 making some plays, and Justy gets the kill, and they're continuing on fighting Ji-Hong, and they get yet another, a double going the way of Justy.
Blacklist International absolutely dominating this early to mid game phase. They are just coming up with 4 large kills on towards HBSC.
Taking the pressure on. mid T2 already.
And even Musang King is forced to just go on the other sides of the lane, and the Blacklist International, it's a sped up team wherein we go twice as fast as we normally do. As to why for HBSE, they're kind of caught off guard, but still there are strengths that they're able to.
And you're seeing how Blacklist International right now have that lead. They're becoming this death ball that, HBSC are really struggling to fight. And how do you fight against a death ball? You split push, and this is why Musang King is constantly on the flanks.
But this is a 4,000 goal lead in favor of Blacklist International talking. What, we are looking at what? Almost an item up for each of these players?
Yeah, taking it away. Musang King literally taking everything at this point, consistently just putting that split push on, right? Blacklist International have to react.
And for Blacklist International, the strength is the early game. So if you are HBSE, as you're able to hold on and finally transition mid to late game or have those items, then it's a lot easier for you. But right now, 4.1k gold lead for Blacklist. Everyone is having a great time. You have 7.6k. Actually, interestingly enough, Musang King has
they
higher
find it in the
gold.
controls. They almost try to get on to Chammy 1. The barrier's going to slow them down. Chaz 1 is going to try to find Guyu, but here come that cavalry. Golden Kite on the side. Justy's going to be there. They have the nice little board locking him in. Guyu's going to be stuck into that one. He's going to be bouncing around, but Chammy 1 does trade away his life on this one. Golden Kite is going to have to infinite fastest on back. Justy's still up in front, but they have a free, essentially, kill on the Musang King if they're able to cage this Tiger.
It is still a 1-for-1 trade between the Clash leaders here. Guyu not having the best of the games here. He is 0-5-1 here, but Hong here with a defensive winders here. Forces Justy away here, but Musang King, he's starting to ramp up on this pick, and he is looking for a lot of backline flank pressure.
And at that time, I think Blacklist International is just confident because most of the heroes or players are like half of life, but they still went through on the team fight.
Justy the control. They find him, and they're doing a decent amount, but the Conductor of Souls used in return. They have the taking liberties, and Musang King was not able to go over the wall, and it looks like he's going to be picked off. Justy with a nice little counter initiation. The passive is just barely keeping him alive, and Guyu gets the Storm Strike, but Golden Kite is getting gone on, and Guyu with a double making the extra happen.
Chammy!
Continuing on, and Chammy 1 tried to go all in, tried to get the play, but it looks like he's going to die for his cause, and through that all, it looks like it's a 2-for-3 in favor of HBSE.
The Clash leaders are relentless in this case. They are not giving an inch and soil towards their enemy team. They are just going at it multiple times.
Yeah, both Clash leaders have their own highlights, I think, after this one. But at that moment, I think for Chammy 1, he was hit by the tower.
Yeah.
So he was taken down by a player from HBSE. But here's the thing now, everyone is individually functioning as per their roles. So for HBSE, they're now trying to take the Tyrant. They have the information that Justy and there's a Blacklist could be
it looks
there.
like the Tyrant is going to be gone on here. They have the nice little knock-up, and Musang King taking the Tyrant, and Guyu looking to turn this around. They have the control on the Justy. He's going to be picked off. Guyu's down. Jeong is as well. The Unending Sorrow, and now here come the reinforcements. Tammy gets the knockout. BB is down for the count as well, and now Blacklist International with that 3-for-1 trade continuing on.
HBSE, although they get this Shadow Tyrant, but they lose 3 key members here coming into this team fight here. Justy were to fall, but Chammy 1 once again with the flank gets back-to-back kills.
We call him the Code 1 for a reason. 14-6, and there's gonna be a trade because of the Tyrant take. It's gonna be an Overlord for the side of Blacklist. Goes straight on the buff of Musang King, but he's still able to secure that one out. Now looking at things, in terms of longer team fights, I think as long as HBSE is able to set up a decent play against the Blacklist, then they are doing that team fight. But for Blacklist, they've been very chaotic in a way, good chaotic, right? Good chaotic for them because they always have a HBSE off guard.
Yeah, off guard at this point. But Blacklist International, I think the late game is going to go in their favor, right? So this early game lead that they have, it's kind of dwindled a bit. They've kind of thrown some of those, those deaths away. Chammy 1 going a little bit too aggressive at times. Needs to be careful. If anything, hey, hold down, calm down. We got this game. We just need to get to that late game.
And putting perspective into HBSE as well, we have yet to see a successful Liang Princess Boss combination being pulled off in these team fights. That is a big marker of failure here coming in for this combination here. But so far, this lead has been strong to a 3,000 compared to the 5,000 we've seen towards that mid game.
I would agree, and I think for HBSE, what's really nice is that there's still efforts, or there is still a way for Musang King to actually farm on the areas of Blacklist International.
But they find him, they got the control yet again. They knocked down Justy, and that was that pickoff. We were talking about how Jay needs to get those nice little controls, turn them into conversions.
And Justy here being caught out here. Board has been laid on.
Oh, Guyu just going in. Golden Kite gets the pickup on the She-Home. Golden Kite, he could potentially just try to get on out. He does have the Dragon. He will get on back to safety. Blacklist International get away with that free kill.
A trade for both teams. It's going to be a farm lane versus a jungle as their trades. What's really nice for both teams is that as much as possible, there should always be a trade. So at least there's no capitalization, whether or not there is a specific player missing for every team fight. And looking at the items, we're almost close to having the farm laners almost full item for this. So 15-7 on this 13-minute game time.
Yeah, and it's like deja vu. Musan King already has like a 2K net worth lead over Just G right now. He's going to start doing some damage. Just G needs to be careful, needs to respect the fact that Musan King could be there with that damage.
The side lane approach here coming in for side of HBSC. They are putting the focus.
Oh, they got the nice little control, but the 4J is in a bad spot. Are they able to make him pay? Guyu, Justy's on the backside with a death precipice. They do have him locked in. Jay is going to be killed, and Justy's on the retreat, or on the assault. Excuse me, and Chammy one not showing up. Finding VV has the damage, gets the pick off onto him, and Blacklist International making him pay with 3 kills.
They took down 3 players now for HBSE. This might be it for Blacklist International. They can take down a high ground tower, or HBSE, will they stop this? The only players left is going to be Musan King and Jihong. What a nice conversion for Blacklist after the play.
Taking the T3, they're looking to end this game. The Blood Rage is going to be on point as well. The Winter is here right on point, but they make Jihong killed on that one. He's going to fall down. They have the forward, and Musan King just trying to stay alive, and Blacklist International coming back with that ace, and it's just a matter of time. They need the minions. They'll be here. Jay is continuing to go, but they're going to take the Crystal, and Blacklist International will take game 1.
They are on the board, and they put the work on towards HBSC as they claim game number 1 with a superior teamfight and macro game.
Very fast reaction from Blacklist International. There were a lot of moments that even though the players doesn't really have that much HP, they still go for a team fight. It's just pure confidence being shown by Blacklist on that game. But kudos, of course, to HBSE, specifically Musan King. Every time that there is a kill or probably an objective by Blacklist, they will always have a trade. And it all boils down to what Sagi said, that I think for HBSE, they had a hard time pulling off the Liang Princess Frost combo.
All right, you're just saying that Sagi is right because the PKL team won here, right? You're just making it feel a little bit better at the end of the day, but you don't really mean it, right?
It's not the consolation, okay?
I mean, it is very close, and actually that was a really good game. I do agree with you in the sense, but Blacklist International came to play, right? They had the right counter in mind, understanding that the Pei wants that early game lead. They took the early game lead themselves, and they were able to kind of finally close that game out.
It was a very back and forth series, but the overall lead was in the hands of Blacklist International. As we check on the entire goal chart here coming in for both these two teams here, I gotta say, Golden Kite and also Just G and Chammy 1, man, these three had a phenomenal game today.
Right, I would agree. And at the same time, even Chaz actually, the placement of the ultimates was on point. Even finding Chammy 1 up front, finding him and giving that enough support just to be able to sustain and deal damage against HBSE. Now you have 17 assists, by the way, for Dragon and the rest. So it was literally a collective team effort for Blacklist International. I've known them to be a team that plays really fast, but not this fast. So this is a different variation of Blacklist International.
It just seemed like they wanted to play the macro game. They were incredibly smart with how they were taking on the enemy team. HBSC was very reactive. They could not fight into the death ball that was Blacklist International, so they tried to split push, and once they got caught out, it was pretty much all she wrote.
And back to the point whereby we saw the Princess Frost and Liang, we were talking about the first 4 minutes whereby the Liang has to find those big plays. But in the end, not a single Princess Frost Liang ultimate was seen in those plays. That is what really faltered HBSC in this game 1, aside from Blacklist International having a master class of a performance.
Yeah, and at the same time, there were a lot of moments, I think, that it was the other way around. It was the Yixing setting up a play.
Yeah.
There were a lot of nice boards being landed by Dragon at that time, and it was a up and down type of game, I would say, as shown in our graph. So Blacklist International, the consistency is there. There was a moment wherein HBSE was able to recover from that, but it just so happened that, again, Blacklist International played really fast against them.
Yeah, really fast. I mean, there were going to be some ups and downs. HBSC were, able to find ways to get there, but it's just too much in the end. Blacklist International, this death ball lineup was tough nut to crack.
Now, it goes back to the question whereby we always talk about who is the MVP of this game 1. That moment that I saw Chammy 1, it gotta be him. He had numerous perform moments where he was just assassinating backline, jumping onto tree, and getting those big kills on towards carries.
I would agree. I think there will be a highlight wherein he was killed by a certain player, but it was with the help of a a tower. So yup, I think for Chami Won, he played really well on this one. 70.1% damage dealt plus damage taken. So every time that he deals damage, there's also a sustain on his side. And at the same time, most parts of the early game, it was just him being aggressive all over the place so that the players that are meant to be at the back from HBSC will somehow be pressured to be part of the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of starting it off here with Chami Won getting that first blood, and then the guy is just essentially fearless. He's not afraid to dive towers, making sure that he's always making an impact. I mean, they called out Guyu a decent number of times, who did not really have the greatest of games in this one.
And moving on towards the mid lane as well, you look at Chami Won just casually assassinating BB in those approaches here, and then kicking back Guyu into the hearts of the team here. You can see how many plays that Chami Won actually set up for his team and his own purposes.
Yeah. All in all, this was a masterful plays by Blacklist International. There was a third, yes. I think this is where HBSC had a time wherein they could have a breather against Blacklist International. But then again, Chami Won was there. If he sees someone that he is able to take down, then he goes for it. It's again a confidence after confidence for Chami Won.
I mean, his thing is that his target prioritization, like who needs to die? BB, Busan King, Jihong, all of these guys are squishy, and the fact that he's like able to find them, get on top, stun them up for the rest of the team to do that damage. Like, look at how they just knock him up. Chami Won with that nice 3-man stun. That was all she wrote.
That was all she wrote, and that is auto lose right there, showing pride for the Blacklist International squad as he is nodding his head.
Yeah, we've talked about how Malaysian teams and Filipino teams play fair, and I think for most of the audiences, they were kind of surprised with this one, but for Blacklist International, they've prepared for this PKL. They've tried lots of heroes. There were a lot of innovations, so we're expecting that we might see a different one on game number 2, but here's the thing, for this one, during their draft, out of the 5 heroes that are most picked by Blacklist International on the red side, they got 4 on game number 1. So they're really comfortable with that type of hero composition that they had.
My worry is moving forward. This is best of 5. We have a lot of games. It's global ban pick, right? I mean, picking 4 out of 5 of some of your best heroes. Yes, they're the comfort pick, but you want to send a message, especially game 1. Really taking the fight to HomeBois, who have been looking flawless at this point, but now they've drawn blood. How do they bounce back, Sagi?
How do they bounce back? They definitely have to revisit back to these strategies, and in the pick and bans, the Liang and Princess Frost, not their best suit, maybe going into the further stages of the game, back to the basics where you have solid team fights and solid setups here. But props to Chami and Blacklist International, they had a phenomenon of an early game.
Yeah, that's true. Probably. It could have been a different story if it wasn't Liang and Princess Frost. I think for that one, maybe HBSE kind of overcomplicated things on game number 1 because they used the pay and match 1, but they didn't force to have a Princess Frost and the Liang. Anyway, definitely the heroes won't be used right now. I'm looking forward as to what will be the hero for Just Chi on game number 2.
Just Chi. So based on my intel towards the PKL squad, Just Chi always goes towards the heroes like the Luna, like the Jing, and Agudo, for example, here. So putting on more focus into all these like tanky / beefy jungles, and then the assassins is probably what Blacklist International is trying to plan for Just Chi in that jungle role here. But it is a BO5 with multiple global ban picks that we're talking about. So going in a long series here, the ban slot will be more and more added on towards Blacklist International.
Oh, okay. Probably for this game, we won't be seeing Young Johns and Doyos because they both play well with those. So definitely one. We saw that on game number 1. Yes, game number 1. So Young John Doyos, nope, definitely on this game. Not unless they want to open it up or if we go games 4.
Yeah. I
5.
mean, it could be really up in the air, which is going to be something that's going to be potentially is interesting. HomeBois, Blackstreet Esports, are they able to bounce back? Right now, if I'm looking at the crowd, it looks like there's more Blacklist International fans. They've been waving that Philippine flag, and it seems like they're feeling the energy. Saki, at what point are you worried maybe you need to pick up that Malaysian flag, send them a little bit of your energy?
Where's my Blacklist International flag?
Are you going to jump on that bandwagon?
You're jumping on our board now?
Okay, back to MKL squad. I have my flags right here. I have the Malaysia
Why don't
flag.
I have
I had
my Blacklist
the
flag?
HomeBois flag as well. So definitely for the HomeBois squad here. The Young and Princess Force, nothing that they could really do about it. They were 0-1 in that competition, but this is the global ban pick. We will not revisit back into that department here. But with the bans available in this game, number one, Arlie has been locked in for VV in that farm lane.
Now they changed their sequencing. It's not a jungler now for HomeBois. So it means that things have been shaken up by Blacklist. So you have the idea, and this is a specialty again for a Blacklist with a Mai.
I like the counter here coming in from Blacklist International. The moment you see the Arlie, you take away the best duo partner, which is the Diadea, and then you lock in Maestro Nui for the perfect burst counter here. So Dragon will be a pivotal, important factor to really lock down VV on that Arlie.
Yeah, it's going to be key for him. I mean, plus you have, you know, Chaz on that Diadea. You were talking about how good it is as a lane partner, but also against it. If you're able to get that mini stun onto Arlie, he's pretty much dead.
Exactly, just need 0.5 to 1 second and immediately Arlie will be bursted down almost entirely here. So that does push this Arlie pick to a very dangerous point here. But HBSC going back to basics, locking in Yangjin and Dolia for that jungle to roam composition.
I remember saying that we probably won't see, but we have it now for game number 2. Anyway, this is a nice trade actually for HBSE as to why they gave out the Mai and the idea. So it's gonna be a Direnji for Blacklist. So in terms of damage output, I think this is the best hero to face an Arlie. It's a nice matchup already. Main has been banned, and even Luna for HBSE.
I mean, the biggest thing about Blacklist International lineup is that they have a lot of stuns, a lot of ways to get on top of that Arlie who wants to be very mobile. And if he gets kind of stun locked, he's going to have a tough time. So you got to be super careful about that positioning. Blacklist International also, like, do they have the proper counter to this Yang Jian though, which has kind of been, dare I say, kind of like the MKL special. A lot of the teams have been playing it throughout, but walk me through the thought process here, Sai.
So first things first, Maestro Nui on the hands of Dragon, not the best hero to buy that venomous stuff. So the application of the heat reduction, not the simplest of the tasks coming in from Blacklist. So for the HBSC, they are starting to look very solid on their first 3 picks, but Chami 1 coming in with that Guan Yu will make a lot of sense to round out Blacklist draft because you need a beefy boy and a good flank to really limit the approach coming in from Arlie and the potential pickup in Zihong in that mid lane.
Right. And another layer of crowd control actually for Blacklist International on that one. So given the idea that Blacklist has this, I think Aguda could be a good option as their jungle. So just for the sake of having the sustain at the same time damage per second, somebody will be up front, can have the flank with the Guan Yu. So for HBSE, they're still lacking their mid lane. They can actually use a Yixing or probably a burst one. Oh, Yixing and Umbrosa.
All right.
You have Umbrosa now as a part of the heroes that we will see on KNC.
Interesting pick here. This is going to be the last 2. And now, how does Blacklist International counter this Umbrosa? Obviously, a damage dealer, not the tankiest of types. Yes, it has that second life, if you will. But if they're able to contain, it might. I mean, they can play around that ult.
Yeah, it's like you have a immortal Umbrosa now with a Dolia, but there are a lot of options with the Dolia. It's either gonna be the Yangjan or even the Umbrosa. Very situational. Could be very convenient for them. In the middle of a team fight, and now for Blacklist they got the Agudo.
I think this is such a comfortable Blacklist draft that we're talking about.
Again.
It is something that when I watch PKL games, this is their go-to comfort, where you see the Agudo, the Direnji, and Maestro Nui, and Diadea. All these leads to one big counter against VV on their Arlie.
How many stuns do you want? Yes.
Yes.
Like everybody, right? Like this is like almost everybody's independent. If they're able to catch you out, they're gonna have a great time. But again, match 3, game number 2. Blacklist International up 1-0 over HBSE. Is this draft good enough to take down Blacklist here in game 2?
For HBSE, since they have the Umbrosa, this could be it. Again, the combo of Umbrosa plus the Dolia, or the Dolia and Yangjan. They can work around depending on the situation against Blacklist International, so it will be a lot easier for them to pull this off for this game.
Yeah, I think going in from the break from game 1 into game 2, I think the biggest thing with Buyu was like Actually, I did not have a great game. Let me bounce back. Give me my Umbrosa. Let me fly.
But talking about the early game so far, we are almost having a first blood between these two teams as they are going
Oh,
so
look at how
aggressively.
LBB gets picked off, and Golden Kite, a nice little rotation. Gem making a pay, but they're not able to get a secondary kill, but they'll be happy with first blood.
Blacklist International getting the first blood. A very aggressive play for them. We have to commend the crowd control coming in from Chaz just to force out the kill. And even for HBSE, I mean, they're ready just in case it has a longer duration on that.
I think the biggest thing about Blacklist International here in this series thus far, yes, this is only the start of game 2, is that they're determined to make a name for themselves, put the pressure onto HBSE.
BB taking so much damage here, but does have to force
the
away
taking liberties. Dragon has to be a little bit careful. They're getting very low. They have the nice little knockup, but Musan King just does get the pick off, and it looks like Dragon is going to go down in the end.
Dragon with no flash does get punished here coming in from Musang King here. Vivi playing a bit more he can chew here, but the cavalry has arrived to really elevate the pressure coming in from HBSE's farm lane.
Nice reaction there from HBSE. At least they get to slow things down since Blacklist has been very aggressive. And Goyu has a higher level as compared to Chami1, and he is forcing him to back away. Potentially, 2 minions won't be cleared here for Chami1.
Yeah, I mean, the Guyu right here with a level advantage, Chami1 has to respect that one. I mean, Guan Yu not the greatest laner, if anything. Guyu is one of those types where you're going to have a little bit of an edge going in, especially in the 2-minute mark.
Well, it's a range into the melee matchup here. Chami1 just has to survive the lane and provide more value in these big team fights here, as we see. Aggressive trade here towards the bottom side here as done. Relentless with those tides.
And right now for both teams, they're slowly building up that momentum, probably waiting for specific items for this. But in terms of the jungle, it's pretty much the same. And I think for HBSE, they got now how to somehow counter the aggression from Golden Kite and even Chaz at the farm lane.
I mean, but Golden Kite is low. I think that as long as he's not really feeling comfortable, he's going to be pushed back, has to play a little bit more reserved, stay under tower, stay alive more than anything else.
Yeah, staying alive and getting all the golds towards your pockets here, and this scaling this DRNJ into the mid game is what you want to be seeing on this DRNJ here. But aggressive approach towards the bottom side as HBSE take the Spike Tail Beast for their liking.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Being aggressive, whatever sort of scraps you can find, you want to take that as much as possible. Take it away from Blacklist International, who, again, were very aggressive in game 1 and made HBSE play defensively.
By the way, we really have to comment how Jen is playing the Dolia. A lot of folks coming in, a lot of crowd controls also. As away for Blacklist International, they're a bit pressured on how to play around against a Dolia, given the fact that we haven't seen that much of a big team fight yet.
That Dolia definitely plays in favor coming in for side HBSC, whereby it's equalizing the lane out pretty darn decently. As you can see, goal lead, even though Blacklist had the first blood, it is still in favor.
They find the Ruined, and it looks like he's got that fatal frenzy. He will be fine. Guyu's going to be backing off. Musan King is there, and nobody wants to join that party.
It is much of a 50-50 trade thus far, but goal lead in favor currently of HBSC. They are taking much more of these neutral resources here from the hands of Blacklist International here. But 4 minutes has arrived on towards the dot here. What will we be seeing here coming in from both teams? What is the priority on this Tyrant?
Probably for the Tyrant, it's going to be HBSE. For Blacklist International, definitely they need to do like a trade. Same as to how HBSE was playing in game number 1, but I don't think that there's an opportunity for them. So HBSE is on a lead on this one. Blacklist International still finding that tempo and the momentum to get back on being aggressive.
The biggest thing about Justy, though, is that he's just going with that farm. He's not looking to go for those 50-50s with those Tyrants. He's going to give up what he can because he understands that, hey, a lot of this farm is actually being funneled already, is literally everybody's grouping around it, making sure that he secures everything. Justy is, of course, your win condition.
That's what we call the gold sharing coming in from Honor of Kings. Everybody gets a bit here and still gets thrown out.
They find him. They get the nice little knockoff. They're bouncing him around, and they eventually take him down. But at what cost? BB now getting gone on as well. They're not letting him go. They have the nice little stuff with that Imperial Order, and they find yet another.
Golden and Dragon, the twin combination here with the back-to-back engages, capturing Vivi, capturing Zil, and right now, they are doing so much punish on towards Gorge.
But are they capturing your heart?
Of course.
Of course they are. By the way, Dragon already built the Venomous Staff for the Mai. So that's one thing. Anyway, Blacklist International forcing HBSE to back away at the bottom lane. There's going to be a switch on the lanes. Arlie's going to be at the top lane. Umbrosa at the bottom lane. So this will change the dynamics of the game for HBSE.
Oh,
as
the fighting of
majority
Chammy1
rotate.
gets a heroic charge, pushing him back, but he's under the tower. Chammy1 needs to be careful. He's tanking some of those tower shots, but he will be backing off at this point. HBSE not able to find anything.
Very good reactive board here coming in from Zihong. He knows that he doesn't have to burn the flash, and he locked Chammy1 in his place here. So very smart move thus far, but currently we're looking at a 50-50 in terms of that goal lead here. I'm very interested how Blacklist further pushes up this tempo for this mid game.
I think right now the strength for Blacklist International is whenever they group up like a sped version of their plays. Now for HBSE, again, their strength is all about trades, having space for the Arlie, having space for the Umbrosa and such. So yep, Blacklist International, as long as they have HBSE caught off guard, then they will be on the upper hand. So things will slow down a bit for both, and expect a 5v5 full-on lane up.
Yeah, and I think that Blacklist International okay with this one. I mean, HBSE has done a good job of just kind of forcing the mid lane, not losing that one out. Again, it's all about the extension. Now, Jushi's here, finding 3 members, needs to be careful. He's getting gone on. The shields are going to be on point, but Chammy1 looking for that reverse, that angle, if you will. He's not able to find it. The Taking Liberty's going to be on 4, and it's going to be on point. Guyu getting those kills.
Crucial crowd control. Zihong Sports finds them all, and immediately the cleanup crew comes in. Guiyu with the final frenzy sets the tone for HBSE's comeback in this mid game.
What a great usage. Let's watch the replay. Okay. Justy survived this one. Chammy1 was there, but look at the knock up from Jihong's kill, even the second skill, the taking liberties. Was that 4 players?
Yeah, 4 players.
4 players from Blacklist International, yeah. Thanks for the answer, the crucial crowd control times 4.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? You cannot be grouping up because, again, the Yijing from Jihong is just super scary. You got to understand your position when those team fights are happening. And Musan King looking to go in, finds Justy, though, not able to do enough to do the damage. The board is not going to catch anyone, but Chammy1 now looking to go in, and it looks like Justy getting a little bit low. He's going to be picked off, and Musan King in heaven and earth, moving everything, going in, and they find 4 members of Blacklist International.
Back-to-back 4 members here, and another triple kill goes into the hands of Zihong in towards that Yixing. He is just so darn indestructible.
Yeah, masterful plays from Jihong on this. Has the Venomous Staff.
They're going for
players from Blacklist that will be respond in seconds now.
I mean, HBSE looking to just end this game. Chammy1, does he have enough to just survive? But the crystal is going down, and HBSE will take game 2 and even the series.
8 minutes, 15 seconds. You could tell how angry they were when they lost that game number 1, and they amped the tempo in this game number 2.
Oh wow, Jihong is on fire. Just imagine having that World is my board plus the taking liberties on point for every team fight. I think that was a turning point for that game, and a very, very interesting usage with Umbrosa also. So it's as if you have a Clash laner that you don't have support from time to time, as to why it was very effective for HBSE on that game number 2.
Yeah, just really bounce back game. That's exactly what you wanted to have done. I mean, just the setup and the way that they were setting up those boards, those taking liberties. I mean, he was just completely on point here.
He was completely on point, and one more player that we really have to put our focus onto was Musan King and also Guiyu. They were just maneuvering in and out of those team fights, and then when the board came in, it was Zihong collecting all the kills with those big plays coming in from both the Clash and jungle HBSE.
Yeah, that's right. It's as if HBSE was just waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for that perfect landing all throughout the game. But all in all, it was a very interesting game number 2. Very close, pretty close actually. Having 5-0-3 for Jihong on the Yijing, considering the fact that you have Guan Yu on the side of Blacklist International, means that for HBSE, they were on point in terms of positioning for every team fight. I think there was a moment, yes, that Arlie had Harley didn't had a hard time with those free hits in the middle of team fight.
I mean, for me, Jihong, with those boards, the taking liberties, everything, plus the KDA, 5-0-3, and look at his esports pose, shushing everybody, right? All of those Blacklist International fans, shush. We're not here, we're not done yet.
My board.
Right? The world is my board.
It's like his statement alone for this game. HBSE, the great team that they are, just look at the team fight participation for everyone. You have 3 players at 100%. So it is Jihong and even Musan King talk about comfortability around the map, rotating against the players of Blacklist.
Very good, Matt. Very good mid and jungle synergy here in these team fights, whereby even though BV didn't have the best of the early games here, but in the end, it was those team fight moments that really brought HBSC back alive in this game number 2.
It was all about that bounce back game, right? This is exactly what they needed to have done, and I think the gold grab will pretty much show this, although it was a little topsy-turvy at some points. It was a little close in that regard, but in the end, MKL, of course, representing HBSC, just too strong in the end.
Yeah, they just went straight up there against the Blacklist. They just needed one team fight to actually dictate the game, and that's shows that for HBSE, they're just waiting for the perfect moment to actually punish, or they just waited Blacklist International to commit an error against them.
This was one of the fastest games thus far coming into today's entire event, whereby this was ended at 8 minutes 16 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they had a bit of a dinner appointment. They're like, hey, we need to just win out 3 games in a row. We gotta go get our food, right? We gotta get to that one. But it's gonna be interesting to see who the MVP of that one, HBSC. I think it has to be. There's no other way. Yes, of course, it will be Shihong here. Yixing, 5-0-3. Just way too much impact with those boards.
Way too much impact, and he was landing crowd controls after crowd controls. He got a Taker's Liberty with 4-man knockup into a final triple kill to really allow HBSC to win that decisive 8 minute of a game.
It's just him predicting as to where the players of Blacklist International will be going in the middle of the team fight, because I think at that time, we'll probably see that on the highlights later on, because it was after the board, the majority of the players of Blacklist International was trying to back away, but then again, he predicted that the 4 players will be there, so it's just him being masterful on the Yixing usage, and yep, I think for him a pretty much consistent player. You have 27% damage dealt against the players of Blacklist, and all in all, we gotta say, some parts of the game, it was Blacklist International winning, but there's a difference on how HBSE plays. There was a juggle between the goal lead, but it all boils down on who has better execution or longer crowd control in terms of team fights.
Early game really fell in favor coming in for the side of Blacklist International, where they were finding successful catches against BV in these attempts here. But this was that team fight that Zihong really got the MVP performance here. Check out this knockup here. Beautiful 4-man catch on that Taker's Liberty.
Absolutely perfect. That's exactly how you want it. Yeah, that could not have been any better. That's going to be on his highlight reel for sure. And really why they were just in control and they're turning it around. And then it was a pretty much all-out run. Blacklist International, once they're down a member, there's really no way to fight back.
Yeah, and then we even saw how great it is to have a player like Yixing, was the combo of Yixing and Ambrosa. It's like Ambrosa's like, take me, I'll take all the damage. I'll run to you guys. Something like that.
Doesn't need to be, I mean, you have that Final Frenzy, so you're going to be tanky enough, and then you have the Dolia with the Celestial Melee. So it's a nice little combination going in. Plus, you're seeing the Musan King on this Yangjian, which has just been like their bread and butter. They're 100% win rate with it. They've been very successful. It's just been a very difficult lineup for them to crack.
It's a very comfortable sight to see Musan King on the Yangjian, because every time he picks it, like you mentioned, 100% win rate thus far, and he's had very consistent performance on it for this entire day.
Yeah.
Now, given that, I think for the next game, since the power picks of the specific teams are being used already, so this will come to a point wherein the hero pool will be a factor for both. So we will see that because we're guaranteed game 4 for this match.
To your point as well, Chantel, I'm waiting to see, because we're minimum going to 4 games.
Yep.
I'm waiting to see the assassin matchup between Just Chi and also Musan King. That's gonna be a heck of a matchup. Imagine we have Luna and Jing in that jungle department.
Good luck to you. Play.
It will be fine. We'll be fine. I actually, it's going to be most exciting that way, right? Because again, just finding the back line, I think it's going to be super fun. But going into the game 4, now you're going to see like how deep are the hero pools? Are they going to be prepared? Obviously, they have quite a bit already, but it's all about the synergy more than anything else. Plus, the enemy teams looking to ban some of those top teams or top picks.
I will agree with the synergies, because despite you getting a specific hero like a part of the meta, we also have to consider how great it is to be paired with a specific player, hero. And we mentioned earlier that for Blacklist International, we're able to get their priority picks on game 1 alone. So we'll see. They've been innovating a majority of their heroes just recently. Same goes with the HBSE. I think that was their strength during match 1 earlier against BTR by Vitality, because there are a lot of changes in terms of the dynamics of the heroes that they will get on a specific game.
So it's going to see exactly how versatile they are. Again, it's all about that draft. It's going to be key going into game 3. Gonna be key in the sense of like, you know, who wins this one? Because then you're at match point, you put a lot of pressure on the opposing team.
It will come down to Coach TG and also Coach Broccoli to really duke it out in that drafting department, whereby we'll be starting to see more of these global ban picks start to pressure these players. Your hero pool will start to minimize. Right now, you're looking at what? 4 bans plus 2 on each of the players here. So that's 14 bans coming into the game itself.
Yeah, sure. And how many heroes do we have?
100 plus. 100
plus.
20, 100,
so
50 something.
it will be limited, right? To specific heroes, but definitely it's about the coaches strategizing when and where they will use that. So again, we have a lot of audiences here, both supporting HomeBois and even Blacklist International.
All right, it looks like these are the global ban pick. We've seen what they've picked in games 1 and 2. These are heroes that they cannot pick again. There's a lot of decent ones. I mean, if you're thinking about, you know, the Yixing alone, it just might have won them the game with that hero.
Totally agree with you. And back to a question towards Chantel, right? Blacklist International, they did not have the most time coming into the tournament. So for them, the transition phase, yes, it's been pretty successful, but do you think they have enough of the champion pool, the hero pool, to go towards that full BO5?
Oh, okay, that's a hard question. I would like to believe that for Blacklist International, since they tried some of the heroes that they don't normally use during PKL, I think a hero pool won't be that much of an issue. It's just that there's one thing, just these heroes, I mean, leaning towards the sustained heroes recently. I'm just not sure how it will be with Assassin and Assassin matchup, but definitely they have the hero pool.
They have a lot, and then that's going to be the biggest thing for them, right? And it's the flex. It's how much they're able to counter pick. It's one thing to have your very comfort picks like you saw from Blacklist International in Game 2. And even when they have their best picks, HBSC are like, hey, actually, our draft is still better. We're going to out-execute you.
We had a series on our hands, and right now we're going into game number 3 between Blacklist International on towards the blue side and HomeBois x BSE on towards the red side, with the score tied 1-1 for both of these teams.
Interesting, since we saw the U1 earlier for Blacklist is not going to be banned. Probably. Oh, fast answer by HBSC and Coach Broccoli. So Dharma has been used or chosen by Blacklist. You have Reggie and even Luna on the other side, though. So maybe we're now transitioning to the Assassin versus Assassin matchup, but not unless they got a good already, not unless they get a different one. But Pei has been banned. We'll probably see a Lamb.
A Lamb from
There's
Just
a chance, there's a chance.
Yeah, and you're going to go with the most kind of potentially cannon blast, the Musan King Luna as it jumps towards the back line. You're kind of squishy, which is a little bit worrying, and you're going to try to use that positioning to the best of your abilities. But when you have Chammy 1 on a Dharma, you're always in a team fight.
That's Chammy what we're talking about, right? He is the playmaker here coming in for the side of Blacklist International. We've seen how well he played that Mayin. Right now, I'm starting to think, what kind of Clash Danger can really match that aggression here as for Guiyu? He locked in that Guan Yu as well.
Yeah, you gotta lock that one down. I think that this is gonna be that moment. The Guan Yu has just been able to make a serious impact when those team fights are coming. Plus, when you have the Luna diving in and anybody who wants to fight, you have that Razor Cavalry pushing things away. It could be potential wombo combo.
Yeah, good point. Potential flank from HBSE. Now, given these heroes that they have, I think for this one, they might want to consider having a mage again that has crowd control. So that they won't heavily rely on the Guan Yu alone, since you have Mots on the side of Blacklist. For this one, I think it's going to be Chaz using that one, and it's one of his favorite heroes. So again, it's comfortability for Blacklist. In terms of a mage, they still have a lot of options coming in for game number 3.
And that's the Artillery Roam once again being locked away from in that roamer pool here for HBSC. We might be looking towards the heroes like the Shi to really put in the CC pool to disregard Channel and also a potential tank jungler here that might be picked up by the side of Just G in that jungle.
still have potentials, right? Still have a lot of options. The Athena has been banned out. I think that is so funny that, I mean, HBSD are like the only team that is playing this on the Jub, but the way that they play it is so top tier, and it's so oppressive that other teams have to ban it out constantly.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting for this team. So, by the way, we saw the activities that you can experience here if you go at our venue. Anyway, going back to our draft, HBSE, again, their mid lane could be their next pick here. So that the roam won't be revealed just yet for this match. Oh, it's gonna be Liempo.
Yeah, Liempo being picked up, so that's where we talk about the Guan Yu and the Liempo composition. You go in for those deep dives against Golden Kai on that channel, so Golden Kai will be really open for these engagements because it's a channel. You don't really have reliable mobility here, but back towards the banning phase, HBSC, not sure what they're planning, but that is one emptied out ban.
Yeah, you're kind of, I mean, the Liempo is going to provide that, basically that team fight, plus with the Guan Yu. The Wombo combo is real, especially with the Luna diving in, who you know is going to be just creating havoc. This could be a tough one. This is a tough team fight, like Death Ball lineup, that Blacklist International need to find ways to get that split push going.
Now, okay, we see Xiao Xiao on this game. Has crowd control. Now we see the Lam on Blacklist. So pretty much very decent in terms of, it's a mixture of crowd control and has the burst. And the element of surprise with the Dharma. So I really like the hero composition of a Blacklist. Not because I know that this could be a potential pick from them, but if you look at the hero composition of a HBSE, it will be a lot easier to kind of zone out the players because we know that Xiao Xiao is a good counter against assassin heroes, right?
It sort of reminds me back towards the PKL Grand Finals where we saw the Lamb on the hands of Just G, where he had a phenomenal performance even though he was behind in some of those games. So coming into a best of 5 settings, the more heroes you're able to churn out from your hero pool, this is the best scenario that you're looking for to go for those big moments, especially in those game 5s.
I mean, going into this one though, don't you think that Joshi, generally when he's on the LAM, plays from behind early? Like, just the kind of the normal behavior of that lineup, I feel like he doesn't really ever have like a great early game where they just like steamroll with the LAM. It's usually from behind.
Yeah, good observation, but I would like to believe that it will depend on Chami 1's aggression again. Same with game number 1. As long as Chami 1 plays the same performance with game number 1, then Just Chi will have an easier time farming.
All right, match number 3, game number 3. Everything is tied up at this stage. Who's going to get up to match point this game? Super critical in this series here.
Want to find out? Drop over to Quill City Mall to witness it yourself, ladies and gentlemen. We have tons of goodies, tons of prizes to be given away, and lots of activities. But talking about activity here, Dragon has already come in that blast.
Oh, they're doing some serious work. The flash forward, Jay is trying to run for his life. Chaz not able to get it. The Peacemaker actually hits the wrong one, and the cannon blast is blocked by Jihong. What a team player.
Yeah, if you are, you definitely have to take Jihong at that time, but it's just them protecting each other as much as possible. You don't want any casualty before a minute of a game, but we really like the aggression coming in from both teams and the presence of mind that as much as possible you need to be as secure as early as the game progresses.
Yeah, I've been very close on that one. Chaz, again, this is why he started in that mid lane. Potential pickoff. Starting again, if you got that first blood, that would have been a huge momentum shift.
That could even open up jungle here for the invasion coming in from Just G. But fortunately for the side of HBSC, the power of friendship comes into play with Zihong blocking that final cannon blast from the hands of the monsters that we're talking about. But let's take a look at the draft, right, whereby I think HBSC, they have so much more mobility that we're talking about, whereby they can really go for these plays.
Oh, nice little burst ram. The cannon blast, though, not on point, but Busan King doing some work, and Dragon's going to give up first blood. HBSC find the pickoff, they get another one, and they want Chaz as well, and they're going to take 3 down.
3 quick kills in succession here coming in for the side HBSC. The moment Musang King teleported down, Huiyu came into play simultaneously, getting back-to-back kills.
Yeah, and I think at that moment, the HBSC was just like predicting that the players of Blacklist International will be there. So it's them downloading the game of Blacklist. Even Huiyu was prepared just in case Chami 1 will be part of the team fight. 3-0, and that's a 2-minute game, a 1-4K goal lead for HBSE. And this isn't looking good because for Blacklist, we all know that they need to, as much as possible, with the early gun, but it depends as to how Golden Kite will play fair in this lane.
That was actually a pretty cool flash prediction coming in for Sada Hong. Although there was no real follow-up coming in from HBSC, but that's still pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he attempted for it, but I mean, going back to those 3 kills really set up by Musan King. There's a reason why he's so one of the best junglers on the global Honor of Kings scene, because he just makes plays like that on the Luna.
Yeah, and I think for this one, things are a bit slow for both, because we can see that there is a huge difference. You've mentioned this earlier, Holler, that with the Lamb of Jaschi, there's a chance that he will be behind. So 3.3k versus 2.2k is actually a huge lead.
Oh, they find he's gonna burst ramp back in, but Justy, this is not a great spot. He's down 1k, but Musan King, I mean, he got that double kill. Things have gone his way. He's very mobile, so Justy right now playing very reactively, trying to catch back up.
Already completing the August Word as well coming in for the Luna here. He is definitely ahead of the curve coming into this early game as we were talking about, right? As we approach to the 4th minute mark, I think it will be difficult for Blacklist International to really look for an angle on this Tyrant.
Yeah, that's true. And I just really want to commend as to how players of HBSE, specifically the mid lane, stop those stunts possibly from the Motsu. So I think for that, that's been a problem right now for Blacklist International as to how they can't really rotate that much around the map. But good thing is that there is a reaction and even information that the players of HBSE are actually here at the Tyrant. It's all about information.
Yeah, it's about information. I mean, this is going to open it up because they realize that the rest of Blacklist International are not really able to contest. Maybe Chaz goes for this one with a Cannon Blast, but it would have been super lucky. HBSC taking the first Tyrant.
Very good stuff here coming in from HBSC as they really dictate the early game thanks to that triple consecutive kill just now here. And look at after the event here, right? More of these engagements are going to...
Oh, the Peacebringer, the thick inside the box. They got him locked in, but no, not enough. He's going to be gone on and the Tremor Smash is on point. Jay with a heroic save, but the pushback, Justy making him pay.
What a nice play coming in from Blacklist. A counterplay actually, because I think at that moment they want to go for Musan King and they got Chess. So I think for Blacklist right now, this is where they will change things up whenever they get a single kill against HBSE.
Oh,
and
the true Chammy1 trying to make the action onto Vivi, who just shrugs that off. He says, hey, actually, I'm under tower, man.
Legal immunity coming in for Sada ENG here. Bails him out of safety here. Doesn't even need to burn the flash in that attempt. A risky play coming from Chammy1. His position is exposed, so that does give HBSE more of this control towards the classmate side.
Now the thing is that for Blacklist International, they're now grouping up together. It's their strength actually. They win team fights whenever they find let's say 3 players at the bottom and they go for the
they
fight.
got him. Zihong is gonna get a little bit low. He's gonna be picked off. Dragon making him pay. Jay wants the return onto Dragon, gets him in return. So but Chammy1 under the tower going all in. Vivi makes him pay for going onto the tower.
It's still in favor of HBSC. You're losing your supportive mid lane and roll for the exchange of a mid and clash coming from Blacklist International. While this was happening, jungle domination coming in for the side of Musan King. Further goal going into the hands of this Luna.
Yeah, speaking of Musan King, he's already at level 11 for this one. He almost level 12 and he just reached level 11, so there's a huge gap already for this one. We have to commend the combo of this one, both the Guan Yu and even the Luna. So,
the pushback under the tower. Guyu is going to take the tower shots, but now Musan King is there, and Justy's like, actually, we cannot really fight this one.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be hard for them. Now for Blacklist International, the thing is that they need to have trades against HBSE. But so far, HBSE is just all over the place on their camps. We see Musan King trying to take this Overlord alone. So it's an indication that they are really on the lead and dictating this game.
That's why when we see HBSE games, the general kill count is actually very low because the only time they fight is to fight for control over objectives like the buffs, like the Overlord, like the Tyrant here. But since Blacklist International is throwing bodies at you, they are forcing you to fight them at every single corner.
Yeah, but isn't that the smart way to play? You don't really want to fight just for the sake of fighting. You need objectives, but they get the truth with the box locked in. They finally knock down Musan King, but now Guyu just barely dodging that one. Has to just roll wheelie on out of this one. But now Jay just covering the retreat, letting them get back. Jay might be sacrificed here as Justy turns it up, has that damage. Jay getting down right now, but the first ram yet again. Justy actually gets killed in return. Vivi, Big Brother was there, but they make you pay.
Majority of the players of Blacklist International stepping up.
Oh, Ji-Hong is here. He's going to use his passive, and I think that was a misclick, maybe. But if anything, he gets picked off. He does trade away, though.
Okay, a lot has happened after the team fight. It all started with having Blacklist International take down Musang King, and then it went straight having the rest of the players. We have to commend the crowd control coming in from Just G and Chami 1, but also the damage from the Xiao Chao. So all in all, HBSE and even Blacklist International are a bit struggling whether or not they will initiate.
Blacklist International bringing the PKL fighting style to the Malaysian home crowd here. It is starting to show a bit of an effort here, but still goal lead in favor for the side of HBSE as we approach the 8-minute mark here. This buff still goes in favor of Musang King here, so that is an important Azure buff being denied all over the hands of Just G.
I mean, it's one thing to fight, though, but you need to go with an objective in mind, right? I think that this is something that Blacklist International need to look into when they're just fighting for the sake of fighting, but why are we fighting?
Yeah, I think for Blacklist, that's true. I would agree on that. But they also have to take note of the information. Okay, nice base check for There could be a kill for them.
They're 100 freeze, but Jay is just too tanky. All 5 members, so they're not even able to take down this Lian Po.
And going back to the point for Blacklist International, they need trades. Wait.
Jay gets gone on the first ram. The Tremor Smash is not going to be on point. And now here comes HBSC. Thinking that they have the right a bit of strength in this one, but they're down numbers. And now they're going to take the bottom T2 instead.
Red team.
Although they get a kill on towards the, but still, it goes back to the question that you raised. You are getting kills, but at what expense? Expense of your jungle, expense at your towers, and this is just a slow bleed in favor of HBSC as we are looking at an even larger goal lead for the Malaysian fan favorites.
Yeah, I would agree with the term slow bleed. Definitely that's what's happening for Blacklist International, because right after, or if ever, there will be no available towers now for them, it will be hard for them to go for a team fight or actually go for the counter goal. That's a perfect term for it. Because if we look at things right now, we have 9.3k gold for Musang King versus 6.8k on the Lam. So that alone says a lot about how HBSE kind of stopped the pattern of Blacklist International early game.
Yeah, so Blacklist International should not be fighting. Yes, their jungle is going to be looted and pillaged.
Yep.
That's going to suck, right? But you need to split push. You need to find ways. Again, we saw it in the first series where ZonQ was in the enemy jungle just farming whatever he could find, right? They need to play like that. They cannot just like let the waves just clear in or trickle in, excuse me.
They also need to give more time to Golden Kite on that channel to reach those 4 or 5 item power spikes right now. We are talking about a channel with no real big items, continuously fighting these big teams as we see towards the mid lane.
Oh, Jeff finds the right little target, finding Dragon, but do they have enough? He's being bounced around, and eventually he does fall, but Vivi's gonna get credit, but Ji-Hong is looking to be traded as well. Chami 1 over the wall. He's being bounced around. That's a triple kill going the way of VV and HBSE with the team ace.
With a team ace, HBSE, final push attempt on towards the Crystal as there are no single member alive coming in from Blacklist International to even defend this final push.
I mean, Dragon is down for 10 more seconds. HBSC look like they've got it. It's a matter of time. Game 3 goes the way of HBSC.
What a performance by HBSE on that game number 3. We saw a lot of potential from Blacklist International, but the HBSE, they just stopped them.
Just too much in the end. Just too strong, being able to find those pickoffs. And I mean, this is a tough one, right? If you're a Blacklist International fan, I mean, if you're looking at this one, you've seen Blacklist International, like, in the past, right? In PKL. Like, what do they need to do better here? How do they bounce back?
I think they should weigh more on the trades. I mean, there were a lot of moments, probably during that last team fight, they could have been taking down that tower at the top lane, but then again, they went straight for a team fight as to why HBSE had the opportunity. But yeah, it's all about taking trades or weighing which is the better trade. And that's a perfect term to put it.
All right. And then the other way, though, HBSE, what do they need to do worse to give Blacklist International a bit of a chance in Game 4?
For me, so far, HBSE has been superb in finding all these big attempts, especially Zerg. He's very vocal in finding these big plays here. That's why, on the flip side, for Blacklist International, they have to respect the timers when they have no flash here. Stop showing so much vision on towards that mid lane, which really allowed the side of HBSE to find those easy and big engages for their squad.
Yeah, to be fair, Blacklist International had a great start on that game number 3. It just so happened that for HBSE, Musang King was all over the place. It's as if he was the jungler of the blue team. He was jungling on the Blacklist side. So that happened and everything fell through for them.
This is a classic Musang King
Yeah.
Luna game, right? This is why you cannot give him one of those heroes, right? He's just too good unless you have the counter pick. Maybe you had a Liang. Maybe you had some sort of control. Because once he's on top of you, you're going to really struggle.
And you look towards the damage dealt, this is actually not a very strong team fight game. We didn't really have those bombastic team fights. It was just skirmishes after skirmishes whereby, yes, Blacklist did win, but out of winning kills, what did you really get from the map?
Yeah, that's true. And given that also, if we focus on HBSC's damage taken, she really played well on that. I mean, there were a lot of moments wherein I think he was with the Musang King for most parts, wherein Musang King was trying to farm. He's like a bodyguard of Musang King earlier. Okay, I'll be here, just farm, do whatever you want. And because of that, you have high participation also for him on that game. And with this stats, actually, it's really hard to tell who will be the MVP for this game number 3.
I think it's going to be much closer than you think. I think it's going to probably be VV in the end, but I liked Joe's play. I felt like as a support, he was providing all the vision in the world, tanking so much, but he was surviving at the end of the day, which has got to be key.
The key thing to really point out as well after Holland's point is to take a look at this gold grab coming in for the MKL team here. HBSC, yes, we saw very good engages coming in for the side of Chammy 1. And then all these follow-up engages coming in from Chaz. But it did not lead to a jungle invade. It did not lead to an objective. In the end, it was down to HBSC finding those big plays, and then the lead just fell entirely to a 7,000 landslide.
Yeah, that's true. I think if we will compare the performance of HBSE game number 1 versus Blacklist International's play on game number 3, the difference that they have is that for HBSE, despite Blacklist International being on the lead, they were still having mirror plays. But anyway, our MVP for that game, Kabisha, with a 24% damage dealt, but we have to focus on the damage taken. He is the toughest guy, I mean, for that game with 246 KDA on that game number 3.
I mean, one thing that we're not showing is his vision score, because he was completely up in front. They had nowhere way. He was constantly like just scouting everybody. He was that sentry, right? And they were trying to Metal Gear their way around him and trying to find some sort of space, but he was always up front, just soaking up all that damage.
Now let's check back the replay here, what exactly happened in that early game, which really allowed Musang King to scale even further compared to his jungle opponent, which is just G, right? This was just a methodical 3v4 coming in for HBSC, which put them on the board.
Yeah, I think for that one, because of that first blood and even the kill against Just G, it dictated the game for HBSE. Could have been a different story, but then again, it's all about punishing potential errors from the other team. There were a lot of instances wherein Blacklist International could have won a team fight, but again, after them winning a team fight, there's no actual trade. I'm not sure if they were able to take down a tower against HBSE, and it limits the potential that they have. And this moment, it was around 9 minutes actually. The time was taken by HBSE, but Blacklist International was at the middle, not trying to have a trade on other lanes.
And these are the moments that we talk about whereby when you have no flash, trying not to really show yourself towards the mid lane or too deep into a territory when there's no tower to fall back to. That is why when we talk about this, Zilla's ability to find these big engages is so top tier in the MKLC.
Yeah, very strong, and you're kind of seeing exactly why they're one of the better teams, right? I mean, they're the champions for a reason, showing up when they need to, and you're seeing just how this well-oiled machine is starting to synergize well and starting to peak, dare I say, at a great time right now at the KNC.
You know what? At this moment, since Blacklist International has been playing really well, I'm just excited how they will adjust coming into game number 4. Again, the bans and the heroes will be different because there is a change already. We've seen most of the heroes that are mostly picked by them being used on earlier games.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to find out exactly what's going in, but game 4 will be coming. But first, let's take a little bit of a break, go get some popcorn.
往回瞧，我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明是光，就总剩一条，与风而上很好。可能我知道，你等在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望？亲吻过心跳，问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛上九霄，因为我真想要过上帝呀，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，雕刻在时间纤维中的荣耀。风和泪过招，我听到乌云说要苍穹的拥抱，月光下星空下固有一只暗光鸟，我遇见回音对我一笑，说迎战吧别逃，拿着耐风号，那些破烂的羽毛，等我看见明日再一次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，别糟蹋了脸上刺绣的年少，心静悄悄，天高高，路上有个路标，似乎指向山顶的庙，老人家轻飘飘，我问他明天的可好，他笑笑，看见明日再次的坐标，一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后才向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，最开始的启程到最后找到。
HBSC at match point 2-1 right now. Do they have enough to bounce back Blacklist International? Are they able to come back in the series?
I think I'm confident with the boys for Blacklist International. They can, given the fact that they have the potential to actually have a comeback on that previous game. It's just that the hero pool again might be an issue, and at the same time, HomeBois is slowly getting that momentum already. based on that performance game number 3.
And to your point as well, Chantel, I'm starting to see a pattern here coming in from Blacklist International. When they get their engines going, it's superb. They get everything they want, and then they really form a death ball. But when things don't go their way, they start to be stuck in a way whereby, oh damn, how do I really play from a deficit?
Yeah, that's true. And the window for that is the early game. Their strength is literally the early game. If you are able to stop Just Chi or even the mid lane, Dragon's lane, and then it's going to be hard for them to recuperate from that.
Yeah, I think though that teams being able to have a good early game speaks volumes about them because they're going to be in a much better spot than opposed to saying, hey, I'm amazing at the late game, but I can never get there.
You have to be...
That's a good point.
Yeah, you really have to be great at everything so that you don't have like a disadvantage going to a series, because so far, we've seen BSC being able to play those late game situations into their favor and also playing those very aggressive early games thanks to an engage coming from Ze, the jungle domination coming in for the likes of Musang King, and also the hidden MVP that we need to give props to. Zihong has been a phenomenal player so far in today's both series.
He's like a silent killer all throughout this series with a Yixing play that he had. So I think for Blacklist International, they also might want to focus on having him be off guard most of the games or keep him at bay as much as possible. But yeah, your prediction was 4-1.
3-1.
3-1. Sorry.
I might be right.
That is not the
I might
best
be right.
of 7, by the way.
Right? Yes. I do think that it's still potential because I even called the fact that Blacklist International was going to win Game 1. Just saying, the tape is out there.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a Game 5 actually.
Of course.
It's already a statement.
Of course.
I mean, winning a game against a Malaysian team is already a statement for us, the Filipinos.
Yeah, but being able to force it to a Game 5, not going to be the easiest thing. It looks like there's going to be a lot of momentum going the way of HBSC at this point. But if you were to be coach, let's just go with the HBSC squad. What are you telling them first?
Play your game to a perfection. Just try what you need to try, because this is not the end of the world here. In the Nations Clash, yes, you are playing for the nation's pride, your Pro League's pride. In the case of Blacklist International, they're playing for PKL, but the goal is to really try out what your standard is against BSE in KNC and then challenge them in KIC at home ground advantage.
Okay, so we have the home ground advantage for KIC. Now you have for KNC. Okay, the rivalry will continue after this. I will given the fact that the Blacklist International was able to get that game number 1. Now we're looking at the bans, or actually the picks for games 1 to 3, and it seems like for Blacklist International, they got majority of the comfortable heroes that they normally use, and same goes with the MKL, or with the HBSC actually.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that. I think it looks like, and here you see Choo Choo trying to get the Malaysians a little bit of energy here, no?
Choo Choo with the Malaysia boy here. Thank you, Kak Choo!
Please show the Filipino supporters. Please, let's have the Filipino supporters on camera. Okay, so we have Casey Bay, our KOL, and the Sarah actually.
Yeah, so okay, it's all about the energy. Now, if you're going to be Coach Chantal, what are you telling the team right now?
Okay. It's okay. Well, we'll get this little by little. We got game number 1. We can make it happen for the next game. Trust in your gut and play your game.
Okay.
I can be a coach, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think you need more than just that one line to really be the coach, but I think we're at a good start right now.
If before the game, I'll probably say, let's go.
Okay. All right, TG, I think your job is at risk right now. Chantel might be taking that one. So something to take note of, but we're going to be going into game 4. This is going to be the draft here. Dare I say, everything is at stake right now because, again, if HomeBois Black Shrew Esports were to fall on this one, force the game 5, make them really work for it, especially since they're not playing tomorrow, is that enough? I mean, do you feel comfortable if you're, again, with the HBSC squad?
It's HBSC. I have full confidence with them in this game number 4 here. But if Blacklist International, like you mentioned, can really pull it to a game number 5, this really just proves how far the PKL have grown throughout the entire year of 2025.
So you're saying if they don't win this game, they haven't grown at all?
I mean, they've grown. They proved it. They won that game number 1 in such a demanding and conquering fact.
Yeah, I'm not representing any country. I'm just here to gaslight everybody.
It's as if you're like you want me and Kage to fight.
Yeah. That's why I'm like slowly backing up, creating a little bit of space for you guys if you want to fight. Feel free. I can referee that. That's why I'm here.
If the goes game number 5, then we fight.
Yeah, okay.
That's the deal,
If it goes to game 5.
Really?
If it
Can I
goes
have
game-
that in writing? Because I
Yeah,
feel like
sure,
we're
sure.
gonna that. Okay, I have never cheered for Blacklist
Spam that
International
on the chat,
harder than I
please.
am going to in this game because I want to see this fight more than anything else.
Well, let's go into the pick and bans as we redirected our attention just now, as we have Blacklist International on towards the blue side and HBSE defaulting towards the red side here, but starting the draft, very aggressive stuff here for HBSE, locking in that Dharma and Yuhuan already.
Yeah, I actually like this 2 picks from HBSE. It's them not giving information about new heroes that we get because both Dharma and Yuhuan was taken by Blacklist International on the previous games. So if you are Blacklist, you can prioritize now a mage, like their mid lane, as early as now, but for just you have the Lianpo and the Princess Frost. Is it like probably a seminar on how to, because they use it?
No, this is a tried and true combination, right? Leon goes in, he flashes in, gets the control, then you have the Princess Frost with the winner is here, Frigid Princess, everything. It just like so much damage.
No. You seem to be misunderstanding. What Chantel means is like game 1, BSE, HBSE had a horrible Liang Process Frost.
Oh, I know.
It's like a
so
seminar
right now,
this time.
this is a seminar coming in from Blacklist
Stop putting words in
International.
my mouth, please.
No, but look, I do think that HBSE have the counter. They know how to deal against, it definitely has some weaknesses. If you're looking at the Blacklist lineup, though, kind of squishy. They are definitely vulnerable.
Definitely, they need a clash lane that could be very tanky. But I normally see Chami 1 on those heroes that can potentially kill someone. But anyway, they targeted Just Cheese heroes. You have Luna and Payback.
I think HBSE might just bring out the Da Qiao and the floorborne tank composition.
Right.
That's really true to their playstyle. They are one of the only MKL teams in the global region that really plays that to a perfection here. So that might be one of the picks that they would bring up in these last 2 picks.
Yeah, that's true. And I was kind of thinking actually for this one, if you go to a Blacklist side, I'm not sure if Yang Jan is a good idea or a Menki.
Yeah.
For this, this could be an option for them as long as there is someone that could be up front to soak in the damage. And we have Agudo. So these are power picks actually for HBSE.
Yeah, actually it breaks up the combination as well. And getting that furball onto any of those 3 targets right now, very juicy, right? And it's like prime position for your Loom to make that jump with a Flaming Palm. I can see this one from HBSE here.
HBSE has a very solid draft here, but it goes to the same question that we need to answer here. Well, Blacklist International, does Liang and Princess Frost find their marker? They need to be really playing to the tempo. Every Liang ultimate needs to work out for them.
Yeah, and from level 4 on, right? When he gets that ult, you gotta start making plays, right? This is a hero that doesn't do well in the late game. He's very squishy and he's gonna be definitely focused. So you need to stay alive. The Menki here, great little combination to keep him so.
Yeah, I like the combination of Blacklist International. It's a mixture of has the crowd control, you have those high damage per second with the Lady Sun, and Fatih with a sustain as well. Same concept with Byron, but for HBSE, they will have the Numa, which is actually nice against Menki, against Fatih, against actually majority of the players or heroes of Blacklist.
HBSE having a really solid early to late game composition. The only concern coming in from HBSE is that they don't really have a solid front line to really tank against that Liang ultimate that we talked about, so that is a concerning point.
I do think the Agudo is going to be enough, right? Especially when you know that Musan King is going to get his farm. He will be that tanky boy. He will be that frontliner. I think all in all, they will be okay, but it's up to Blacklist International to somehow crack into the armor. Yes, they have the Liang, but who's the real target other than the Loom? Nua's going to be so far back.
Yeah, good point. For Blacklist International, again, this is going to be a tall order. Majority of the heroes of HBSE is considered to be power picks. Almost down on the early game. Again, their strength is the early game. As long as they're able to keep that up, maybe they can potentially replicate their performance. Game number
4. Right now, HBSE has that potential to just end this series in this 4th game. They're already up 2-1. This is going to be a great one.
A great start so far coming in from Chammy1 as he outtrades Guiyu in towards that Clash lane here, panning over to the bottom side with the rotations here coming in from Zihong and Te. This Fire Peak probably going to the hands of BB.
Yeah, they're going to just pick this one up. I mean, essentially for free, the only Firehawk, nothing to really worry about. HBSC, again, being aggressive, taking things away when, you know, they're forcing it down, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think for HBSE, that's what they changed. Since wait.
Oh, Guiyu doing a little bit of action, but he needs to be careful. Chammy1 not able to get the stun. Here comes Musang King rolling in, finding Chammy1. He's going to give up first blood. Musang King might get going, but no, the Frigid Prison is going to stop him in his tracks.
Musang King, more like Drift King. He drifted into that lane, split it as his DMs, and they got that kill easily on towards Chammy1.
Just right on time for Musang King at that time, and that's the good thing. If you have Nagudo in your lineup, the mobility is there. A lot of folks coming in, by the way, from Justy out the middle lane, and Musang King at the middle lane also. So again, it's about HBSE reacting really fast against Blacklist International. And what
Guiyu goes in with the truth, finding Chaz, but doesn't really have the damage. The Formlessness is not enough. Chaz flashes over the wall. Chammy1 is going to make him pay for even just showing his face.
But this is the amount of pressure being generated by one single player here. Guiyu single-handedly forcing out the flash away from Chaz. That is an important spell on the hands of a Liang. Liang with no flash, you are not able to find those crazy engages.
Yeah, but he's not level 4 yet. Nothing really to worry about. Yes, it's a long cooldown, something they need to consider, but right now level 4 is probably more of a priority.
Yep, that's true, and I kind of feel like for HBSE, they changed their pattern. They're now focused on Golden Kite's lane. Zhong almost taking down, and they're forcing this one out. Level 4.
Oh, the control. They're going to commit this one onto Jay, and they do have that damage, and this is with that Frigid Prison right on top with the winner is here. Just way too much. Jay goes now.
Very well played here coming in for Son of Blacklist International. They do get that first kill on towards the board here as towards the top side here. Chammy1 might be in danger as he's taking a lot of damage.
He eats a truth as well, but he's going to out-sustain it. He has the splashes, and that sustain from the heals. Wow, is he low.
A lot of sustain coming in from Chammy1, being able to get all the damage and being survivor.
Oh, they got knocked off onto Musang King, and that might be it for him, and he does go down, making him pay. Justy with a nice rotation.
Loving the international Blacklist here with their early game here. They are definitely having a much more comfortable spot here compared to the previous 2 games we've seen so far.
And what's really nice is that they're not giving opportunity on the Ao Yin at the bottom lane, even though it has been rotated by She most of the time. So we can say that for Blacklist International, they're keeping HBSE at bay.
Keeping them at bay. I mean, net worth-wise, it is pretty close. It's a bit of a wash in that sense, but they've made some good rotation. Right now, they just don't want to be losing the early game. Again, just securing your own jungle more than anything else.
If Chaz could really find value here in this next upcoming ultimate, this would spell disaster coming in from HBSE. Does Guiyu smell this though?
Oh, Guiyu might get sniffed out. Chaz is actually shown, and Guiyu sniffs it out, gets on back to safety.
And we have Justy out the middle lane defending that tower. So I think Blacklist International has the upper hand on that. But there's a date for HBSE on this Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the numbers advantage. HBSE is like, okay, that's a free Tyrant, though. They get the pick up on the Golden Kite, making it pay for sticking around a bit too far.
A return kill does happen towards the top side here as Chaz did find the kill here on towards Guiyu here. But that does leave open the mid lane for the taking coming from HBSE.
Yeah, Blacklist International need to defend. The Flaming Palm is just way too much. The Dream Roam, but he's not going to actually secure a sort of stun. HBSE take that one, get on out.
Even though it's a 1-for-1 exchange in that kill department, but I still think it falls in favor of HBSE. Losing out a mid-tier 1 allows your team to really aggressively play for those jungle invasions.
Definitely, given the fact that the Blacklist International has been guarding that area for the longest time on this game number 4. So HBSE, mission accomplished on that. But they want to go for
Oh, they find Furball. They found Blood Dragon in a bad spot. He's going to drop. The winner is here, but it's not really going to connect. HBSE with a nice rotation, securing yet another kill.
HBSE is just literally all over the
Chammy1
place.
goes in, finding Sehong. He wants to go, but he's turning this. Justy, though, needs to be careful. Guiyu gets knocked around. Justy's looking to turn. He's not able to do the damage. Guiyu has to flash over. Chammy1 is low as well. That tower's getting in on the action as well. Infinite Fastness on Vivi. He's going to be back up.
No casualties out of that tussle here. Over-aggression coming in from both of these two teams, but none of them do get punished for their actions there. But so far, in terms of the map, it is still in control of HBSE as they are looking to collect more of these resources as we speak.
And I think at that moment, there could have been a trade for Blacklist International at the top lane. But still, the good thing is that there was no casualty after the team fight, after all those smokes. And we have 1,000 gold lead, by the way, for HBSE. And you can see the movement right now, right? For Blacklist. They're grouping up as much as possible. Now you have the reverberation for the Nua.
I mean, look at what's happening, right? VV has that 1K gold lead over Golden Kite. But mind you, this Lady Soon was their first pick. I mean, obviously he wasn't trying to create a draft around it, but I mean, Loom definitely has that edge, especially in the lane.
You can see the priority being given over to VV, right? All the resources are going into his pockets here. Meanwhile, Blacklist International, more of these golds are being funneled to Just G here. So Just G is your one and only front line here, but Blacklist still do have the Liang Princess.
Oh, they get the control. He was just strolling through the office, so to speak. The winner is here, is on point, and Golden Kite will get that kill just on the wrong side of town.
That is what is needed from Blacklist International as much as possible to get a single player from time to time so that HBSE will be a bit slow in terms of rotation. And then after that, look for the other objectives. But for HBSC, they are still on the lead. Focus on the position of Dragon and Chaz. That's going to be the combo that they will be needing. But you have players or heroes that could go for the face check on HBSC side.
I'm waiting for Blacklist International. How do they convert these kills generated by Chaz and Dragon to more objective taste, to more goalie into their pockets here? But so far, it is still looking very decent for both of these two teams, and as we are at the 7-minute mark, going almost neck and neck into that 10-minute Shadow Tyrant.
But giving up a 1K net worth lead, I mean, obviously Blacklist International are not giving it on purpose, but this is not a great spot. HBSC, if they find one pickoff, they open this game up, and that lead just like expands quite a bit. But now they're gonna go Jake, and a little bit low. The Furball is gonna be on point. The Unending Starro, the Annihilation is not gonna actually connect, but Guyu gets picked off, and they find KME1 in return. And now Blacklist International looking to regroup on that T2.
It was an interesting attempt here coming in from Chaz. He blasts in looking for Guyu.
They find a BB, goes in. He was trying to go for Golden Kite, but he gets on his Dragon, but the top T2 taken away.
And again, for HBSE, it's just them converting a more objective after a team fight. That's what's been very effective for them. Blacklist International a bit struggling. We could say that they are a bit skill dependent in terms of the hero composition. That's why they're struggling to go for the counter push. If their skills doesn't hit the specific target, then it's not a good thing for them to continue.
That's the case, right, whereby we're looking at HBSC, they win fight, they take Just G's buff, and then they go for this Tyrant here. For Blacklist International, it's always one kill, then what's next?
Yeah, Just G, he's going in for the Dream Mode, trying to go for the steal, but he's not going to get it, and it looks like Jay gets that Tyrant, and they walk away. The Annihilation, even on point. Blacklist International not able to make the play.
By the way, good point on Sagi's. It's just the macro play, or macro focus of HBSE that has been very effective for this game number 4. Just imagine every time that they get a kill, then they limit the resources of Blacklist International. Then there's no really trade on a Blacklist side. So if they're able to adapt on the same idea, then there's a potential comeback for a Blacklist for this game number 4.
I mean, they need some sort of pickoff. Chaz has not been able to find his moments with that control. Justin taking a lot of damage. Yeah, he's tanky, but it's one of those things where it's like, who do you jump on? HBSC's, their positioning has been on point.
This next 30 seconds will spell a lot coming
Dream Roam, finding them, but it looks like the Unending Starro used. The Flash is going to be used as well. Blacklist International not able to find a catch.
That was a very nice creation block here coming in from Zihong to really disengage Chaz from that engagement, but take a look towards a zero golem here as the Smite War comes true. It goes over to Musang King once again.
Yeah, he had Smite. He'll take that one, right? Justy didn't have it. It was just on cooldown at that point. So again, taking that away, gonna be huge for HBSC yet again.
And at this moment, I think for Blacklist International, the only way that they can win a team fight is from a counter goal, not an initiation. Because they need to consider first the positioning of the Liang and even Princess Frost. And it has been a strange struggle for HBSE on game number 1. Not unless they want to contest this time.
Oh, Furball, they find Dragon. He got caught out. Justy now getting focused in, and they turn him around, and they do the damage, and they have enough. They've got 2 members down. Chaz now running for his life. Musan King potentially going in, but instead they're going to focus on the towers.
HBSC with back-to-back 2 kills. They are looking much more in control right now. 3,500 gold lead. Towers are up for grabs, and also a revisit back to that Shadow Tyrant after this push.
Yeah, definitely a huge lead for HBSE, taking down another tower at the middle lane. And considering the fact that for Blacklist International we're able to take down the mid lane of HBSE, this is a pivotal moment.
I mean, they
for
took
HBSE
2
now.
members down. This is a giant opening. And plus, when you have Musan King on the Agudo, that push is real. The siege is going to be on point.
Hang on a moment though, they're camping, they're looking for a position here coming in for HBSC. But Blacklist International, they do smell it here, but look at Champion 1's position.
Oh, he's running for his life. The Furball on point, but he's got the slashes. He's looking to just fight this one. The flash away, Jamie 1 somehow still alive. If anything, he's just buying time. Musan King will eventually find him, but Jamie 1 goes down.
But on towards the flip side here, Blacklist International, they started off this Shadow Overlord.
They've got the control. The winner is here right on point on this one. It looks like Guyu is going to be killed. Blacklist International finally get that pick, but Jez all the way up in front. And Vivi with that damage. And now he's going to get on his dragon. 2 members down from Blacklist.
But Golden Kai is still able to defense towards the base here. As we see, Musan King, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking to just end the game. I don't think everyone else from HBSC got that memo because nobody else is there to help support. They will be here eventually.
You know, it's going to be a great trade for Blacklist International. It's just that the majority of the players was taken down. You have a Chami 1 down and even a Dragon, but good initiative for them. It's just that even the mid lane high ground tower has been destroyed for HBSE. They could take this Tyrant anytime soon. And they weren't able to capitalize on that objective that they've taken. So that's one thing. Yes, you've taken it, but what's next after that?
I mean, Justy, he's got to go for the steal. He might want to try to dive in. He's not going to even get there. Musan King picking that one up. And it looks like HBSC have made some great moves with this map control.
Fortunate stuff here coming from Blacklist International. Even though they lost Chami and also Justy, the quick respawns in actually getting that Shadow Overlord really slowed down the attempt coming in from HBSC on that final few pushes.
Yeah, that's true. It's just that for the next couple of objectives, probably another trade for Blacklist. They want to, as much as possible, capitalize on that. But looking at the gold lead, still Agudo is on the lead, but we're now at 13 minutes of the game. We're slowly reaching that game equilibrium wherein the gold lead won't matter that much, so it's up to Blacklist International, even HBSE, to have a better execution with in terms of their initiation.
Yeah, I mean, when this late game happens, obviously VV is already online. He's going to be even scarier as we go on. But Chami 1 has got to be the guy. He's got to be able to make some sort of play, get the pickoffs, because Jihong has been just like attacking from afar for free, essentially.
And look at the damage here being landed on Jihong here. 1 Annihilation might just spell doom for Chaz here. 1 creation block, and that's 30% of your health here. Annihilation does go wide, but look at the minions. The jungle monsters being spawned by the side of Musan King as they take this tier 3 into their pocket.
Oh, Chami 1 trying to force it and not able to get anything, but instead Guyu looking to turn this instead, finding Chaz. He's going to be picked off, and Chami 1 just doing what he can, trying to stay alive, but it looks like HBSC just too much, finding Justy, but more importantly, focusing it down on that crystal, and they will take game number 4 and the series.
A 3-game win streak here coming in for the side of HBSC. Even though they lost that decisive game number 1, they come back huge and they make their marker against their opponents, Blacklist International.
All I want to say is I told you so, right?
Yeah,
P1, it's like I'm a seer, right? I could predict the future. I knew what was going to happen. Check the tape.
Yeah, he said it before the match started. I gotta say for HBSE, it was a great adjustment. Right after game number 2, they respect Blacklist International and played really well for game number 2 and game number 3.
Yeah, what a great game. Great series, right? You're just seeing the power of HBSC when they're able to be on point. I mean, yeah, they gave up the first game, and your bias is clearly showing. But again, I think that I have to get on that train because they look very good today.
Why do we only have the flags for Malaysian teams?
Oh, why does it burn? Why does it?
By the way, HomeBois won 2 matches today.
Yeah,
Let's not forget that. And one was a sweep against BTR by Vitality.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a clean day coming in for the MPL representatives. We had like 3-0 coming in from APG against AE, and then we
right.
have 3-0 for against BTR, and then
So what are you
3-1
trying
against
to say to
Blacklist.
us?
We're that cool!
I'm just disappointed I don't get to see you fight.
Yeah,
okay.
we promised that if it goes game 5, then we...
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm the
Maybe
third
next
wheel. I
time.
get it. I get
Maybe
it.
not
It's
today.
not the first time. Nonetheless, I think that was a great series. All of the teams really showed up today, and this is why the power of the KNC, the power of the nations and everything, and just you could feel the energy from the crowd as well as the Philippine fans. Like everybody was really showed up today.
To be fair, well, we had a short break earlier.
Yeah.
I saw or I read some of the comments right after Blacklist International won game number 1, and people in the Philippines are really proud with them being able to get a game against a Malaysian team. We know that the Malaysian teams are like a powerhouse in our league, so that's a statement already for us Filipinos. Too much for nation pride.
yeah, but at the same time, you're kind of thinking it's like, okay, yeah, we can celebrate the win, which is great, which is more than Indonesia can say for today at least. But at what point is it that like PKL teams, they're tied, right? They're gonna go the distance. They're able to take more than just one game.
There's a high chance, I believe, because we saw how they can do that game number 1 performance. I won't be surprised if they're able to do that again for the next couple of days.
Okay, all right. Well, let's find out exactly what's going in. Let's send it over to Mara for the interview coming up.
Another win for the Malaysian team. Congratulations to HomeBois Blackstreet Esports. Guiyu, congratulations. It seems like Malaysians are dominating the first day. You guys swept the first match, another Malaysian team for the second match. But today, on the third match, you Malaysia entirely experienced the first loss. So how was that like in game number 1, and how were you able to bounce back?
I think Blacklist is strong team too. They are the champion of PKL. So if you give them some mistake, so you can win very hard. So after first match, our coach just say enjoy the game and do our best. That's all.
It seems like you enjoyed it, you bounced back, and you bounced back very decisively. Now, Zihong, it's the first time that HomeBois Blackstreet Esports got to face a Filipino team. And in game number 1, you had a bit of a hard time. How was that like, would you say, from seeing how the game went today, seeing the Indonesian teams and now facing a Filipino team, would you say that Philippines would be the Malaysia's biggest threat?
I felt Indonesia team and Philippine team not so more different. They always play aggressive and give us pressure in early game in our jungle.
So they play the same. They give you pressure in the early game. But who would you say? Look at the camera, and who would you say is the more worthy opponent for Malaysia?
I think it is Philippines.
And we're looking forward to see you guys face each other again. You have the Malaysian audience screaming for you and cheering for you. What would you like both to say to them and everybody watching at home?
We will not give any chance to other region team.
Thank you for your support. I'm same as Guiyu.
Big threat from the Malaysian team. They will not give a chance to others. So you know what? So we're gonna break it down a little bit more, and we're gonna head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Mara, and thank you for that interview, Guiyu and Jihong as well. I mean, that was a great win for HBSC. I mean, they've got the Malaysian pride. They have the crowd behind them. This is pretty much everything that you wanted from a Malaysian team.
And you talk about not like having like the best games, but still, when he said they will do their best against all the region teams, it means one thing: they're showing respect by playing their best.
Yeah, that's true. And that's what they did actually for games 2, 3, and 4 right after that game. Right after, game number 1, it's like a different HBSE playing. And it takes a lot of time for a player to actually have that kind of respect for other teams. But all in all,
It was a very interesting match. HBSE showed their prowess on this match, even though they played up against also a team when we started the day. And if we look at the overall statistics, actually, what's interesting is that for Lei is actually at 92% team fight participation. And the same goes with Musang King at 75, even though Musang King was literally on the camps of Blacklist International. Nope, that was game number 2. Game number 2. But yeah, for this one, it was just a slow burn for HBSE.
This is what you're going to see. When you see up in a Gudo, it's not the fastest high-flying one, but it's going to slowly whittle you down and siege you down. And you'll see it in the gold graph here. It wasn't like a giant spike where the kills were happening. It was about taking those kills and then turning it into objectives here.
It is a slow burn, 5,000 going all the way down into the 14-minute mark, where in the end, it really mattered coming in for teams such as the MKL team, whereby, yes, you lose out in the level 4 fights, but in the end, what important is that they make these catches into the big objectives, like the buffs and like the objectives that we talk about here. But VV, well deserved of the MVP. He was everywhere with that long.
Yeah, 602. I mean, he had the best time of his life with early laning against Lady Sun earlier with a 21% damage given to the team and 8.8% damage taken. It goes to show that it's all about the gold conversion right now, with 24% gold converted into 21% damage. It means that there was efficiency in terms of laning and then transitioning into objective taking. So BB did a great job on that. And I think for most cases, even though Blacklist International wanted to go in for the counter play, the damage of the Aoi was just there. It's just massive against them.
Yeah, absolutely massive. And it kind of started off with this one. Chammy 1 got caught out, thought he could go on to Guyu. They had the numbers, but Musang King, he coming in like that, rolling in, taking it away. And then the rest of it was pretty much just VV just getting kills left and right.
And I think on that moment, I think for most cases, I mean, of the game, for Golden Kite, it wasn't really that nice experience because Jay and even VV was really pressuring the farm lane, and that's where most areas of a Blacklist International side deteriorated because you have 2 players. I mean, you have a player there being zoned out, being pressured. So you're struggling whether or not you will go for the backup or you want to protect the farm lane, something like that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I learned from today is that if you pick Liang, you just lose the game, right?
The Liang Princess Frost.
Yeah, it's not really good, but here's the group standings after today. We see HBSC on top, 2-0, Blacklist and Bigetron, both of them dropping 1-2 HBSC. If we're looking at the Group B side, APG coming out on top, 1-0 over Alter Ego. Retrend have still yet to play. We'll see a lot of games for them tomorrow.
It's definitely a very good day so far coming in for the Malaysia MKL fans. But let's see the overall nation standing thus far, which really merged both sides of Group A and Group B. So this is your nation standing, whereby MKL is on the top with BTR IKL looking at second, and Blacklist and Trend from the PKL at the last place. But it's also because that Blacklist hasn't yet played another series with PKL.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And we also have to remember, that's why we're showing the nation standings, because this is a nation clash, right? So the points accumulated by every nation will be determining which team or which region will go straight to the grand final. So after all the group stage, if Malaysia, they're looking good right now. If Malaysia has the highest points, then
playoffs.
They go to the playoffs, actually grand finals, and have Philippines and Indonesia play in a knockout stage.
Yeah, they're not out of the woods yet. I mean, again, Blacklist International was the only team to have played thus far, so they still have a window of opportunity. They're going to need basically energy going into with WeTrend, right? They've got 2 games to really kind of show up, but let's check out tomorrow's schedule. It's going to be, of course, coming up here, day 2.
Well, starting off today, we have APG from MKL going up against WeTrend Esports, coming in from the Philippines as the fan favorite votes. Then the next upcoming series with a rolling schedule, we have Bigetron by Vitality going up against Blacklist International. I do think this will be a heck of a banger to watch tomorrow. And closing out the day, we have Alter Ego going up against WeTrend for the final series of the day.
Yeah, interesting schedule for tomorrow because you have 3 games that has PKL teams on it. But really looking forward as to how Indonesia will have their points or play against the other team. So I would agree with BDR by Vitality and the Blacklist International being the banger of day 2.
Yeah, I feel like I just need to hold the Indonesian flag. I need to give them a little bit of energy. There's not enough representation on the desk, and that's been the problem thus far. I'm going to definitely need this tomorrow more than anything else, as they have a couple of games to really bounce back into the Nations Clash. They need to get, again, they need to make everything happen tomorrow.
As much as possible, because for Blacklist, they were able to get 1 game against the Malaysian team. So maybe for Weekend, that's already an inspiration for them.
All right.
For tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see tomorrow. Of course, it looks like that's going to be the end of it for us. My name is Haller. With me is Sagi and, of course, Chantel. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will catch you guys tomorrow.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime. kings. It's an honor showtime.